Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Third POV. As I press the play button for the next video, Mineta and Kaminari prayed to whatever god or deity was looking down on them. They prayed for strength to not fawn over the two fighters. No one answered. When it comes to fighting, combatants come in all shapes and sizes. Wiz began. And I'm liking the shapes and sizes on these two. Boomstick jumped in pervertedly. The female members of the group groaned and prayed for strength to handle Boomstick's perverted comments and jokes. This was answered. A little bit. Chun-Li, the strongest woman in the world. Wiz revealed the first fighter. And myheroacademia, the queen of fighters. Boomstick revealed the second. His Boomstick and I'm wizard, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Wiz said. The first combatant was a appealing Chinese woman in her mid-20s early 30s, who wore a blue chipao fighting-style dress, gold accents tracing around the dress that strained around her moderately sized breasts and fit well around her slim waist and wide hips. Her legs, exposed free from the dress, were covered in brown pantyhose, giving them a tannish appearance, her large thighs straining on the fabric that many of the group thought they would rip free. She also wore white combat boots, spiked metal bracelets on her wrists, and long, chocolate-brown hair was styled in two tied, white buns. The gorgeous fighter was also seen performing acrobatic moves that showed her blue panties, hidden from the dress, and showed off her amazing butt. She was also shown in a black and gold night dress that was even more scandalous than the first. The guys, both student, teacher, and pro, could barely look away from the raw beauty and SXL attraction that women seem to ebb, with even the most decent and strong-willed of the pros, i.e. All Might, Eraserhead, and even Endeavor barely able to look away, with the three mentally focusing on the certain women in their lives, one a certain green-haired mother, the other a certain green-haired pro-hero, and for Endeavor his wife that he has been attempting to apologize and make up to. As for the male students, their reactions ranged from major blushing and attempting to look away, wide eyes and stuttering blushes, and shameless drooling and breathing, tongues out, like a pair of dogs. Guess who those were? Even Izuku, Bakugo, Shinsu, Kirishima, and Todoroki, the 5 most decent of the male students, gaped in or could barely look away. As for the female side of the group, the female students puffed their cheeks in jealousy of the woman's beauty and shape, with even Momo feeling self-conscious of fighter's beauty. Kyuka looked to her less developed assets and grumbled bitterly and jealousy. A certain group of girls were even more angry and jealous when they noticed their certain crush blush. Even the female pros felt intimidated with the woman's beauty, with the only ones not fazed at being Miruko and Midnight, with Midnight rather chuckling at the reactions of the group and Miruko having a raised eyebrow and smirking at perhaps a worthy enough opponent to fight against her given her strong-looking legs. Chun-Li, first lady of the Street Fighter game and one of the most popular and strongest female fighters in video game history. Wiz revealed. The girls smiled at the achievement of the Chinese martial artist, feeling inspired to become as strong and famous as her. And famous for abusing the Phi MSTR. Boomstick joked pervertedly as they showed an image of Chun-Li with her legs kicking out. Okay, you guys have to admit with me on this for once, but look at those thighs. Kaminari yelled, throwing his hands out towards the screen. They look bigger than freaking cannonballs. The guys decided to give their classmate a pass, nodding in admittance of the impressive and attractive thighs from the fighter. Background height, 5 feet 6 inches weight. Secret. The guys deadpanned, remembering life lesson number 3, never ask a woman how much she weighs. Detective for Interpol trained with Jen, skilled in Tai Chi and Kenpo, partner to 𝐒𝐬𝐢 and Cammy, former foe now rival to Yuri. Bust, waist, hip, 34-inch, 22-35. Mineta looked over to see Izuku writing down the stats of Chun-Li. He smiled mischievously and pervertedly, devising a scheme to steal the notebook for research purposes. Chun-Li is a detective for Interpol and has gone through rudimentary police training. Wiz explained. She has also trained with Jen, a friend of her father and a legend of the Chinese fighting underworld. All Might smiled and thought towards his own detective friend, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, and wondered what he would think of her. The rest of the heroes nodded at her profession as a police officer, but frowned in suspicion of her trainer, Gen, and his history in the underworld. But she never did finish her training with him. Boomstick pointed out. Does anyone ever finish their training? Seriously? Wonder why she didn't fully finish her training. Ojiro said. Well, I guess it's not totally her fault. Boomstick continued. After her father was killed by Bison, a psycho-dictator and leader of the criminal organization called 𝐻𝐻𝐿, Gen just kind of disappeared on her. What a PP. The group frowned in displeasure over 𝐻𝐿𝐼's father's death at the hands of Bison and Gen abandoning his student at her greatest time of need. 𝐒𝐿 frowned most especially, remembering the pain of losing his own mother and father to a psychotic murderer. Agreed. Tetsu mumbled. What PP move there? So not manly. Since then, Chun-Li has been chasing after Bison for vengeance. We said. She has trained in defensive Tai Chi and is skilled in a fast-paced, kickboxing variant of Kenpo. She is highly disciplined and prefers speed over strength, using a combination of rapid strikes to pressure an opponent. Not bad. Miruko said. Speed to pressure and strike at physically and larger opponents, while using a defensive art when cornered. Wouldn't mind crossing legs with this chick. A trickle of BLD flew down Mineta and Kaminari's noses at the mental image of Miruko and Chun-Li. Fighting. Izuku and Ida grew interested and observed and wrote down Chun-Li's moves carefully, pondering to implement her skills with their kick-based fighting styles. And if you somehow can't tell by just looking at them, her legs are pretty DMN powerful. Boomstick pointed out. Most obvious statement ever spoken in this century. Zero mumbled, a blush on his face. She can even kick people through solid brick. Boomstick continued. Still, she isn't just strong with her legs. She is strong enough to toss large objects as big as a couch with ease. Attacks lightning legs, axe kick, hazanshu spinning, air kick, stomp kick, spinning bird kick, senretsu haiku. Her main attacks include the unbelievably fast lightning legs, the unpredictable axe kick, and the physics-defying spinning bird kick. Was listed, showing Chun-Li perform rapid-fire kicks, launch herself through the air before delivering a powerful downward kick, and, somehow, spin around, in mid-air and upside down, in a hurricane kick. I wouldn't mind taking her out on that kind of helicopter. Boomstick joked. Oh God, give me strength. Setsuna mumbled. Ask and you shall receive, Setsuna. Ibora said. My heart soars that you are finally turning to the Lord to give you strength and cleanse your sin-filled heart. Yeah. Thanks, Shio. Setsuna replied, a comical sweat drop on her head as she didn't try to reply to the religious zealot. Sin-filled heart. She thought accusingly. What? Here. Were the sounds that Momo and Ida produced as they failed to ponder how she performed that spinning hurricane kick upside down. You know, that axe kick of hers reminds me of your lunar arc move. Ryukyu said to Miruko, who looked a little cessed. That's my moves, you copycat. Get your own. Miruko yelled. Seichai attacks 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐼. She can also focus her natural Kai energy, a preternatural form of energy inside all living things, to create Kai attacks like the 𝐒𝐻𝐿, a slow and limited ranged attack, capable of stunning foes and cancelling other Kai attacks. So her powers aren't a quirk, but rather using her Kai, Rin said. Wait, that Akuma from the second fight, his fireballs look familiar to hers. Could that mean that he used Kai too? Possibly. Itsuka said. It appears they both exist in the same world, so it could be that instead of quirks, they rather use Kai as power. And the 𝐒𝐿𝐼 is just a super version of that. Boomstick added. An enormous ball of Kai energy strong enough to stop a speeding car and definitely strong enough to leave bruise on most of your body. Impressive. Nezu said. A powerful attack to use offensively against opponents but likewise to save civilians and minimize property damage. A truly useful show of one's mastery over her abilities. Keep in mind, students, that this versatility of one's abilities is key to being a competent and great hero. Feats took down 𝐻𝐻𝐿, christened the strongest woman in the world, honorary X-Men member, martial arts teacher, never defeated Bison, defeated Urian. Kind of her detective skills were instrumental in taking down 𝐻𝐻𝐿 once and for all. Was revealed. And after the Street Fighter tournaments, Chun-Li became a martial arts teacher. The group smiled and nodded at Chun-Li taking down the organization that killed her father. The teachers too smiled in approval at her willing to pass on her lessons and skills to others. However, she has yet to win any major tournament and failed to kill Bison to avenge her father, the killing blow ultimately to be landed by the wandering warrior and trusted friend and ally, Ryu. Was revealed. He's the same guy that was shown fighting Akuma. Ojiro pointed out. Must be a rather important and powerful person to both fight that monster and take down this Bison. Todoroki said. Although that kind of secret that she hasn't won a tournament. Mina said. Yeah, how do you get called strongest woman in the world if you haven't even a single major tournament? Setsuna questioned. There is more to being strong than just winning. All Might replied as he buffed. For us heroes, it's saving others and to be a shining example to others. To strong can also mean to sacrifice one's own victory to save another, both physically or spiritually, or graciously accept defeat and learn from one's mistakes. This rang a chord to Bakugo, who always believed that winning was the only way to be seen as strong or to be the best. The explosive teen looked towards Deku, smiling in awe at their mutual idol and their fights, including both their fights with Todoroki and how he knew Deku sacrificed his own chances at victory to help the half-hot half-cold user. She was able to rescue one of her students from Urian, a member of the cult known as the Secret Society and fellow Kai wielder, but it turns out that Urian let her take the win for both amusement and testing her skills. Also, for a so-called strongest woman in the world, Chun ends up having to be rescued a lot, usually by US Air Force Major, partner, and man who rocks a sick but haircut, 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Boomstick said, revealing a large, muscled man, with blonde hair in a unique style. So manly. Kirishima and Tetsu yelled, in awe of the muscled man with, what they claimed, glorious haircut. Oddly enough, Chun-Li has ranked 6th in an international shooting competition, despite rarely carrying a gun, though this could come from her police training. Wiz pointed out. Snipe hummed in acknowledgement, interested in challenging her to a shootout competition. Well, I guess things wouldn't be too fair if she brought a gun to a street fight. Boomstick replied. Round 1. Bang. Winner. The group chuckled at the joke, however Ida voiced, using a gun is not the only way to ensure victory. One's skill and agility can dodge the bullets and the shooter can be easily disarmed at close range. Ida, you know it's a joke, right? Uraraka asked. Ironic coming from the same world with double-teaming one foe, magical Kai attacks that can break islands apart, and using bombs. Wiz pointed out. But despite this, Chun-Li is certainly capable of holding her own, facing the likes of Kai-wielding powerhouses like Bison and adept assassins like Cammy and Yuri, and has consistently proven to be one of the toughest contenders in the Street Fighter tournaments. At the images of the leotard-wearing Cammy and the seki-legged Yuri, Mineta almost shouted out but was saved by Kaminari, who he himself was also struggling to keep his cool, slapping his hand over the pervert's mouth. You ready for this? Chun-Li said as he stood in a stance. The group's thoughts over the policewoman martial artist were definitely positive, with a few still frowning at her lack of feats and lack of tournament victory. Maruko was a little disappointed at the fighter's lack of feats, but it didn't deter her from her wish to fight the Chinese beauty. The girls were still in awe of the fighter, with Kendo the most inspired by the Chinese beauty's martial arts skills and DSPLN. The guys too liked Chun-Li's skills and strength, the most notable of which were Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, Tetsu, and Rin. Mineta and Kaminari sighed in relief that they managed to, barely, survive the first fighter, their hopes that they can hold out for the rest of the video rising. The second fighter was a more scandalous one compared to even Chun-Li. This fighter was a appealing, young, Japanese woman, her brown hair styled in a ponytail. She wore a red and white kimono. And nothing else. Other than some ninja footwear, red panties, and bracelets covering her forearms, She wore essentially nothing underneath her rather revealing kimono that barely covered her body and clearly showed that she lacked a BR under her kimono. She was also shown wielding metal fans that she somehow manages to pull out of said kimono. The noses of the male students, even the more stoic ones, erupted in a fountain of nosebleeds, Mineta and Kaminari practically passing out. The only ones who survived were Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Shinsu, but even they were blushing hard and found extremely hard to look away. Izuku was forced to shield both 𝐂𝐬𝐳 and Kuta's eyes because Mirio was taking care of his own bleeding nose. Their female classmates, while their eyes twitched jealously, even blushed at the exposing attire of the second fighter. The adults themselves were wide-eyed at the attire, with some of the female pros, including Pixie Bob, Mount Lady, and Midnight grumbling in jealousy. My Shiranui is. Well, Wiz began. Holy CRP. Look at those things. Boomstick yelled. Mineta and Kaminari were forced to slap and pinch themselves to keep their rapidly declining metal fortitude. Background height, 5 feet 5 inches weight, 106 pounds Shiranui clan ninja trained by grandfather and Jubei in Kopoken and Judo bust, waist hip, 87-inch 55-91. Mai is a ninja of the Shiranui clan and has been trained by both her grandfather and the perverted, yet deadly Jubei Yamato. Was revealed, as it showed an old man with long white hair and a perverted look on his face as he grabbed and squeezed Mai's BRSS. He brought a whole new meaning behind wax on, wax off. Boomstick joked again. That man is my hero. Mineta said with a thumbs up, his reward of which was a tongue slap from Asui. She has extensive training in the Shiranui Ryu fighting style. Wiz continued. From her grandfather, Mai learned the Kopoken technique, a fighting style specializing in pressure points and bone snapping. With Jubei, Mai trained in close combat judo. Oh, I'm sure the old man loved getting close to Mai in their fights. Boomstick pervertly joked. I swear to God I'm so inclined to make a universe-hopping portal myself to find that man and beat him to a pulp. Kyuka groaned. You and me both, sister. Setsuna said. Perverted old men aside, Mai is pretty dang fast, but she usually focuses on single, powerful strikes to punch through an enemy's defenses. Boomstick continued. The only downside to this is that if she misses, she is wide open. Hee. The group facepalmed at the joke. Attacks Flying Squirrel Fury Anti-Deadly Ninja Bees Folding Fan Fandango Windmill Waster Hacho Fan Throw Bushin Shadow Images. Her Flying Squirrel Fury Anti and Deadly Ninja Bees attacks help her control the field of battle by jumping around to evade an opponent's attacks before zooming in for a powerful strike. Wiz explained. She also uses clever fake-outs to trip up her foes. Very similar to Chun-Li's own quick strikes, and with her training in attacking pressure points, it is a deadly combination. Mandalay commented. Izuku shivered and rubbed his arms at the mention of bone snapping, knowing that if he fought Mai, she could easily break his already weakened bones easily. Butterfly fans steal unlimited supply used in close quarters and as a ranged projectile flammable, and she has a near unlimited supply of steel fans to attack and throw, and even set on fire to burn her opponents. Boomstick jumped in. Which I guess she keeps in her non-existent brother, that's right. Wiz replied. Really? Zero questioned surprised. Really? Boomstick asked surprised. I was just making a joke about her giant melons. Is there some kind of alternate dimension inside that kimono that stores infinite steel fans and giant bazookas? Wonder if she has your quirk, Yomomo. Mina said to the intelligent beauty. It would explain how she is producing those steel fans. Momo agreed. Alternatively, they could be hidden inside the kimono in secret pockets, especially while folded. Speaking of her outfit, Wiz said awkwardly. Or lack thereof. Boomstick interrupted. Purge your thoughts, Minoru. Mineta chanted as he meditated. Purge. Purge. While it is unrestrictive, it isn't exactly form-fitting either. Wiz pointed out. I'll say. Kossi said. Those glorious things look ready to pop out with a single move. Purge. Purge. Mineta continued chanting as his eyes squinted open to peek. However, as a testament to her training and balance, It doesn't seem to bother her. Wiz explained. She wears this scandalous outfit for her kunoichi, a female ninja method of sensually distracting the foe before striking. I'm sorry, what? I was distracted. Boomstick asked as the screen showed a slightly crouching Mai shifting her body around as her kimono-covered jug swung to and fro. Finally, Mineta broke. Oh my god, she is SOF hot. If I ever get my hands on her, I'm gonna squeeze those glorious mammoths till they're red and bruised and shake my head between the wham. Smack. Boom. The burnt, twitching, and heavily bruised body of Mineta laid 6 feet into the ground. Izuku, Bakugo, and even Kirishima, both sessed off and annoyed, looking down on them pervert in disgust and annoyance. Sorry bro, no hard feelings, but even you would agree that you deserved it, Kirishima said as he walked back to his seat. He deserved it for a long time coming. Bakugo replied as he walked back too. I only did that cause he annoyed me for the last time. I'm sorry Mineta, I still think of you as a friend, Izuku said as he turned away. But like I said before, keep it up and your world of hurt is going to continue. The teachers looked from above, Snipe asking, should we give the 4 detention? No, young Mineta has had enough punishment for his demeanor and SXL misconduct and already has detention with Kaminari, Nezu said. As for the 3, we will let this one slide. Cementos, please refill that hole when we are done here today. Meanwhile, Kaminari was a blank as a sheet of paper at what occurred, and with the warning glares from Izuku and Bakugo, he quite nearly passed out. Never mind. Wiz sighed in defeat. Pyrokinesis creates fire and explosions. Todoroki, Bakugo, and Endeavor perked up in interest. Ryu Enbu attack burning. My attack channels fire through clothes and objects. Okay, other than a technique that I would gladly teach, Mai can create fire and explosions, Boomstick said. She can control whatever fire she created, which I guess she needs to do if she doesn't want her already revealing outfit to burn off. Now this chick has my attention, Bakugo yelled. Finally, something interesting other than this pervert CRP. Mai consistently enters the King of Fighters tournaments to support her self-proclaimed fiancé, Andy Bogard, younger brother to King of Fighters champion, Terry Bogard. Was revealing images of a long blonde-haired, handsome man in a white outfit and a blonde ponytail-haired man in a red cap and outfit. Mentally, many of the guys, most especially Kaminari and, subconsciously, a passed-out Mineta, groaned and sighed in disappointment at Mai's unavailability. Feats Mestred Stealth and Ninjutsu does well in tournaments. Formed the women's team, never won a tourney, has only made minor impacts in plot. However, she has yet to win any major tournament, nor has she ever made a great impact in taking down the bosses, Wiz explained. Just like Chun-Li, Momo said. And while I agree with what All Might said, it is still a little disappointing. Or taking down Andy, Boomstick interrupted. He looks like the kind of guy that is rather stoic and doesn't show his emotions too much, Shoji said. She always does well though, even joining Andy's award-winning team in 1999. Wiz pointed out. Even so, she ends up having to be rescued a lot, mostly by Andy, Boomstick noted. But for some reason, I don't seem to mind. So both her and Chun-Li are rather attractive women who are expert martial artists, mostly revolving around speed and quick strikes, trained by old mentors, that, while are both impressive fighters, have unfortunate luck in terms of winning tournaments. Ryukyu summarized. Sounds about right, Fat Gum said. Wonder how this will turn out. Mai Shiranui of the Shiranui school must teach you a lesson, Mai announced as she pointed her fan towards an unseen foe. The group's thoughts over the underdressed fighter were mixed. While many of the heroes respected her fighting skills and dedication, they didn't approve of her lack of clothes, purposeful or not, with heroines like Mount Lady and Pixie Bob still grumbling in jealousy, while Midnight just chuckles, remembering how she first debuted and the sandal she made her lack of clothing. The students were less mixed than the heroes, with Bakugo and Todoroki interested in her pyrokinesis and explosions, Kendo in her martial arts, and Asui in her agility. Many of the girls were still a tad bit jealous of the woman's attractiveness and body, most bitter of which was Kyuka, while Ibora would constantly call her outfit sinful. Momo meanwhile, rubbed her neck in slight embarrassment in thinking about her hero costume, which, coincidentally, was similar to Mai's. Of course, her quirk requires as much open skin as possible to have her creations pop out without damaging her suit, but it does leave little to the imagination. My cloak helps cover me up more, especially during the winter times, and helps keep my creations less noticeable, but it will definitely be quite warm when the weather gets hotter. Momo pondered. Perhaps I can implement a similar type of repairable clothing like Miss Midnight. All right, the combatants are set. Whis said. Let's end this debate once and for all. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick announced. As the video paused for the device to detect counterparts, the group voted. Those most notable voters for Chun-Li included Miruko, who wished for her to win so as to have more reason to fight a strong fighter, Izuku, and Ida, who liked her leg-based martial arts and her profession of a policewoman, All Might, for the same, latter reason as Izuku and Ida, Mina, for her agility and flexibility, Rin, for her same Chinese ancestry and Kai powers, Pixie Bob and Mount Lady, out of spite over Mai, Kaminari, who preferred thighs and but over BRSTS Bakugo launched a mini explosion at his face for that, Eri, who liked her spinning helicopter move, Kuta, who felt more relatable over their parents dying by a madman, Vlad King, for Chun-Li's teaching profession, and Snipe, for her skill with a gun. The notable voters for Mai, meanwhile, were Momo, over Mai's similar suit and steel fans, Midnight, for Mai's stuck tactic of fighting, Kendo, for Mai's judo fighting style that was more similar to hers, Gran Torino, Asui, Ojiro, and Zero, for her acrobatic agility, Todoroki, Endeavor, and Bakugo, for her pyrokinetic abilities, Mirio, for their similar hit-and-run style of fighting, Eraserhead, for her stealth skills, and a now-conscious Mineta, who didn't speak his opinion in hopes of not getting knocked out again. Scanning complete. The device said. Chun-Li multiversal counterpart, Rumi Usajiyama aka Miruko. I had a feeling that would be that case. Ryukyu said. You are both so similar in your abilities, I say it coming a mile away. That just makes me more pumped. Miruko roared. To see which of us is the stronger counterpart. Mai Shiranui. Multiversal counterpart, Momo Yorozo. No wonder she is so hot and has those big boom. When will you learn, you purple gremlin? Bakugo roared as she once again blasted Mineta away with an explosion. While Momo was congratulated and teased over her counterpart, Kyuka peered towards Momo's BRSS, to Mai's, and then her own before grumbling in bitterness and jealousy. Hey Jiru, are you okay? Kyuka heard and looked up to see the concerned face of her crush, Izuku Midoriya. Yeah, I'm fine, Midoriya. Kyuka quickly said. Just a little self-conscious. Izuku looked puzzled before she noticed Kyuka's arms over her chest and her looks towards Momo and Mai. Oh, I see. Izuku said. Well, I don't think you should be so jealous over your Momo or Mai, honestly, you are just as pretty. Kyuka's eyes snapped wide open as she stared the green bean in complete shock. I mean, BRST size isn't really everything, you know. Izuku said. Sure, it's attractive and everything, but so are legs, they are SNSL, Seki, and are great for running and flexibility, so are the face and personality, they are what keep a person interested and happy to see when they wake up in the morning, and, well, they are your strongest points, Jiru. Plus, you shouldn't be judging yourself over your own body when you are still growing. Even if it doesn't really matter in the long run, I'm sure you will look even prettier than you are now. Kyuka was frozen, her face blushing red at the praise from her crush, especially when Izuku practically called her legs SNSL, and Secretary Izuku immediately turned red as he realized what he had said. Oh, I'm so sorry, Jiru. I don't know what or why I said that. Please don't hate me or look at me like I'm a pervert. It's alright. It's cool, Midoriya. I didn't take it like that. A blushing Jiru reassured him. Thank you, Midoriya. It means a lot to me. Izuku calmed down and smiled, making Jiru blush more. However, Jiru recomposed herself and continued. I am a little ticked about something. Izuku panicked and said, what about? You called me Jiru, dude. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said, pointed her jack at him accusingly. It's 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to you. Got it? Izuku smiled nervously and said. Okay, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 it is. But if that's the case, you can call me Izuku too. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 smiled. Sure. Deal. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 held out her hand. Deal. Izuku said as he grabbed and shook her hand, only for Jiru to pull him in and kiss him on the cheek. Just a little thank you for that little pep talk, Zuku. Jiru said with a teasing smile. You alright. Izuku stuttered as he looked more and more like a tomato. Meanwhile, the girls finished up their teasing of Momo to look on with jealousy of what transpired. Why couldn't Izuku praise me too? Momo thought as she pouted. No fair. No fair. Nejaya thought and huffed adorably. I am both proud as hell at that teasing and so jealous of you, Jiru. Mina thought. Ah. I'm both happy and jealous of that little show. Toru thought as he crossed her arms. Ribbit. Asui croaked enviously. Uraraka glared jealousy, her pink cheeks puffed angrily. DMN it. Teasing Green Bean is my move. Why can't I be closer? Setsuna jealousy thought. Melissa smiled at Izuku for helping a friend through her self-confidence, while her eye twitched in jealousy. Eri meanwhile saw this and was now even more confused at this sweet moment, actually frustrated as she couldn't figure out Woe was truly her mama or if all of them were. Eri's eyes widened in alarm. See, could they all be mama? But you can only have one mama. Right. I really need to ask Papa. Additional counterparts detected. Guile. Multiversal counterpart, Ejiro Kirishima. Manly. Kirishima roared, pumped that his counterpart was a manly, cool, strong dude. So manly. I'm so jealous. Tetsu roared likewise. I swear these two are going to give me a migraine. Minoma groaned in annoyance. No one cares. Shinsu said. Jubei Yamoda. Multiversal counterpart, Minoru Mineta. Why am I not surprised? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said as she looked at the pervert in disgust. Momo meanwhile shivered in disgust at the mere thought of Minoru Mineta touching her body, counterpart or not. Izuku meanwhile had a dark aura around himself. I now have no remorse. With all that out of the way, the video resumed and began the fight. Mai stood patiently in the middle of a forest as Chun-Li walked and stopped before her. The two bowed in respect as they readied themselves in a pose, Mai's melon swinging back and forth. Fight. Chun-Li quickly started by firing the Kikoken at Mai, who swiftly ducked and rolled under the Kai fireball and struck the Chinese fighter. Mai quickly pressed her attack with a strike with her fans and back of her loincloth, before delivering an elbow strike at her chest. Mai got up quickly with a kick to Chun-Li's chin, stunning the fighter, before striking with a flurry of kicks and fan attacks. Geez, Mai's going crazy on Chun-Li's. Mina said. That was some awesome agility to roll away and counterattack so fast. Wait, did she smack Chun-Li with her loincloth? Pony questioned. Apparently. Itsuka replied. She used it like a WT, though I'm shocked it's that strong to stun her. Mai drop-kicked the Chinese beauty away, who landed on the ground, not moving. Mai rushed in to capitalize only for Chun-Li to spun herself back up, kicking Mai back in the process. Chun-Li jumped and rolled in the air, avoiding a pyrokinetic burst of fire from her opponent, before slamming her feet into the Japanese woman. Chun-Li's fighting back. Rin shouted. Impressive recovery. Midnight said. And combining it with a counterattack to catch her foe off guard. Chun-Li quickly grabbed Mai and tossed her away. Mai landed and recovered quickly, but not fast enough to dodge an approaching Chun-Li, who delivered an axe kick to her head, followed up with a spinning ballet kick, a stunning jab at her gut, a powerful couple of kicks, and a couple of painful slaps to the face. PvP, she just slapped the SHT out of her. Setsuna laughed. That was kind of funny. Sen agreed. Though that spinning ballet kick or whatever was a little ridiculous. Miruko smiled at her counterpart's moves and laughed her butt off at the slaps. Chun-Li fired a flurry of powerful kicks at the Shiranui heiress, pushing her back enough for her to recover and dodge away. As Mai rolled far enough away, she tossed two of her steel fans before firing a fireball and jumping upwards towards the Interpol agent. Chun-Li blocked the two steel fans, but was quickly struck by Mai as she jumped towards her and was struck again with the following fireball Mai launched prior. Smart, Endeavor said, using her steel fans as a distraction before firing off a fireball and striking fast to stun her foe while she was distracted. Meanwhile, Mineta and Kaminari were staring at the screen wide-eyed, attempting to memorize every single movement the two women made, while drooling a little bit. Mai quickly attacked Chun-Li with a few attacks of her fan before feinting and attacking by jumping backwards in a flip, landing on a nearby tree and diving towards Chun-Li. However, the Chinese beauty blocked the feint attack and stunned the Queen of Fighters with a kick. Ouch, her feint attack failed and left her wide open. Zero said, while Mineta pervertedly chuckled. Zero noticed the two perverts and groaned in annoyance. I admit that I'm a little perverted too, but geez, dudes have some restraint. Chun-Li quickly powered up with Kai before unleashing a flurry of powerful kicks so fast that they left an afterimage. The strongest woman in the world ended her attack with a powerful upward kick that launched Mai away. Such speed and power in those kicks. Ida praised. If I work a bit more on my flexibility, I can probably do the same. Mina and I can help you there, Ida. Izuku said. Leave it to me, boys. I'll work you two right up. Mina said. As Mai landed in a thud, Chun-Li moved in on her downed opponent with a punch, only for the Shiranui fighter to grab onto Chun-Li's shoulder and vault over her, landing behind her foe and tripping up Chun-Li with a kick, Mai's but jiggling exaggeratingly. Eraserhead eyes narrowed at the move, remembering himself a victim of such an acrobatic technique from Himiko Toga during the Hisaikai raid. Mineta was practically drooling like a dog before he got a well-deserved metal fist to the head. Mai quickly jumped towards the nearby trees and continued jumping and climbing up the two tall trees, Chun-Li recovering and jumping in pursuit. As Chun-Li caught up to Mai, Mai struck the pursing agent who struck back, their kicks cancelling the others out. They attacked each other again and again, Chun-Li attempting to stomp Mai from above her, only for the Queen of Fighters to block the attack, land on the opposite tree and crash into the Chinese beauty covered in fire, enveloping her as she plummeted to the ground, screaming in pain. It appears that Miss Shiranui has the advantage in this terrain given her ninjutsu training, her trained balance, and acrobatic abilities. Nezu analyzed, allowing her to easily counter Chun-Li's attacks and gain the upper hand. Spinning bird kick. Chun-Li shouted as she appeared once again, flying into Mai in an upside-down hurricane kick and launching the Japanese fighter upwards. Oh yeah, the physics-defying, Seki helicopter kick. Kaminari said. I guess it lives up to its name. Momo and Ida still looked like their brains were short-circuiting from the physics-defying attack. Chun-Li pursed, landing on the same branch as a seemingly stunned Mai and moved her hands as she attempted to finish the fight with the 𝐒𝐿. Suddenly, Mai cartwheeled away, her feint working, as she dodged the powerful Kai attack, grabbing the Chinese fighter's neck with her legs and slamming the woman behind her. Ooh ooh. The group groaned at the rather powerful slam. The feint worked. Mirio cheered. Chun-Li bounced in the air, stunned, before Mai pressed on with a strong kick that launched the Interpol detective towards the opposite tree and bounced off it. Mai quickly jumped upwards, unleashing her pyrokinetic powers as she spun, performing a fiery wheel and crashed into Chun-Li. Endeavor, upon looking at the attack, recalled his battle with the Nomyu from Kyoshu and his similar attack that he used to break free from its grasp. Bakugo meanwhile remembered his howitzer impact attack from the sports festival and how it built up his momentum and wind to unleash a more powerful explosion, much like how Mai seemed to be doing with her attack. The two women flew towards the ground in an explosion, Mai jumping away from the fiery explosion as Chun-Li stood stunned amidst the flames. Mai brought her open palm hand over her closed fist, as the fire around Chun-Li exploded, leaving behind a charred skeleton of the former strongest woman in the world. KO. The Mai voters cheered in victory while the Chun-Li voters groaned and clapped in respect and acceptance. Eri squeaked at the fate of Chun-Li, which Izuku and Mirio blocked and distracted her from. Meanwhile Miruko groaned and was sassed that her counterpart was defeated but quickly shifted to wishing to fight Mai and her counterpart, who was currently being congratulated for her counterpart's victory. Bub win. Boomstick shouted. Q groans and facepalm from 99% of the group. The other 1% was a certain cheering purple pervert that was getting the SHT beat out of him by Bakugo. Chun-Li may have been a bit stronger and quicker than even Mai, her professional training even helping her predict and prepare for Mai's feints. However, her arsenal pales in comparison to that of Mai's. Wiz explained. With her pyrokinesis and steel fans, Mai had superior range and energy-based attacks to damage through Mai's defenses. As much as physical strength and speed are key, they can be left worthless if an opponent can keep them at a distance or outgun them into a corner for a finishing blow. Snipe said. And while Chun's a beast in closer quarters combat, her straightforward approach was a bad matchup against Mai's ninja training, which is specifically designed to outmaneuver more physically stronger opponents. Just like you, Mr. Aizawa. Izuku said. You use stealth and your erasure quirk to weaken and catch your powerless opponent off guard. Precisely, Midoriya. Aizawa agreed. It was certainly a close match, but Mai's nimbleness and firepower eventually won out. Wiz finished. Chun-Li has never looked hotter. Boomstick joked. A mixed reaction of groans and chuckles rang out from the audience. The winner is Mai Shiranui. Wiz announced. The group clapped at the great match, with Miruko sending a respectful nod towards the Yorozo heiress who took it with a smile. I hear that Edgeshot and Majestic are interested in taking her on for the upcoming internships. Ryukyu said to Miruko. Really? Miruko questioned. Those two can definitely help her improve on her skills. Hell, Edgeshot would basically turn her into a ninja too. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick announced. Epic music started playing as a jet, with a purple logo of a face painted on its side, flew through the sky before it descended towards the ground. As it approached the ground, it suddenly, to the amazement of the group, transformed and shifted into a humanoid-looking robot. What? The group said in shock. That's awesome. Bakugo roared in excitement. Mai, Melissa, and David's eyes widened to comical proportions. Melissa's eyes sparkled in curiosity, David's in stunned amazement, and Mai's in mad glee. Upon looking at the reaction of the two girls, Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida shivered in terror, while All Might sighed in amusement, expecting to not hear the end of this from David. Nezu's eyes widened in amazement too, narrowing as to the possibilities of what this kind of technology would entail from this universe. Back towards the video, towards the sky and cloud, a blur zoomed out from the sky, parting the clouds away almost instantly. It landed and slid on the ground, drawing up a dust cloud, covering the new figure. The dust quickly settled, the group leaning into their seats, and the dust cleared up to reveal a rainbow-colored pony with wings and a horn. The group all shouted out. Many of the guys and girls roared in laughter at the second fighter, with even some of the pros chuckling in amusement. Endeavor's eye practically twitched in annoyance while Eraserhead was contemplating whether or not to smash his head into the ground and knock himself out. Nezu was currently laughing like a madman animal. What the hell kind of FST is this? Bakugo roared in outrage. Some kind of pony with wings against awesome robot mech dude. This is bullshit. I agree. Kamakiri roared in agreement. Give us a fair awesome fight. Not this as hey, it's not just a pony with wings. Kaminari corrected. It's a pony with wings and a horn. The next 5 minutes were devoted to saving poor Kaminari from assessed off Bakugo and Kamakiri as they chased him with their explosions and blades. Well, with that amusing turn of events over with, Miss Hatsume if you please Nezu was saying before Mai quickly pressed the play button. It appears she is so impatient as to not bothering to hear my orders. Nezu thought with a sweat drop. Here. Funny. The play button was pressed and began the next video. Third POV after Mai quickly pressed the play button, the next video played out. These fighters are MSTR of skies and are both the best, yet arrogant, at what they do. Wiz began. Are we really doing this? Boomstick asked begrudgingly. My thoughts exactly. Bakugo yelled out. Yes. Wizard answered. Yes we are. All right. Boomstick sighed. Well, first up is Starscream, from the G1 Decepticons. And Rainbow Dash of the G4 Pegasus ponies. Wizard introduced the second fighter. I still can't believe that a cool robot dude is going to be fighting a pony with wings and horn. Kaminari sighed. Okay, dude, for the last time, there is no horn on that pony. Zero said. You are confusing things with the rainbow hair. Nuh-uh, I clearly saw a horn. Kaminari argued back. It's not like that winged pony thing suddenly changed appearances. His whiz and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick said. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Whiz finished the intro. The first fighter was a large humanoid-looking robot. This robot had the structure of a rectangular human mixed in with the features of a jet, with white and red wings on its back, 2 white blasters on its shoulder, and red engines on top of its shoulders. Its arms were white by the shoulders and blue down the elbow, its legs were white, with blue rectangular feet, and blue markings on the front of its ankles, its waist red and boxy, and its chest white and red with a yellow cockpit in its center. Its head was a black cube with bumpy features on the top and sides of its chin, complete with human-like features for a face, aside from the ruby red lens for eyes. It also had a brand on its body, the brand purple, and looked like a robotic face with 2 pointed horns sticking out. The group's reaction to the large robot were mostly with intrigue, amazement, and excitement. The heroes frowned, sensing that the large robotic being was not a friendly one, given the devious squint in its eyes and its stereotypical, maniacal, villainous laugh. The guys looked excited on the appearance of the large robot. The ones most excited being Kuta, whose eyes were filled with childlike excitement, Bakugo, who was grinning at the cool, awesome robot that could transform into a jet, and Izuku, who would have furiously drawn out the details on the robot if it wasn't immediately stolen by Melissa and Mai. On the girl side, they were intrigued and curious over the humanoid robot, most especially Momo, who was intrigued on the science of the being, Kyuka, who found the concept of a robot transforming into a jet pretty sick, and Setsuna, who, like Kyuka, saw the shape-shifting robot fighter awesome. Eri looked at the large robot with childlike curiosity, though squirmed nervously, feeling rather unsettled by the robot's demeanor and appearance. And of course, there were those who were rather excited. Mai's and Melissa's mouths practically watered at the sight of the robot and its shape-shifting abilities. They immediately grabbed Izuku's notebook and proceeded to write page after page about its possible capabilities, its composition, and its level of sentience. David's shield was awestruck by the transforming robot, the same situation occurring with Power Loader. The two practically analyzed every nook and cranny of the robot's chassis and makeup. Nezu rubbed his chin in thought as he too analyzed the humanoid robot, as he pondered whether it was friend or foe. He had already came up with a 90% certainty it was definitely not friendly. Starscream, on the cybernetic world known as Cybertron, the race known as the Transformers, are a race of humanoid-looking robots with the ability to transform their appearance into different types of vehicles. Wiz explained. From cars to tanks, helicopters to jets, and even goofy laser cannons to full-blown robot dinosaurs. Boomstick jumped in excitingly. There's a whole planet of them. Mai and Melissa yelled in shock and mad glee. Incredible! Momo gasped in wonder. A race of advanced, alien sentient robots that can transform into anything. The possibilities with such technology like this is beyond infinite. Did you see that robot turn into a freaking T-Rex? Setsuna yelled in a mad glee of her own. They look so cool. Kuta yelled, his eyes filled with wonder. But among these highly advanced robots, there is more than what meets the eye. We said. Upon the once peaceful world of the Transformers, war brewed between two rivaling factions, the courageous and true Autobots and the deceptive and power-hungry Decepticons. The dark, enticing grasp of war and violence is ever constant across the vast universe. Leiko muttered. Even among those whose minds and hearts are formed of steel. Hey! Kinoko said, completely confused. She means that things as bad as war and fighting seem to happen everywhere and to everyone. Shahai translated. Even towards robots who are supposed to be more intelligent than humans given their technology. The heroes frowned at the prospect of her entire planet at war with itself. From the description, It seemed obvious that the Autobots appeared like the good ones while the Decepticons were clearly the tyrannical, villainous ones. Background height: approximately 20 feet. Decepticon Seeker Air Commander, graduate of the Cybertron War Academy, nicknamed Silver Snake. Starscream was a scientist before becoming Air Commander of the Decepticon Battle Fleet and leader of the Seekers. Wiz revealed. He constantly seeks power and often attempts to usurp Megatron's leadership of the Decepticon regime. The screen showed Starscream backstabbing Megatron by firing a blast of energy at his back and standing above him in triumph. So this Starscream is yet another villainous character. Tiger said. And a backstabbing coward at that. And this Megatron is the leader of the Decepticons. All Might jumped in. He appears quite intimidating. I don't want to root for a villain. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 pouted. But they look so cool. With little success. Wiz added, as the screen showed Starscream getting knocked over by a recovering Megatron's kick. The group chuckled at seeing the backstabbing traitor get kicked off. This backstabbing loser has two forms, giant robot and jet. Boomstick said. Robot form: humanoid, can fly at short distances, cluster bombs, missiles, laser guns. 𝐒𝐿𝐷: his robot form is primarily meant for ground travel but can fly at short distances. Wiz explained. It is also mainly for ground combat with his many array of weapons. So they preferably stay in this robot form and light travel but use their vehicle modes mostly for long-distance or quick transportation. Melissa examined. They could make very efficient backup support in case of an emergency. And if they can transform into vehicles from Earth, they would make perfect spies and covert weapons and destruction hiding out in the open. My jumped in. This form's weaponry consists of cluster bombs, missiles, laser guns, machine guns, and his trademark 𝐒𝐿𝐷, a laser that shuts down and obliterates anything powered by electricity. Which includes his Transformer Homus. Those bombs and missiles got nothing on mine. Bakugo yelled. But that 𝐒𝐿𝐷 whatever looks awesome. Wait, if that laser destroys anything powered by electricity, could it probably destroy me? Kaminari asked worryingly. Probably not. Momo said. It appears it only affects machinery rather than humans. While humans do move and function by using electricity, meaning we are in fact powered by it, it isn't our prime source of life like machines. What she means to say is that you are all right, Kaminari. Izuku translated for Kaminari. I think the only thing you need to worry is to not get hit because of the explosive impact and not because of your electricity. Thanks, Midoriya. Kaminari smiled. You too, Yoirozo. Phew, I feel much better now. Jet form: F-15 Eagle fighter jet, top speed, 2,100 miles per hour, can fly in space. I am homing missiles. -7 FM Sparrows, -120 AMRAAM Slammers, -9 LM Sidewinders, M61A1 Vulcan Gatling gun. He can transform into F-15 Eagle, a twin-engine, all-weather fighter jet, with top speeds reaching Mach 2.8, nearly 3 times the speed of sound. We said. Additionally, he can also fly. And survive in space, due to his transformer biology. Amazing! David said. So these transformers can analyze the schematics of any vehicle on Earth and instantly transform into them. Sounds rather dangerous to have these shape-shifting robots, especially these evil ones, to become military vehicles and weaponry. Ryukyu said. They could easily disguise themselves as a nation's known jet fighter, assault another country, and start a war. In jet form, he can fire 3 different types of homing missiles. Boomstick said. From short-ranged sidewinders to long-ranged slammers. And if those don't do the trick, he is equipped with an M61A1 Vulcan Gatling gun, which can fire 20mm ammo at 6,000 rounds per minute. A rather dangerous arsenal in the hands of an evil robot. Kendo said. Fun fact, it is also great for hunting. Boomstick added. Who in their right mind would use a Gatling gun for hunting? Uraraka asked. No one. Asui said. There is no one Wo would do that with a right mind. He's just crazy. He has a large yet limited amount of ammo that refills over time on its own. Wiz added in. What? Boomstick asked, shocked. Like he can make the ammo from inside him like CRP. Most likely, and less disgustingly, they restock their ammo much a human regrows their fingernails, skin, and hair. 𝐒𝐻 clarified. Well, now doesn't that sound great? Kaminari said sarcastically. Large evil robot, has a large laser that totally destroys all machines, can turn into a jet, and has technically, with enough time, a never-ending supply of ammo. Awesome! Boomstick yelled. I wish I was a transformer. I can hunt squirrels for days without needing to run back home. Moving on, Starscream is a coward, 𝐒𝐻 said, and uses cheap tactics to attempt to score victory, often shooting his opponents in the back. What a pathetic show of a villain! Monoma dramatically ranted. Deceit, trickery, and cowardice. Truly the qualities of a lowly villain. Are we not going to mention that he used, and tried to convince us to use, 2 of those traits during our joint class training? Setsuna whispered to Sen, don't forget the sports festival. Sen whispered back. But remember to ignore him. The dude's full of it. That is a stereotypical view. Aizawa said. Trickery and deceit are not always used for villainy or evil. Heroes often have to employ these same tactics, especially underground heroes, to trick villains into letting down their guard or undercover cops to catch criminals. To say that it can be only used villainously is naive. Monoma flinched, Itsuka noticing his gritting teeth and extremely quiet muttering, so much so that she couldn't understand his words. Itsuka would brush off his reaction to that of Ole Monoma's ego taking a hit. Eraser is right. Vlad King jumped in. Using trickery and deceit is not evil, but how you use it is. For this Starscream fellow, it is definitely a villainous use. However, his deadliest weapon is arguably his silver tongue. 𝐒𝐻 continued. While he is not the strongest Decepticon, he is a clever and deceiving speaker that can worm his way into preferable positions. Attributes: a clever speaker, transparent strategist, arrogant and stubborn, cowardly, persistent, uses cheap tactics. Despite this arsenal of deceit and trickery, he is a terrible strategist, 𝐒𝐻 said, emphasizing the word terrible. Most of his plans instantly go wrong. Heh, kind of reminds me of you, Monoma. Kamakiri taunted. You are good with talking and baiting people into your schemes, but then they fail all the time. Monoma would not stay quiet from that and started arguing with the blade-producing student, before a pointed glare by their teacher shut the two up. Like when he took over the Decepticons, because Megatron had a sore throat. Boomstick revealed. Megatron pointed towards the approaching Autobots and attempted to speak, but only shouted out nonsensical words and groans. Too bad. He blew out his vocal components. Starscream said, his voice the very definition of a shifty trickster. I guess that makes me the new leader. He tried flying away in his jet mode. Seriously? Mount Lady questioned, eyebrow raised. That excuse sounds super lame. It was short-lived. Boomstick noted, Starscream shown later crashing into a pile of purple, glowing cubes. The group laughed at the blunder and failure of villainous robot, the most loud of which coming from Bakugo, Miruko, and Kamakiri. And yet, his persistence has paid off. 𝐒𝐻 jumped in. After Megatron's apparent demise, he was eventually announced leader of the Decepticon faction. Starscream was shown being placed a golden, ruby crown on his head and a purple cape on his back. Well, that's not good. Fat Gum said. For those bad guys, I mean. It could have gone well for those good guy robots though, if all of Starscream's schemes go wrong. Again, short-lived. Boomstick added. Another Transformer, this one looking similar to Megatron, but more purple and bulkier, transformed into a large cannon and fired a beam of purple energy at Starscream, the frozen Decepticon crumbling to dust. Never mind. Fat Gum corrected himself. The group hissed at Starscream's unfortunate fate, happy that a dangerous foe would no longer cause harm, but still saddened at the loss of life. Starscream was king for a whopping 20 seconds. A personal record. 𝐒𝐻 pointed out. PFFFTTHHH. Miruko roared in laughter. Oh, that's priceless. If only actual villains last that long before getting caught. Snipe said. However, after his death, Starscream discovered that his spark, the life force and soul of a transformer, was somehow indestructible. Wiz quickly noted. Say who to the what now? Mina questioned. Spark indestructible, can move on its own, floats, can possess and control other machines. Good thing too, because since then, he has been dying off nearly every episode. Boomstick noted. A montage suddenly played, with 𝐿𝐴𝐴 music playing in the background, of Starscream blowing up and being destroyed several times. The whole group descended into fits of laughter, so much so that even Endeavor, Aizawa, and Shinsu had to work hard not to crack. Bakugo felt like he could watch this montage every day and still find it hilarious. Mai, even though she was incredibly amused at the evil robot's repeated destruction, still felt horrified that such an advanced work of machinery, even if it was sentient, an alien, and evil. Ha ha ha. Oh. That's hilarious. Boomstick laughed and breathed. So true, my man. Kaminari replied to the show's co-host. So true. Laughs aside, his ghostly spark can possess nearly all forms of machinery. Wiz jumped in. That actually sounds rather dangerous. Zero said. Could he control the training robots? All Might asked. Most likely. Nezu said. The drones have defenses against any outside attempts to hack their systems. However, I feel that no form of firewalls, at this current age and technology, can prevent possession from an advanced alien parasite. He has taken over several other transformers, robots, and even a cybernetic schoolgirl who was using the bathroom. What? Boomstick yelled. I second that. What? Nejaya said. Could this be some form of pedophilia? Kaminari asked. It's a who knows how long alien robot dude possessing a little schoolgirl and controlling her body. I wouldn't go that far. Soto said, feeling uncomfortable by the question. But it is definitely something very wrong. Eri whimpered in fear and hid under Izuku and Mirio's protection once again. Unfortunately, his poor knowledge of human society led him to forget to pull up the girl's underwear. Wiz revealed, making him the laughing stock of the school. The group didn't know whether to laugh at Starscream's stupidity, feel sorry for the possessed girl, or wish that they could wipe the sight from their minds. They decided on option D, all of the above. Props to you, Japan. Boomstick said as he clapped. I didn't see that one coming. Wait, why is this Japan's fault? Uraraka asked. Manga's text head showed a pointed finger at himself, two earths that are shaded differently, and a hand pointing towards one of the earths. Can anyone translate text bubble images? Mineta asked. Manga says that the artwork of the information looks to be from an actual manga. Leiko said. He means to say that perhaps this information of Starscream, and by proxy the Transformers, are shown as a manga in their Earth, but not ours. Impressive. Ida complimented. How did you refer what he said from that? Our class took the time to figure out how manga talks so to better communicate with him. Itsuka said. Can't be a close and united class if we can't bother to understand and include one of our own. You are an idiot, Starscream. Megatron said to his number 2 next to him. The group thought over their opinion over Starscream. To the students, they hated his cowardly and weaselly nature, finding his willingness to backstab and betray his comrades wrong and low. Even Mineta, who admits to being a bit of coward beforehand, found the silver-tongued Decepticon in a distasteful light. The heroes meanwhile found Starscream, while carrying a deadly arsenal of firepower, to be one of the least intimidating of villains they found from these videos. They found their source of worry over the information shown more towards Megatron and his army of fellow Decepticons that could lay waste to Earth easily. As for 4 certain support gear inventors, while they found Starscream's character deplorable, they were still, nonetheless, intrigued over his race's shape-shifting properties, weaponry, and origins, especially their power source and soul, their sparks. The next fighter introduced was an interesting one. This fighter was a blue, winged pony, with a rainbow-colored mane for hair and a rainbow-colored tail. The pony had overly large magenta eyes, a confident, yet slightly arrogant smile, and, the weirdest part of all, had a tattoo of a cloud shooting out a rainbow, in the shape of a lightning bolt, on the side of its hip. The group's reaction towards this pony were a mix of confusion, disbelief, twitching eyes of annoyance, coos and squeals over its appearance, and curiosity. Bakugo looked like he was either going to blow up in another rant or try to knock himself out with his own explosions. The same would be shared by Kamakiri, Monama, Endeavor, Aizawa, Setsuna, and Miruko. Meanwhile, some of the girls cooed at how adorable and pretty the winged pony looked, mostly pony, to no one's surprise, Toru, and Nejaya. Koda looked on with fascination at the Pegasus, being the animal lover that he was, and wondered if his quirk would work on it. Eri squealed and giggled in delight at the sight of the pretty winged pony, begging to Papa Izuku, Uncle Mirio, and Grandpa Aizawa and All Might to ride it. The four could only smile nervously and squirm helplessly, unable to deny her request yet unwilling to tell her the truth that there are no such thing as a winged pony. At least as far as they know in this world of crazy and weird quirks. Rainbow Dash is a Pegasus pony from Equestria, the magical land of talking, magical ponies. Wiz revealed. Ugh! Boomstick groaned in annoyed frustration. Kuta faked gagged on all the pretty, girly things shown. This fight is even more ridiculous than that Yoshi fight with that Riptor creature. Monoma groaned. Yeah, and who won that fight exactly? Itsuka asked the copy user cheekingly. Monoma refused to comment. Background height, approximately 4 feet tall flight school dropout weather manager winner of Best Young Flyers competition, unnatural durability black belt in Karate Ojiro and Kendo perked up. After dropping out of flight school, Rainbow found a job in Ponyville as weather manager. Wiz continued. Weather manager? Mina questioned. Like does she tell the other ponies it's going to rain? I feel like I want a chop of my own ears if I keep listening to this pony CRP. Kamakiri groaned. Which is very tempting and easy given my quirk. She is a strong agile flyer, with great durability and resilience. Wiz revealed. She can smash through trees, solid. Rock, and get right back up. Wow, look at her go. Uraraka said. She is so fast. Maybe faster than you Ida. Ida did not hear Uraraka's comment as he was too busy racking his brain, while I'm chopping, how a pony could have a wings, B fly super fast, C talk, and D wonder what the hell a weather manager is. She is also training to join the Wonderbolts, a superb team of flyers that are kind of like their version of the Blue Angels. Wiz said. Except their ponies. Boomstick groaned out in disinterest and annoyance. So I guess that's why she went to that flight school. Asui said. I wonder why she dropped out of it. She is also a black belt in karate. Wiz added. She is what in what now? Ojiro questioned amazed. How does a pony learn karate, let alone MSTR it? Boomstick questioned. Horses and ponies actually have really powerful kicks and are actually pretty strong. Itsuka said. Isn't that right, pony? Yesuri. Pony said cheerfully. Weather control can stand on clouds. The group did a double take. Can manipulate clouds, can force lightning and rain from clouds. Managerial position proves mastery of this field. Tornado creation and control. As a Pegasus pony, Rainbow can control the weather. Wiz revealed. She can use the clouds in the sky to manipulate lightning strikes or precipitation. How does a pony be able to control the weather? Momo questioned. Much less stand and interact with clouds. They are made of water and go through easily. I think he answered it by saying that this is a magical land with magical ponies that can probably do magical things, like sit on and control clouds. Kyuka said, stressing the word magical while doing jazz hands. Perhaps that's what weather manager means. Uraraka said. She literally manages the weather. Also, she can create and control giant tornadoes by flying in circles at super fast speeds. Wiz added. Okay, now she is definitely faster than you, Ida. Uraraka said to a stunned Ida. How fast would she have to go to do that? Toru asked. A tornado is formed when cold and warm air meet each other and, because of warm air is lighter, swirls upward from the cold air, creating a fun. Ida rambled until he was cut off by Melissa. Ida, thank you for the physics of a tornado, but can you shorten it to how fast she would have to go, please? Ida blushed in embarrassment before saying right. My apologies for my ramblings. But since Rainbow Dash is flying fast enough to create such a whirlwind to create a tornado, she would have to fly in a circle more than 60 miles per hour at the least. And that's not even counting the size and strength of the tornado to be able to pick up objects easily. Izuku jumped in. Its wind speeds could be even faster. How much faster? Uraraka questioned. Around maybe 110 miles per hour. Melissa answered. Those who groaned at Rainbow Dash's inclusion eyes widened in alarmed surprise, with them starting to pay closer attention to the super-fast Pegasus. Move list super speed strut fantastic filly flash cloud barrel weave cloud spinning rainbow dry buccaneer blaze. She's also got some other moves. Boomstick jumped in. Like the buccaneer blaze, which apparently is so amazing, it can't be shown on screen. Somehow, it creates a huge explosion. The screen shows Rainbow Dash, dashing out of the screen's range, the area proceeding to darken as strikes of blue lightning and flashes of light suddenly appear. The sides of Bakugu's mouth started twitching upwards at the mention and demonstration of the explosion. Attributes: brash and arrogant, extremely competitive, brave and loyal, athletic both on the ground and in the air, top speed 3,800 miles per hour. Rainbow often brags that she is the fastest in the world. We said. And you know what, she's right. By calculation, according to this guy Dash, the screen shows an image of a man with holding an absurd amount of My Little Pony toys. Boomstick shuddered and hissed at the weird and disturbing sight, an action mimicked by the audience. Rainbow Dash can fly 5 times the speed of sound with ease. Wiz revealed. This is apparent through the Mach cone that normally forms around Rainbow, which indicates that she has broken the sound barrier, and the angle of which proves that she has reached up to Mach 5 speeds. Jaws started collapsing to the floor one after the other in sheer shock. Zero gawked in pain as he felt like he dislocated his jaw. She's even faster than Starscream. Mirio said. Now that's some power. This is a pony. Boomstick yelled. A baby horse girl toy. Why is it so awesome? Upon seeing the toy version of Rainbow Dash, Eri immediately started pleading for that toy. Izuku nervously turned to Momo for help, who nodded her head and winked. Izuku's grateful and joyful smile was all the payment and worth that Momo ever needed. And upon reaching Mach 5, she enters hypersonic speeds to create the sonic rainboom. We said. What? Ida screamed in shock. Sonic Rainboom Hypersonic instantly doubles speed to Mach 10 top speed, 76,000 miles per hour, creates a rainbow powerful shockwave call pull 90-degree turns. The screen showed Rainbow Dash suddenly going faster before suddenly creating an explosive shockwave of rainbow light, with Rainbow herself flying away in a 90-degree angle, with a rainbow trail behind her. If the group's jaw could go any farther, then they would, from how shocked they were. Ida's arm was chopping so fast, it too appeared to be reaching hypersonic speeds. With this, her speed doubles instantaneously to Mach 10. Wiz revealed. And somehow, the resulting sonic boom completely shatters the visible light spectrum. Incredible! Melissa gasped out. She's almost as fast as Sonic. Power! Mirio cried out. Power! Eri and Izuku cried likewise, the three, along with the students, laughing and chuckling at the attempt. Not to mention the sonic boom itself is apparently strong enough to split solid rock into pieces and shake entire mountains. Boomstick added. Bakugu's brain, meanwhile, short-circuited, not comprehending the feat performed by the winged pony. Much less the feeling of jealousy he felt towards said pony. Rainbow is brash, athletic, and extremely competitive. Wiz continued. But why, while she is steadfast and loyal, she sometimes cheats to get her way? So she and Starscream are both able to fly and achieve Mach speeds, they are often cheat to secure victory, and are arrogant and self-centered. Itsuka listed their comparisons. Correction, one of them actually wins, the other always fails. Yui stated plainly, drawing chuckles from the group and Itsuka rubbing her neck in embarrassment. Welp, let's make her fight a giant robot. Boomstick sighed. Yee. Rainbow Dash yelled as she super sped her away towards the ground. The group's thoughts over the rainbow-maned pony were definitely mixed, to say the least. While many felt that the winged pony could definitely win against Starscream, there were still some that were apprehensive on betting on a pony against a shape-shifting jet robot. 𝐼𝐵 himself was one of those who were torn in his opinion over the winged pony, begrudgingly respecting the pony's mind-shattering speed and powers, yet still found the Starscream guy, while pathetic, cool and dangerous enough to win the fight. Alright, the combatants are set, let's end this debate once and for all. We said. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick announced. As the video paused and the device once again searched for counterparts to the fighters, the group once again voted for the winner. Among the votes for Starscream, most notably, were Monoma and Kamakiri, who refused to believe that an advanced, shape-shifting robot could lose to a pony, Mai, Melissa, David, and Powerloader, all four voting for him for his groundbreaking mechanical abilities. Endeavor, who defended his claim in that Starscream's spark cannot be destroyed and as such would win, Mount Lady, who followed along Endeavor's line of thought, Kuta, who voted because he thought that Starscream looked cool, even if he was a villain, Mina, because of Starscream's alien origins, Toru, following her best friend's vote, and Snipe, for Starscream's array of weapons. Those who voted for Rainbow Dash included Eri, Pony, and Koda, who liked RD's pretty, pony nature and look, Ida, Momo, and Izuku, for the winged pony's amazing speed, Nejaya and Uraraka, because Rainbow Dash's ability to fly, All Might, who was confident the pony could win for its speed and elemental powers, Kaminari, for Rainbow Dash's ability to manipulate lightning from clouds, Kyuka, who respected the pony's spunk and attitude, Mirio, who voted for Eri's vote and Rainbow Dash super speed and magical powers, and, surprisingly, 𝐵𝐵. The explosive teen defended his choice in that Rainbow Dash speed over Starscream, Starscream's incompetence, and RD's Rainboom and Buccaneer Blaze had enough destructive potential to win the fight. He did however leave a final remark in that he was still unhappy in choosing a bright, girly pony. Multiversal counterparts detected. Starscream. Multiversal counterpart, Nieto Monoma. The device said as it finished scanning for counterparts. What? The group, mostly Class 1B, shouted, turning towards the shocked Monoma. Bahaha. 𝐵𝐵 laughed. How does it feel to have such a shitty, useless counterpart? Chill 𝐵𝐵 bro. Kirishima said to his best friend. I'm sure it must SCK for him that his counterpart is a villain. Wait, is this the first villainous counterpart that one of us are? Tetsu asked. No, Mr. Tetsu. Nezu said. My own counterpart, Riptor, appeared to be one of villainous intent as well. If there is one of us here who has had a villain counterpart, it would be Monoma, who was currently sweating and internally panicking at the revelation, grew more relaxed at the knowledge of Nezu's similar predicament. Rainbow Dash. Multiversal counterpart, Katsuki 𝐵𝐵. What? The group once again yelled in shock, whirling their heads towards 𝐵𝐵. The hell? 𝐵𝐵 yelled. I'm a chick. Well, it is possible. Deku said. If we are talking about the multiverse, they are normally an infinite amount of possibilities that can occur in each one, so it isn't unlikely that some of our counterparts can be those of the opposite gender. While 𝐵𝐵 chased after Deku for daring to justify this CRP, Kyuka mentally imagined what a female Izuku would look like, the mental image causing Kyuka to blush and wipe her nose from the nosebleed. Monoma proceeded to laugh as well, drawing the explosive teen's attention. Bahaha. My, what a truly hilarious twist of a fate that has been woven. You mock me for the actions of my other, independent self, yet are the very same bright, girly pony you ridiculed. How humorous. Bahaha. The students deadpanned at Monoma's ranting laughter. Heh, now I see the similarities. They all, individually, thought. Multiple comical tick marks appeared over 𝐵𝐵's head, steam coming out of his burning red ears and shot forwards to blast the weaselly member of Class 1B into smithereens. He was luckily restrained by Eraserhead, while Itsuka sighed and chopped Monoma unconscious. While Eraserhead proceeded to calm the explosive teen down, Nezu likewise looked at Monoma's unconscious body, frowning at the rather dark train of thought that his mind was on. They waited for the blonde copycat to wake up before continuing with the video. The fight began with Starscream, in jet form, flying in before landing in a field, trees, houses, and a lake around him. He transformed, the signature transforming noise playing, as he landed in robot form. Who dares challenge the mighty 𝐻𝐻𝐿? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 called out arrogantly. As if Monoma's annoying voice could get any more painful to my ears. Setsuna groaned. Chuckles and snickers from the students of both classes sounded as Monoma gritted his teeth in anger, the threat of her enlarged hand to his neck the only thing keeping him quiet. Well, that and wanting to see his counterpart annihilate and humiliate that Class 1A upstart. The screen shifted to the sun where a figure flew towards him, their body shadowed by the light of the sun. In a thunderous crash, Rainbow Dash landed before the weaselly Decepticon. "Hi there." Rainbow Dash greeted 𝐻𝐻𝐿. "Oh boy, here we go," Kaminari said, already expecting his gut to explode in laughter. "This should be entertaining." Ryukyu chuckled. "Fight." 𝐻𝐻𝐿 laughed evilly and arrogantly, his arms resting by his side, unguarded. "A pony?" 𝐻𝐻𝐿 questioned. "I'll crush you in an instant. Prepare to be annihilated." "You talk a lot," Rainbow Dash plainly said before super speeding away, a trail of rainbow light left in her wake. "Yes he does," Awase said. "We've been thinking about getting a muzzle for him to help with that. At least to our ears." Cue laughter, chuckles, and red-faced, angry Monoma. Rainbow Dash proceeded to attack 𝐻𝐻𝐿, slamming past him multiple times, using her super speed to around and attack him on all sides. He underestimated his opponent and left his guard open for an opponent as fast as her attack. Vlad King said, "Remember kids, never underestimate your opponent and always stay on guard." Rainbow Dash stopped behind 𝐻𝐻𝐿, slamming her rear hooves into his leg, ineffectively. "Wait, is she even doing anything to him?" 𝐒𝐿𝐲 questioned. "She's super fast and all that, but can a pony even dent that large robot?" She was in fact damaging him when she struck him multiple times while flying around. Jirota said. She used her momentum from her speed to power her attacks when she would collide with 𝐻𝐻𝐿, as evident of 𝐻𝐻𝐿's body being moved. The only reason those last attack didn't work were that she was not moving and power her attacks with her momentum. Rainbow Dash proceeded to fly but not before 𝐻𝐻𝐿 would swat the winged pony away. "That's it. Monoma, I mean," 𝐻𝐻𝐿 yelled. "I am going to kill you. Tag. You're it." Rainbow Dash said as he sped to 𝐻𝐻𝐿's face, tagged his face with her hoof and flew away to the sky. 𝐂𝐸𝐲 𝐻𝐻𝐿 roared as he morphed into his jet form and flew in pursuit of the winged pony. The group laughed, Bakugo practically wheezing while Monoma growled, his teeth grinding so hard it was a wonder they didn't break. "Oh, I am really starting to like that pony chick," 𝐬𝐞 said. "She's got spunk." "Ditto, sister." Setsuna agreed with 𝐬𝐞. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 chased after Rainbow Dash in the sky, his Vulcan Gatling gun firing rounds of bullets at the Pegasus pony, who dodged and swerved. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 swayed to firing multiple missiles, the winged, blue pony likewise dodging the missiles as they sailed past her. "Impressive speed and agility while in the air," Momo said. "Seems she and you are quite alike, Bakugo." Bakugo smirked in satisfaction at his counterpart effortlessly dodging all of 𝐻𝐻𝐿's weapons. The screen showed 𝐻𝐻𝐿's point of view, that being a red-tinted targeting system with green word processing his objectives and target. Such objectives, to the audience's amusement, included destroy happiness in progress and defeat Megatron. "All right," 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said as his targeting system locked onto Rainbow Dash, the green locks turning red as they locked on. "Don't move." And Rainbow Dash dashed away from his sight, the targeting system saying target lost, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 wailing in anger blast it. Rainbow Dash suddenly appeared in front of him, wagging her tongue on his visor mockingly. What the Rainbow Dash appeared on his other side and mockingly stretched her face in a goofy smile before appearing upside down in his visor blowing him a raspberry. "What are you doing? Stop that." Eri and Kuta laughed and giggled at the adorable faces from Rainbow Dash, Mirio and Izuku nodding to remember to do that later for them. "Ahahaha." Kaminari laughed. "Oh god, I feel like I busted a gut." "Me too." Mineta agreed laughing. The ball on that female Bakugo. I'm surprised that you are not even fazed by that actually. Kaminari said. I thought you would be slobbering over another girl. First of all, you know, I'm not a weirdo furry, even I have my standards. Mineta said. And secondly, that's still Bakugo. Wait. You have standards? Zero questioned, both he and Kaminari immediately laughing. Ugh, I hate you guys. Mineta grumbled. The video swayed from Starscream's targeting system to Rainbow Dash on top of Starscream's body. You are not really good at this game, are you? Rainbow Dash asked as she jumped off and flew away. Of course he would be bad. Sen said. I mean, do they even have tag on Cyber whatever their planet is called? I don't think they were in the mood to play anything with that war they were fighting. Kamakiri responded. Starscream teetered from Rainbow Dash jump from his body but continued to follow the Pegasus, following her into the clouds. Starscream slowed down and shifted back into his robot form, hovering in the air while he looked for the pony. Where are you? Starscream called out. Show yourself. Rainbow Dash obliged by dragging a large, black cloud and placing it over Starscream, the evil robot yelling hey. Rainbow Dash then kicked the cloud with her rear hooves, Starscream wailing in pain as he was pelted and shocked by lightning from the cloud. She made Starscream follow her into an area to her advantage with little visibility and her optimal for her weather manipulating abilities. Midnight said. Smart of her. She also made sure to get him following her by harshing his mellow with all those taunts. MIC said. Starscream fell out of the dark cloud and crashed onto the ground. Rainbow Dash landed and walked towards the downed, not moving Decepticon. She hummed in curiousness as she looked at his large gun, which glowed in purple light before firing and blasting her. Oh no! Eri yelled worried. Starscream remained motionless to let Rainbow Dash let her guard down, leaving her open for an unexpected attack. Todoroki said. Cheap shot. Kirishima yelled. Get up and fight like a man. Rainbow Dash landed a few meters away, her eyes two comical swirls. Starscream got up laughing evilly. Rainbow Dash herself got back up and shook herself off from the attack. Wait, that was his 𝐵, right? Kaminari pointed out. So, she didn't die from that because the 𝐵 only destroys things powered by electricity, right? Kyuka tapped her nose, signaling he was correct. Yes. Kaminari said. I am learning. Now that sounds like a sign of the apocalypse. Bakugo said plainly as that caused more laughter from the group, while Kaminari slumped in comical depression. All right. Rainbow Dash huffed. It is on. Rainbow Dash sped towards and past Starscream, flying around the robot in a circle till a tornado materialized and enveloped the traitorous henchman. Starscream yelled as he spun around the tornado, attempting to recover. He quickly morphed into his jet form, attempting to keep himself stable, but quickly proved to be an illogical move as one of his wings was suddenly blasted off. What happened? Uraraka asked. Starscream tried to stabilize himself inside the tornado by transforming into his jet form. Mai answered. However, due to the wind speed and pressure of that tornado, the wing couldn't take the pressure and snapped off. Instead of stabilizing, he could have flown with the wind speed to try and escape it. Melissa said. It would have been risky, but a better option than trying to stabilize a jet inside a freaking tornado. Starscream flew out of the tornado, morphed back into his robot form, and crashed into the ground. Rainbow Dash quickly galloped over to finish the job, but not before Starscream scrambled up, one his wings missing, and pleaded, wait. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. Rainbow Dash skid to a halt as Starscream begged. I'll join the herd. I'll be a good Decepticon from now on. Please. Just let me go. Meanwhile, Starscream groveled. His targeting system was locking onto Rainbow Dash. He's trying to weasel his way out of it. Pixie Bob said. Pathetic. Stop listening to that BS and just kill him, other girl me. Bakugo roared out. Well, I don't know. Rainbow Dash said as Starscream locked onto her. I know I should love and tolerate, But wait, multiple lock-ons appeared all around the Pegasus pony. What's that? Starscream's shoulders opened up to reveal a multitude of missiles. Die! Starscream fired the missiles at Rainbow Dash. Oh my gosh! Rainbow Dash yelped as she flew away, the missiles following her. She zigged and zagged, yet the missiles kept on her. Rainbow Dash flew into the clouds, the missiles following too. A few moments passed in silence, Starscream waiting as he crossed his arms and feet started tapping the ground impatiently. Why is nothing happening? Kamakiri said. It's getting boring. She could still be dodging the missiles. Shindo suggested. I don't know, but watching evil robot Monoma look so impatient is actually a little funny. Honinuki chuckled. Suddenly, Rainbow Dash zoomed out of the clouds, the barrage of missiles following after her. Rainbow flew toward Starscream, the Mach cone around her, becoming more narrower, until Rainbow Dash zoomed in a burst forward, the rainboom exploding behind her. Rainboom! Eri cheered, giggling. Rainbow Dash zoomed past Starscream's legs, the Decepticon looking back at where the pony flew off, before quickly looking forwards as the barrage of missiles collided onto himself. She used the rainboom to go so fast to disorient Starscream and have the missiles hit him instead. Ryukyu noted. As Starscream was blasted into the air, Rainbow Dash crashed into him and the two veered off-screen, an explosion of blue light occurring as pieces of Starscream flew out back on screen. The Rainbow Dash voters cheered in victory while those who voted for Starscream groaned. Bakugo laughed in victory while Monoma looked both horrified and in disbelief. Mai and Melissa's eyes twitched as they saw a marvel of engineering and technology in pieces. Rainbow Dash landed where Starscream's destroyed chest and head was. Oh yeah! That was awesome! Rainbow Dash said. Why you haven't won? Starscream's voice said as a blue ball of energy floated out of Starscream's chest. Whoa, hold on. Oace said. The fight's not over, yet. It's his indestructible ghost spark. Endeavor said. I knew that thing was going to appear. With his spark being indestructible, he can't actually die. Melissa said. Monoma was about to laugh in victory until, I'm invincible. Starscream continued taunting. My spark lives. You can never defeat Rainbow Dash ate the spark and gulped as she swallowed it. She looked at the screen with a blank stare. K.O. silence was all that could be heard in the room, jaws wide and eyebrows raised in sheer surprise and shock. Until one person snickered and, in a chain reaction, silence was broken by a chorus of roaring laughter and groans of defeat. Monoma gawked in horror and disbelief while Bakugo laughed like a demon from hell, releasing mini-explosions in victory. Endeavor's eye twitched on his shocked face, people scooting away as much as possible as they felt the heat around him rising. All Might comforted his friend at his lost prediction and the destruction at the robotic lifeform. Forget all doubt, that pony is a monster. Boomstick shouted. Hell yeah I am. Bakugo roared. Whether I am an alien super warrior or girly pony, I am the best. Should we remind him that his counterparts has lost more times than he has won? Soto asked. Nah, let him have this. Kirishima responded. If he goes too far, we can always spray him with a hose or something. Rainbow's speed and agility were more than a match for the clumsy Starscream. We said. And it doesn't help that his aim is even worse than a stormtrooper's. Were stormtroopers those guys in white armor in that Luke Skywalker world? Toru asked. Yep. Melissa said. The same ones that Luke easily defeated with that lightsaber of his. I can't wait to build those babies. Mai yelled in excitement. Not so fast, Hatsume. Power Loader said. We will discuss you two working on those things later. Mai and Melissa slumped in defeat. Not to mention the null ray is designed to electronics, not living ponies. We said. Kaminari sighed in relief. She just ate a transformer. Boomstick yelled in disbelief. Yes. We said. And while Rainbow might experience some mild indigestion, Starscream's not going anywhere anytime soon. So technically Rainbow Dash still killed Starscream, but rather his body and not his soul. All Might said. A technical victory. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said. Additionally, 𝐔𝐬𝐚 cannot possess rainbow due to her biological physiology and is trapped in her body until she discards him. Well, she put the pound in pony. Boomstick quipped. Hee, that's actually clever. Kinoko said. No, don't give him that. Setsuna groaned. I got my catchphrase. Pony yelled in joy. You just got ponied. Setsuna and Kinoko stared at the cheery American in deadpan silence. See what you did? Setsuna asked accusingly. Sorry. Kinoko apologized. The winner is Rainbow Dash. Wiz announced. Rounds of applause, both cheeringly and half-hearted sound, with some added Bakugo taunts and Monoma swearing vengeance for this humiliation. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick said. The group grew silent as the video played triumphant music as a figure walked out through the smoke of a crashed ship. The figure walked out wearing a bulky green and black suit of armor, a green helmet with a yellow visor and a large gun in his hands. The students felt a wave of awe and inspiration as they looked upon the large, armored man. Hell, even the heroes felt this similar sensation from the man. Suddenly the screen was enveloped in flames, loud and rocking heavy metal music playing as out of the flames another figure walked out. This figure too wore a green suit of armor and a large gun, this one's armor however more round, form-fitting, and his helmet round with a black visor. The students' hairs stood up on ends as this green-armored man's presence sent shivers, some of awe and some of terror, up their spines. MSTR Chief vs Doomguy. As Bakugo was held back from rushing over to Mai and threatening her to play the next video, 𝐻𝐻 was pondering over the recent fight. Curious that one of our students' counterparts is one of villainous intent. 𝐻𝐻 thought over. Obviously, it can be excused with my counterpart too one of villainous intent and or affiliation. Likewise, Izuku's counterpart of Kratos can also be classified under the same point of view, and Endeavor and All Might's counterparts to Ars and Zeus too. However, I wonder. 𝐻𝐻 looked over to Monoma, the blonde student still hissing and silently cursing, staring at the members of Class 1A with hatred and jealousy. Will there be more of our students who will be compared to villains, or is there more to this comparison than what meets the eye? As 𝐻𝐻 continued to ponder over the circumstances, Mai pressed the play button to the next video. Third POV. As Mai pressed play, the video began with the same rocking music, now playing over images of flying spaceships, horrifying aliens, and monstrous demons. 8,000 years from now, when monsters from hell below and aliens from above all come to ravage us to extinction, our final hope will inevitably fall to one lone space marine. Wiz began. Like the MSTR Chief, Badass 101. Boomstick introduced the first fighter. And Doomguy, the bane of hell itself. Wiz introduced the latter. They both look so cool. Kuta awed the two with stars in his eyes. It looks like this fight is going to be a straightforward gunfight. Awase noted. Here's Wiz and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick introduced themselves and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Wiz finished the intro. The first combatant was sent shivers down the spines of the group, along with the Gregorian music chanting in the background. He was a man, tall and large, wearing a bulky set of armor, the armored plates colored moss green and the rest of the armor as a black exosuit. The man's face was always covered by a green helmet with a yellow visor. Overall, the man in front of their eyes was shaped like a brick house and his mere presence was incredibly intimidating. The guys, especially Bakugo, were shaking in excitement and looked at the new fighter in awe, already knowing that this guy was super strong. The girls were intrigued by his physique and the very aura that just screamed masculine and powerful, with Mai and Melissa practically drooling over the armor that the soldier wielded. The pros were intrigued, sensing and figuring out from the way the man walked and carried himself that he was a clear, experienced, and seasoned veteran. MSTR Chief. In the distant future, humanity set out among the stars and colonized the system they called home. Wiz began. From Earth's own moon to the moons of Jupiter, humanity thrived. Until typical sci-fi nonsense came to wreck the whole thing. Boomstick said. From alien invasions, alien zombie invasions, and even rebelling cells of humanity, war and carnage brewed for years and years. The group watched images of multiple aliens like hairy ape-like aliens with large hammers, reptilian-like alien with armor and glowing swords, and creepy, disgusting bugs, along with multiple scenes of destruction and carnage. The students shivered and gaped in horror at the massive levels of carnage and destruction that, even with encounters with deadly villains, they have never witnessed. The pros flinched and grit their teeth in anger over the loss of what appeared to be thousands if not millions of lives. And to combat these wars and rivaling alien factions, the United Earth government reinstated a super soldier training program known as the Orion Project and later the Spartan II Project, creating a new batch of superhuman soldiers referred to as Spartans. Was revealed. So the future government decided the best way to fight these aliens and rebels were to make super soldiers. Ojiro asked. Kind of would need a lot for that to work against 3 armies worth of aliens, right? Well, that sounds cool. Boomstick said. Oh wait, no, these soldiers were kidnapped kids that they experimented on. Why does every government have to be shady and messed up? What? The group yelled in horrified shock. That's horrible. Pony said. Why would they do something like that? War and chaos causes for values often taken for granted, such as morality and human decency, to be forgotten or ignored for the sake of the greater good, as many of these people would say. Vlad King explained. They perhaps felt like there was no choice but to use this program. But why kidnap little kids? Mount Lady asked further. This program could be a more shady, more controlling version of our own hero schools, training and perhaps augmenting promising candidates and train them from such a young age to instill a sense of loyalty to their government and leaders. Nezu explained, frowning at the memories of his own experimentation. And one of these abducted children would come to be known as MSTR Chief. Wiz continued. At the young age of 6, John 117 was abducted by the UNSC to be part of the Spartan II program. The worst daycare ever. Boomstick added. And to make things more messed up, they made a flash clone of him to replace him so that his family would not even notice, a clone that would purposefully die in a few months. Dark. Okay, that is even more messed up. Kamakiri said. Spartan 2 augmentations 15x stronger skeleton muscle increase 300% increased reflexes better eyesight and perception boosted tissue growth lactase recovery decrease heightened memory, intelligence, and creativity. At 14, he underwent the program's augmentation procedures, dramatically increasing his strength, speed, vision, intelligence, and reflexes. Wiz explained. When he was done, his bones were nearly indestructible and he could beat up and kill way more experienced Marines. Boomstick added. At 14. Man, that's one harsh PBRTY. Incredible. Momo gasped out. For the bones to be 15 times stronger than normal, they would practically be made of steel. Upon reaching the rank of MSTR Chief Petty Officer, John began a 30-year campaign leading the Spartans against 3 different threats. Wiz continued. The rebellious insurrection, the alien covenant, and the parasitic flood. 30 years. Midnight whistled impressed. If you count your 5 years in America, this chief guy has been at war as long as you've been a hero, All Might. Indeed. All Might agreed. To suffer and survive the horrors of war, against 3 separate forces, for 30 years is unbelievably impressive. I know they are enemies, but those Covenant guys look so cool. Mina said, eyes alight in amazement. I like those armored reptile ones. They look so intimidating and awesome. Of course you would like seeing these aliens, Miss Alien Queen. Kyuka snickered. Eri whimpered at the sight of the flood and hid under Izuku and Mirio. Mark 6 Mjolnir armor brain-linked reactive circuits force-multiplying circuits titanium alloy plating heat-resistant motion tracker 5-second regenerating energy shields weight 1,000 pounds. As a Spartan, he wears the Mark 6 Mjolnir armor. Wiz revealed. This technological marvel links directly to John's brain, so his actions are controlled by thought before movement. Amazing! Mai yelled. To have that level of cognitive response must have required some seriously fast processing babies. Maybe that helmet has wires that attach to his head or wires connected to his brain. Or perhaps they implanted a chip into his brain that sends the signals to the suit simultaneously. Melissa proposed. As the two inventors discussed, Uraraka asked, but why is it called 𝐒𝐻𝐽 armor? What's 𝐒𝐻𝐽? 𝐒𝐻𝐽 is the name of the weapon belonging to the Norse mythological god of thunder and battle, Thor. Ida answered. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 is the name of his hammer that was so strong that it could kill giants in a single strike. Perhaps the name is in metaphor of armor, strong enough to strike down giants. Or it could be because of the weight. Izuku jumped in. The stats say that the suit is over 10 tons and 𝐻𝐽 was said to be so heavy that only the strength of a god like Thor could lift it. Simultaneously, the suit multiples the chief's already enhanced physical capabilities. Wiz added. The suit weighs half a freaking ton, yet the guy still jumps around like he's on the moon. Boomstick jumped in. The only downside is that he can't remove the suit on his own. Hope he has a portable toilet in there. Yeah, that must 𝐂𝐿. Honinuki cringed. Still, it is rather impressive of his skill and strength to perform such acrobatic and leaping skill while wearing such heavy armor. Jirota said. Those super soldier augmentations must pack one hell of punch. The helmet's heads-up display includes a motion tracker with an 8-foot radius, a communicator, and the suit itself projects a recharging energy shield. Wiz continued. The suit also houses and has access to John's partner, an artificial intelligence created by the UNSC known as Cortana. Is she naked? Boomstick yelled at the image of the female, blue-colored eyes hollow body. Man, those UNSC guys are not only child kidnappers but also perverts. Mineta, Kaminari, and even Kossi and Awase drooled over the sight of the female AI. Witnessing this, Itsuka's sweat dropped and said, never would have thought to see them drool over an artificial intelligence. Kyuka sighed annoyed. I don't even the strength to punish them. Disgusting. Momo agreed and added. Sidearms M60 Magnum ammo, 12. 7mm range, 400 feet scope, 2x M7 submachine gun ammo, 5mm range, 155 feet M9 frag grenade kill radius, 16 feet. But moving on from possibly naked AIS, the chief's first sidearm is the M60 Magnum. Boomstick continued, showing images of the weapon. This scoped, high-powered pistol uses 12. 7mm armor-piercing rounds with the precision accuracy of over 400 feet. I don't care what kind of armor you're wearing, 3 headshots from this baby and you're done. Now that's what I call a grade A beauty. Snipe whistled in approval. I wouldn't mind having some of those. No offense. But with that kind of firepower, you might end up severing limbs by accident if you hit someone. Cementos cautioned. His other sidearms include the 5mm ammo-shooting SMG and frag grenades. Wiz added. Standard firearms MA5C assault rifle ammo, 7, 62mm rate of fire, 650 revolutions per minute rounds per minute BA-55KB SR battle rifle ammo, 9, 5mm range, 3,100 feet M90 shotgun. Type, pumped spread, 15 pellets ammo, Soulcraft 8-gauge shells. His standard firearms include the rapid-fire assault rifle, the more precise battle rifle, and the M90 shotgun, a pump-action death dealer that uses Soulcraft 8-gauge shells. Boomstick further listed. Which are so impossibly dangerous, they've been banned worldwide to the point of near extinction. Wiz revealed. They sure are. Fatgum said. I've had my fair share of taking down dragon weapon gangs that tried to sell of dangerous weapons like those, and those bullets left even my guts sore afterwards. Bakugo and Kamakiri grinned like maniacs at the high caliber of death that the chief had. But even that's not enough killing power for the MSTR chief. Boomstick said. There's more. Soto yelled. Heavy weaponry M41 rocket launcher ammo, 102 heat charge rocket scope, 2 XSS-990S2 AM sniper rifle ammo, 14. 5mm fin-stabilized range, 75-45. 9 feet night vision mode M6 Spartan laser shot limit. 5 John 117's most powerful weapon, the M41 rocket launcher holds 2 rockets at once. Boomstick listed, showing images a large rocket launcher, a sniper rifle, and a weird-looking portable cannon. And his sniper rifle was designed for killing giant alien infantry from long distances. The shells can pierce tank armor or rip people in half. And then there's the Chief's killer app, the Spartan Laser. With a 3-second charge and a 5-shot limit, it does have its faults. Wiz explained. But think of it kind of like a more deadly laser pointer. Boomstick jumped in. Just point at something and blow it up into oblivion. The screen showed an image of Chief aiming the large laser cannon at one alien, the weapon charging up, before firing a beam of red energy, practically vaporizing the poor alien victim into nothing. Jaws dropped at the heavy weaponry of the Chief, especially the tank armor-piercing sniper and the Spartan laser. Bakugo gaped in pure awe and shock. He was practically reaching out towards the gun, muttering, "Gimme." MSTR Chief can only carry 2 or 3 weapons at a time, Wiz revealed. However, he seems to possess extraordinary luck and can usually find exactly the weapon he needs somewhere nearby. He finds more weapons on the ground than you can find change on a sidewalk. Boomstick joked. Or used gum under a school table. Bubble gum. Disgusting info aside, it seems like only being able to wield 2 or 3 weapons will be a disadvantage for the fight. Itsuka noted. Unless he finds more weapons during the fight with such luck. Yui responded. He could easily use up a weapon and then toss it aside for another weapon lying around. Special equipment: overshield, active camouflage, radar jammer, regenerator, deployable cover, power drain, bubble shield. He can also use special equipment in the field. Wiz continued. The overshield triples the strength of his armor's shields, and the active camouflage will cover him in an aura of light-bending energy, creating the illusion of invisibility. So he has levels of durability that rival or surpass that of Kirishima and Tetsu, while also possessing a cloaking device that makes him almost as invisible as 𝐒𝐻𝐵. Izuku muttered as he wrote down notes in his notebook. Unless the overshield has a time limit, the only way to actually deal damage to him would be to wait out and chip his shield or use highly explosive or powerful weapons. As for his invisibility, it seems to shut off when he fires, which would make sense as it is only an illusion that covers mutter. 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 The group's sweat dropped and rolled their eyes at the antics of the green bean. If he keep this up, he's going to run out of pages in that notebook. Soto said. No, he won't. Mirio said as he opened Izuku's backpack that held a multitude of extra notebooks. He came prepared. Classic Midobro. Kirishima chuckled amused. Melissa giggled, smiled, and blushed, finding the sound of his muttering cute while showing off his incredible and analytical mind that she finds rather attractive. She soon noticed the same reaction from the rest of the 1A girls, Mai, Nejaya, and even Setsuna from 1B. She frowned in jealousy, intending to get to the bottom of this. And why she feels so bothered by their stares towards Izuku. After finally snapping Izuku from his muttering, much to his embarrassment and their amusement, they continued. Plus, the bubble shield is a portable force field that protects the Chief from all projectiles. Boomstick added. Though people and vehicles can go right through it. How the hell does that work? Must be a form of phasing technology programmed to allow anything with a signature similar to a human to pass through it, and it probably is unable to stop the speed and momentum of a moving vehicle. David said. That technology is truly ingenious, as expected of the future. I could think of so many uses for it. You might want to wait for your engineering suspension to be over first, Dave. All Might reminded his best friend. Oh yeah, right. David chuckled, shame returning at the memory of the Island event. Forgot about that. All Might placed a hand on his friend's shoulder and gave him an encouraging and supportive smile, one which David returned with one of happiness and gratitude. But even that's not the last of MSTR Chief's vast arsenal. Wiz revealed. Seriously? Setsuna yelled. What else can this man have? Sangheili weaponry type 25 plasma pistol type 25 plasma rifle type 51 carbines type 1 plasma grenade kill radius 13 feet sticks to targets type 1 energy sword length 4 15 feet weight 5 2 pounds. When the elites, a Saurian race of strong, proud and intelligent warriors, allied themselves with the UNSC during the Human Covenant War after their betrayal by the corrupt Covenant leaders during the Great Schism, the two sides traded some of their weaponry, giving John access to plasma pistols, plasma rifles, and the Type 51 carbines was explained, showing the images of spiky, alien-looking weapons shooting lasers. Yes. Mina cheered. I knew those reptiles dudes were cool. They even decided to team up with us. That's so awesome. Rather manly of both of them to accept each other after so much fighting and war. Kirishima praised. What's the saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tokoyami sagely said. Well, this frenemy seems to give Chief more plasma-based weaponry. Monoma said. Weapons that should obviously fare better than regular bullets would. Not to mention my favorites, the sticky plasma grenades and the lethal energy sword. Boomstick revealed, showing Chief throwing a blue orb sticking and exploding on alien enemies and a weird yet cool sword made out of energy with a sideways handle. Bakugo grinned at the sight of the sticky plasma grenades, laughing at the unfortunate fate of that one tiny alien that was running around getting blown up. Amazing! Mai gaped in starry eyes at the energy sword. The Type 1 energy sword is one of the few weapons John has yet to MSTR. Wiz explained. It features two 4-feet energy blades that can actually block bullets. It seems to work or function similarly to the lightsabers. Melissa noted. And I'm guessing their unique handle was fitted mostly for the elites. Makes sense why this chief is inexperienced with the energy sword. Endeavor spoke. They are weapons mostly used by these elites, and as such he has had less time and proper training and handling of the weapon. Seems like he's doing well so far. Maruko said. Really? Boomstick questioned. Man, that would have been useful other times. But what always stumps me about this awesome-looking sword is why the hell does it require ammo? It's a sword. Seriously? Bakugo yelled. What kind of bullshit is this? A sword made of energy, Boomstick. Wiz reminded his co-host. Energy that is powered by its ammo. Bakugo grumbled and settled down muttering, fine, whatever. Ugh, fine whatever. Boomstick grunted. Bet you months worth of deserts that Boomstick is Bakugo's counterpart. Mineta whispered to Kaminari. You're on. Kaminari fist-bumped the purple perv. Background height, 7 feet 0 inches with armor weight, 1,287 pounds with armor. UNSC Marine Spartan I defeated 3 armies, destroyed Halo 04 and the Arc Super Soldier. Top speed, 50+ miles per hour. While his indoctrination and abduction were highly unethical, the MSTR chief has consistently proven to accomplish the impossible and bring pain to the alien covenant. Wiz continued. He's an expert in combat strategy, can run 50 miles an hour, has defeated 3 entirely different armies multiple times, destroyed an entire armada single-handedly, and destroyed the Halo 04, a large ring-shaped satellite with enough firepower to destroy an entire galaxy, and such prevented galactic genocide. Twice. Jaws dropped left and right at the mention of his feats. He didn't just saved mankind, he practically saved an entire galaxy. Ryukyu gasped in awe. And one time, he fell from orbit, holding onto nothing but a flimsy piece of metal, landing without a scratch, and was up kicking alien but just a few minutes later. Boomstick revealed. And, what I consider to be my all-time most favorite scene and show of badassery, the chief dragged a heavy as SHT bomb that was capable of destroying an entire starship, tossed it and himself out into space and directed it through explosions and space war before detonating it and launching himself away as the entire ship blew up in a blaze of glory and landing onto an ally ship safe and sound. Why? Because he can. If the group's jaws could drop any further, their jaws would snap. Kirishima and Tetsu gave each a one-armed hug, fist-bumped, and shed a single shining tear whispering manly. To humanity, he is a savior and a hero, but to the aliens, he is a demon. Wiz finished. Deku and All Might smiled and agreed that man is nothing short of a real hero. MSTR Chief, Hood spoke. You mind telling me what you're doing on that ship? Sir, Chief responded. Finishing this fight. The group thought over how they felt about MSTR Chief, and their thoughts over him were clearly positive. The guys were practically ready to bow down to the alpha male, Bakugo grinning and inching to try and fight Chief, and Deku wondering if he could spar with the super soldier. The girls gave nods of respect of John's achievements, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 inching to want to spar with the green-armored warrior. Mai and Melissa were approached by a slobbering Mineta, who was begging for them to make him his own version of Cortana. Their response was a kick from the two that sent the BLD-nosed Mineta flying like a football. The pros too respected the warrior's strength and feats, yet felt pity for the man's past as a kidnapped child soldier. All Might smiled and sighed at peace that this world had its own hero, and what he would could a symbol of valor, defending humanity and making peace with their alien neighbors. The next fighter shown once more sent shivers down the group's body, except where Chief's inspired more awe and intimidation, this guy was more from fear. The man was tall and incredibly muscular, wearing a suit of armor, colored green much like Chief. However, his muscular arms were left exposed, his chest armor was more encompassing than John's armor, silver boots covered his feet, his hands covered in black gloves, and his roundish, yellow visor helmet was either light gray or moss green. The group saw an image of him standing atop of a hill of monstrous corpses, firing onto a horde of demonic monsters. Seeing such a sight made Bakugu's eyes wide in mad eagerness. Sensing how things were going to take a turn for the worst, Izuku and Mirio nodded in silent agreement, Mirio turning to the two kids saying, "Hey, Kuta, maybe we should head back to the dorms." "Oh, no," Kuta protested. "I want to see more fights. I can take it." While Eri whimpered in fear of the demons, many of them to her morphing into the similar face of Kai Chisaki, she turned to Mirio and Deku and asked, "Please." Izuku and Mirio looked at each before sighing in defeat. Izuku said, "Okay. We won't go back to the dorms yet till we are done with the videos for today. But I still don't think you guys are ready for this one, so how about we go outside and play for a while, okay?" A few seconds later of pouting from Kuta and pondering from Eri, the two kids nodded in agreement. "Hey, Midoriya, see, can we maybe play some C-catch?" Kuta asked, nervously twiddling his fingers. Izuku smiled brightly and said, "Of course we can." Kuta smiled brightly too before jumping out of his mini-seat and running to the door of the gym, Mirio and Eri right behind him. Izuku turned to Momo only to be presented with a pair of baseball mitts and a baseball by the raven-haired teenager. "I assume you wanted to ask for this?" Momo asked teasingly. "Thanks a lot, Momo." Izuku thanked the creation teen, flashing a supernova smile. "You're a lifesaver." "No problem, Izuku." Momo blushed. "Hey Melissa, can you perhaps write down the stuff for Doomguy while I'm outside?" Izuku asked, handing to Melissa his notebook. "Sure can do, Izuku." Melissa smiled, blushing and smiling brightly at being trusted by Izuku with so important to him. "Thanks so much," Izuku said as he quickly ran out to join the three, leaving behind a smiling group that looked to the teen with either pride or amusement, or both. "The boy is really coming along splendidly, Hitoshinori," Gran Torino asked with a smile. "He sure is." All Might smiled proudly. Mandalay smiled from above at seeing Kuta's smile and joy at his request. She also smiled appreciably at Izuku, who was clearly becoming a father figure to the boy. "Oh, what's with that smile of Midoriya, Shino?" Pixie Bob asked, her teasing smile wide. "Don't tell me you are interested in the kid." Mandalay blushed red hot. "Ryuko," she yelled whisperedly. "Calm down." Pixie Bob chuckled. "I get it. The kid's like a father to Kuta, which I'm happy to see too. It's only natural that Kuta's new papa needs a new mama too. But don't forget, I called dibs on him first." Mandalay had to use every fiber of her body to keep herself from strangling her teammate to death. And fight down her blush. Doomguy, the original, butt-kicking, demon-slaying, first-person badass, and one of my personal heroes, Doomguy. Boomstick introduced excitingly. Background: real name, Corporal Flynn Taggart alias, Hellwalker, Doomguy, Doomslayer, Hellwalker, the Beast height, 6 feet 2 inches weight, 230 pounds U.S. Space Marine Captain Catholic Ibora eyes rose in surprise, prefers a run-and-gun strategy, can dodge plasma shots, top speed, 57 miles per hour, owns a pet rabbit named Daisy. The group chuckled at that. After disobeying his commanding officer to fire on unarmed civilians, and beating him to death, Corporal Flynn Taggart, the Doomguy, was dishonorably discharged from the Marines and sent to the UAC military base on the Mars moon of Phobos as security. Wiz revealed. What a shitty reward for being a decent guy. Boomstick commented. Guess he learned his lesson later on. That was what I was gonna say. Bakugu roared. Doomguy's life would take a drastic turn on the desolate moon, which just so happened to house a magical gateway to the bloody bowels of hell. Wiz continued. Mexico. Boomstick groaned out in terror. No. Wiz sighed in annoyance. Actual hell. What? Ibora screeched, rapidly praying in fervor that such a thing as a portal to hell would never be discovered. And when hell and all its monstrous demons tried to kill everybody, Doomguy killed them guy. Boomstick said. So while MSTR Chief is an alien killing machine, Doomguy kills demons instead. Nejaya said. Ibora eyes widened in awe and joy at Doomguy slaying demon, though immediately cringed and gagged at the violent, bloody images shown. Mega Armor 2x stronger than Security Armor non-regenerating energy shields max armor and shield charge is 200% experimental warp technological backpack. He wears the Mega Armor, a shielding combat suit almost twice as strong as typical security armor and can endure dozens of normally fatal plasma blasts. Wiz revealed. But what about those arms? Boomstick questioned. I mean, it's good eye candy for the ladies but kind of seems stupid when facing the demons of hell. The suit has an encompassing energy shield that, while non-regenerating, can protect his whole body and its max efficiency is incredibly durable. Wiz explained. It could be that with such a high amount of durability in its shields that he could have stronger defense than MSTR Chief. Ryukyu said. However, the fact that his shields cannot regenerate is also a problem against MSTR Chief, whose shields do regenerate. Endeavor replied. MSTR Chief could win his fight against Doomguy by chipping his shields down, or Doomguy would have to finish the Chief quickly before the shields regenerate. Anyways, he carries a huge arsenal of murder machines all at once. Boomstick yelled. Using a backpack with experimental warp technology, Doomguy is able to hold all his weapons simultaneously. Wiz explained. That put this guy's versatility at a higher rate than that Chief kid. Gran Torino said. While Chief would have to scavenge for his weapons, Doomguy can easily bring out the weapon of his choice and hunt him down quicker or overwhelm him quicker. Sidearms pistol ammo capacity, 200 bullets 𝐶𝐻. The great communicator Bakugu laughed hysterically. Gas-powered chain gun ammo, 5mm rate of fire, 525 revolutions per minute. Full auto disperse accuracy. I'm pretty sure his pistol uses the same tech, since he never has to reload. Boomstick exclaimed. That also means that Doomguy can easily put MSTR Chief into a corner by constantly firing on his position. Snipe said. And when things get tight, his chainsaw will rip and tear through anybody. Boomstick said. 𝐼𝐴. Not the chainsaw. Yes, the chainsaw. 𝐼𝐴. A silent, awkward pause followed. For a moment before he quickly finished with, and his chain gun mows down everything in seconds. Ahahaha. Miruko laughed. This guy may be perverted gun nut, but he sure is hilarious. Oddly, the chain gun uses the same 5mm ammunition as the handgun, and is relatively ineffective against strong body armor. Wiz noted. Well, that's stupid. Boomstick remarked. It's not stupid, it's complete bullshit. Bakugu roared. Who puts the sidearm ammo into a chain gun? Standard firearms shotgun pump action spread, 7 pellets range. Ridiculous Snickers came from the group Super Shotgun sawn-off and break open spread, 20 pellets plasma gun rocket launcher ammo capacity, 50 rockets rocket speed, 40 miles per hour. Luckily, Doomguy has his trusty pump action shotgun. Boomstick quickly continued. It holds 16 shells and fires 7 pellets a shot, with a spread range so ridiculous he doesn't even have to aim. Holy esity, that's some range. Kossi yelled. Is that shotgun or a sniper? Bakugu grinned in approval at such weapon of destruction. But apparently one overpowered shot tie isn't enough for this demon slayer. Boomstick continued. So Doomguy got himself a super shotgun, a heavy, double-barreled devastator that fires a huge spread of 20 pellets. Good luck dodging that, you stupid, fireball burping, floating, meatball. Ibora shivered in fear of said demonic meatball with a face, praying to never see such a monster in her life. Meanwhile, Bakugu's grin became wider at the more powerful shotgun. He also wields a plasma gun and a rapid-fire rocket launcher which can hold up to 50 rockets at once. Wiz revealed, "What the actual hell?" Boomstick remarked. "Who designs these things? And where can I get their number?" "I think Boomstick with that kind of weaponry would be literally hell on earth." Momo groaned out. "Now that's what I'm talking about." Bakugu yelled in excitement. "I think he's too into this." 𝐤𝐸 whispered to Kirishima. "Should we get the hose?" "Nah, not right now." Kirishima whispered back. "Plus I don't bring Kuta in to see this gory stuff." "But even that pales in comparison to Doomguy's ultimate weapon," Wiz stated. "It's the king of cannons, the Doomsday Bazooka that lays waste to everything." Boomstick proclaimed dramatically. "It's the Big Fing Gun 9000. The group watches Doomguy pick up a large gun, as advertised, that looked like a mix of a minigun cross with a plasma rifle. They then watched with jaw-dropping, wide-eyed expressions as it fires a large orb of green, destructive energy that completely obliterated a large demon. In one shot. Awesome! Mai yelled, her eyes alight in mad glee. "Down Hatsume!" Power Loader ordered. "Don't even get any bright ideas about making that. You and Melissa are barely getting approval for those lightsabers as it is." As Mai pouted, Bakugu's mouth watered and drooled, staring dreamy-eyed at the weapon, and oblivious to the hand waving in front of his face. "Yep, I think he's gone," Kirishima said. "All right, Kaminari, you're up." Kaminari sighed and rubbed his hands together as they sparked in electricity. "Clear!" he yelled as he placed them on Bakugu, shocking the explosive teen from his trance. "Why, you little spark plug?" Bakugu roared as he attempted to reach the explosive teen, only to get held back by half of one. Monoma scoffed. "Savages! At least, they are more fun and entertaining than your fanatic speeches." Shinsu grumbled. Monoma gritted his teeth, blushing in anger, a swift shot to the back of the head stopping him from speaking in retort. BFG 9000 plasma blasts slow-moving projectile huge blast radius can be charged obliterates everything. Crass name aside, the BFG fires enormous rounds of plasma. Wiz explained the hulking weapon. Upon impact the resulting detonation releases trace rays across a wide varying blast radius. This gun is strong enough to annihilate the gargantuan cyberdemon, one of the most formidable and powerful demons Flynn has faced, in a mere 2 or 3 shots. And the unprecedented range of its splash damage ensures no one is getting away unscathed. Boomstick then seemingly emmed in pleasure, his mouth sounding like it was practically salivating at the sight. While definitely impressive, did they have to name the weapon something so vulgar? Momo asked. "Wait a second, Boomstick, you're not going to believe this, but the BFG is not Doomguy's deadliest weapon." Wiz dropped the bombshell. "Yes," Boomstick yelled. "More." "What?" Bakugu yelled as he stopped his attempts to kill Kaminari, his full attention back to the screen. "Are they talking about a weapon or are they having secretary?" Mineta questioned. "Dude, can you not think about something perverted for at least a few minutes?" Kaminari groaned. "Nope." Mineta replied. Unmaker laser beams up to 3 simultaneous laser paralyzes demons. Demon tech in origin feeds on demonic auras deadly only to the demons of hell. Behold the Unmaker, a portable death ray which puts everything else to shame. Wiz revealed. The screen showed a large minigun, its handle demonic looking, its barrel BLD red, and surrounded by black bones like a ribcage. They then saw it fire 3 simultaneously red lasers that tore apart demons like a hot knife through butter. "Gimme!" Boomstick yelled. "Gimme! Gimme! Gimme!" Bakugu's mouth was drooling waterfalls once again, but he quickly noticed a sparking set of hands inching closer to him. "Don't even think about it, dunce head. There's just one catch," Wiz pointed out. "The Unmaker's beams are so powerful because they actually feed off the demonic energy of the target, which means it's basically useless against anything that isn't from hell. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫 𝐂𝐠𝐞𝐽𝐝. Well, that means it's going to be useless against Chief then. Midnight said. Unless he really is a demon like those Covenant guys call him. Damn it. Boomstick cursed. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter when you already have a backpack full of things to kill people with. Give me the BFG any day. Same. Miruko, Bakugu, and Kamakiri said. Now, Doom Guy isn't exactly a super soda, but his strength and speed are much greater than a normal man, due to the constant use of super serums and power-ups. Wiz said, showing Doom Guy punching a hole through a demon with his bare fists. To punch through someone, or something, with that much force means that his strength is powerful, or the demons, however unlikely, have very mushy insides and bodies. Melissa noted as she wrote down her words and thoughts into the notebook Izuku gave her. The girls looked at Melissa writing and almost mistook her for Izuku for a split second. Wow, no wonder Midori entrusted her to take note while he was away. Mina said. She's like a female Midori. I don't know whether to be attracted or jealous. Kyuka said. Power UPS Berserker Megasphere Radiation Shield Light Amplification Visor Partial Invisibility Invulnerability. The Berserker power-up completely heals him and increases his strength tenfold. Boomstick listed. And the invulnerability and partial invisibility power-ups do, well, exactly what you think they would. So he also shares similar power-ups to MSTR Chief. Ida noted. He can go partially invisible like MSTR Chief, and the invulnerability could easily match with the 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫 power-up. Doom Guy rarely relies on strategy, always preferring to mow down his enemies as fast as he can. Wiz said. It's more fun that way. Boomstick said, sounding like a madman. A rather stark contrast between MSTR Chief and Doom Guy. Momo said. This could lead to Doom Guy confusing and disorienting Chief, or Chief easily luring him to a trap. He's defeated the armies of Hell 5 separate times. Wiz revealed. He even walked knee-deep into Hell itself to avenge his pet rabbit, Daisy. The screen showed the severed spiked head of weird green rabbit with fluffy fur. Koda screamed in horror at dead rabbit head and started crying, only to be quickly comforted by the girls. He had a pet rabbit. Kaminari choked up as he held back his own laughter, immediately shutting up as the girls glared at him. But why is that rabbit green? Mineta asked. He can run up to 57 miles an hour, even outrunning his own rockets, and can spot invisible enemies. Wiz continued. He's the bane of Hell itself and will likely continue to slaughter all of Hell's minions for eternity. He's no normal man. Boomstick said. He's Doom Guy. Doom Guy fought a giant brain walking on robotic spider-like legs, punching it with his bare fists, before it collapsed and exploded in fire and BLD. The group pondered over their thoughts on the demon killer. The guys, especially Bakugu and Kamakiri, liked his brutal and destructive slaughter of demons, though Ida remained neutral in his thoughts, finding the bloody killing unheroic but remained silent over the targets of his murder spree being actual demons. The girls, and Koda, felt sad over Doom Guy's pet rabbit dying and his unfair punishment over saving the lives of innocent civilians. While finding his bloody killing rather much to her, Ibara was rapidly praising and thanking Doom Guy for putting an end to those demons and wished him good fortune in whatever universe he was in. The pros were impressed with his feats of slaughtering armies of demons single-handedly and his strength and weaponry, though found his reckless fighting style and bloody style rather reckless and dangerous. Alright, the combatant are set, let's end this debate once and for all. Wiz said. It's time for a big F death bear. Boomstick roared. The video paused once again as the device started its regular scanning ritual. Meanwhile, the group once again voted for their favorite fighter to win. For MSTR Chief, his most notable voters included All Might, who found the soldier's heroism, strength, and valor to be impressive and win-worthy, Nezu, who sympathized with the Chief's past and experimentation, Ida and Momo, who appreciated Chief's strategy, intelligence, and skill more, David and Melissa, who were more impressed with Chief's futuristic tech rather than Doom Guy's, and Tetsu, who stuck to Chief for his manly feat from before, Itsuka, for chiefess bravery, skill, and making peace with the elites, the latter reason also the reason for Mina, and finally Snipe. As for Doomguy, the most notable and obvious votes for him included Bakugo and Kamakiri, obviously, Miruko, for his strength, fearlessness, and sick-butt weapons, Ibara, who practically praised Flynn for his demon-slaying role and found something about him rather familiar, Setsuna, who liked his strength and ferocity, Endeavor, who respected his strength and his feats, Vlad King, for his versatility and skill, Kyuka, who found him fearless and cool, Mai, who liked his explosive and awesome weaponry more, and, surprisingly, Koda, who felt sorry for Chief's own rabbit who died. Multiversal counterparts detected. The device finished scanning. MSTR Chief. Multiversal counterpart, Toshinori Yagie All Might. Ha ha ha. All Might buffed up and laughed. I am quite honored to have such a brave and strong counterpart. I guess that makes sense if you think about it. Midnight said. You two are very strong and have a similar length of duty. Heh, I figured doing that last stunt there was something only someone as brave and foolish as you would do, Toshinori. Gran Torino chuckled as All Might debuffed. Plus, it looks like your other self is mimicking the kid's color style. Didn't about that. All Might pondered mentally. Doomguy. Multiversal counterpart, Katsuki Bakugo. Dang it. Kaminari yelled. Why didn't I bet money on this? I knew it. Aha. Bakugo yelled in excitement. Get ready to have your other self eat dirt, All Might, because I'm winning this. All Might smiled back at the explosive teen. May the best soldier win then. Bakugo noticed a pair of eyes on him and turned to see that they belonged to Ibara Shiozaki, who was staring at him in slight awe. Upon noticing that she had been noticed, she blushed and quickly looked away. Bakugo turned back to the screen, a tiny blush and a tiny proud smirk on his face. Additional multiversal counterparts detected. Cortana. Multiversal counterpart, Nana Shimura. All Might, Gran Torino, and Izuku's eyes widened in alarm and shock. Who's that? Uraraka asked confused, a sentiment shared by the rest of the group. She was my MSTR. All Might spoke, the group rapidly turning to the former symbol of peace. She helped train me when I was still a student at U. She was dear friend of Toshinori and me. Torino jumped in. She was the reason I helped train this idiot in the first place. The group's eyes widened in surprise at the information of the teacher who trained the symbol of peace. Bakugo, meanwhile, turned to All Might who sent a silent, barely noticeable nod to the teen, confirming his unanswered question. So she's the seventh user. Bakugo thought. The one before All Might and the one with that float quirk that All Might believes Shitty Deku will get next. Weird, she looks a lot like Auntie Inko. Daisy the Rabbit. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. Silence was the only sound in the gym, before it exploded in squeals from the girls and female pros, with the exception of Miruko, Ragdoll, and Mount Lady who were laughing hysterically and Ryukyu and Mandalay who were simply chuckling. Soon the guys joined in the laughter too. Ahaha. Mina laughed. Oh. It makes so much sense. A green rabbit, so much like our Midori. His first hero suit did look like a rabbit, didn't it? Zero chuckled. What's more is that he is Bakugo's pet rabbit in Otherworld. Nejaya squealed at the adorableness. The group roared in laughter once again, Bakugo grumbling as he was being laughed, more cracks appearing on his seat where he gripped hard. Wait a minute. Kaminari suddenly stopped laughing. Doesn't that also mean that Midoriya is dead in the same world? The laughter quickly ceased as the revelation fully set in. Oh, he's done it now. Eraser groaned. The girls quickly grew saddened and downtrodden, the mental image of Izuku dead almost making some of them start to cry. The guys rubbed their necks awkwardly at the sudden shift in the atmosphere, feeling quite depressed themselves at the notion that one of their classmates, and friends to the 1A students, being dead in another world. All Might felt incredibly pale and looked even more lifeless than the walking skeleton looked like. He fiercely shook his head, banishing the thoughts of his successor, and secretly viewed like a son, dead, and reminded himself that he was just outside, playing catch with the boy he saved. Bakugo grew pale too, eyes widening. The words he said to Deku back then ringing back, in his mind, the image of that rabbit's severed head morphing into. Bakugo's hand cupped his mouth, his stomach churning and the taste of bile lingered in his throat. He quickly tossed the thought away. A thought passed by in their heads. Why? He is still here. With us. So, why does this hurt? Quickly, Mai pressed the play button and continued the video, to everyone's gratitude. The video began with Doomguy, shotgun in hand, entering a large area, crates and boxes everywhere, including a large, high-tech jeep with a mounted gun on the back. Doomguy stopped in his tracks, MSTR Chief, wielding an M60 Magnum, suddenly appearing from the other side of the screen. The two raised their weapons at each other silently. Straight to the point. Momo said. I guess since one doesn't seem to talk much and the other hasn't talked at all, it makes sense to just get straight to the fighting. Fight. Chief quickly swayed out his weapons, now holding an assault rifle, and firing on Doomguy. The bullets sparked as they hit his armor but bounced off, leaving the armor seemingly unfazed or dented. Such strong armor. Ida praised with wide eyes. His bullets don't seem to be doing anything. As bullets still fired on him, Doomguy proceeded to stalk towards MSTR Chief, firing from his shotgun. Suddenly, as if in the blink of an eye, his shotgun was swayed out and replaced with a chain gun, firing rapid-fire bullets at Chief. After firing for a second, the chain gun was swayed out again and replaced with a plasma gun, firing orbs of energy at the soldier, before Doomguy swayed weapons once more, firing rockets from his rocket launcher. Holy CRP! Setsuna gaped in shock. He's suching out his weapons so fast it's almost like they are magically appearing and disappearing. Either this rapid-fast suching is a product of his warp technology or he is just that fast. Midnight said. Chief quickly hid behind a metal crate as Doomguy fired mercilessly on his position, continuously suching from weapon to weapon. As plasma bolts hit the crate, Chief stood up and fired once again at Doomguy, the bullets once again seemingly leaving no effect. Doomguy, in response, swayed to his rocket launcher and fired multiple rockets. One of the rockets collided with the crate and where the Chief had been was suddenly engulfed in a fiery explosion. Wait, is that it? Kaminari questioned, his face scrunching in confused disappointment. Aha! Bakugo yelled in victory. Suddenly, the music flared to life as Chief jumped out of the plume of fire, jumping over a second rocket, before landing and combat rolling under a third. Yes! Mina cheered. He survived. And looked cool doing it. Doomguy kept firing more rockets at Chief. A few sailed past Chief harmlessly. As one rocket flew towards him, Chief stood and caught the rocket side with his hand, all the while still looking at Doomguy. Manly! Kirishima and Tetsu roared in approval. Chief tossed the rocket back at Doomguy, the bane of hell backing up as the rocket landed and exploded in front of him. Chief rushed towards the large jeep and easily tossed it into the air, revealing an energy sword and a glowing blue orb. Nezu smirked at the sight of the weapon, chuckling at seeing the apparent good luck the Spartan had in finding weapons. The high-tech jeep fell towards Doomguy, who quickly pulled out the plasma gun and fired onto the incoming jeep. Meanwhile, MSTR Chief dropped the assault rifle and picked up the energy sword. The blue orb was picked up and Chief suddenly faded and disappeared. What happened? Nejaya asked. Did he teleport away? No, he turned himself invisible. Hagakyu answered. That blue orb must have been an invisibility power-up. Within 3 shots from the plasma gun, the jeep exploded into nothingness. Doomguy looked back to where Chief was, only to find him gone. Without a moment's hesitation, Doomguy swayed out the BFG for the chain gun, turned around, and opened fire, the bullets hitting and sparking in blue light as it collided with the energy sword of the reappeared MSTR Chief. Whoa, impressive reflexes. Uraraka praised. But how did he know he was there? He could have heard Chief's footsteps from his heavy armor. Kyuka replied. Also they did say that he can spot invisible enemies. Looks like it paid off. Yui said. After firing endlessly on Chief, his sword blocking every bullet, Flynn swayed to his super shotgun, firing on Chief and sent him flying away. Jesus! 𝐂𝐚𝐲. That shotgun packs one hell of a punch. Chief landed next to a pile of weapons, before standing up, a rocket launcher in hand, and turned back to the Demon Slayer. Chief fired onto 2 rockets at him, only for 𝐿 to pick up a weird orb that had a green creepy face. Upon picking it up, 𝐿 suddenly changed colors to black and white. The rockets colliding and exploding onto him, but the smoke quickly cleared to show 𝐿 marching slowly towards Chief unfazed and unhurt. 𝐿 is using his own power-ups too. Tiger said. That power-up must have been his invulnerability power-up, since the rockets proved completely ineffective. Chief dropped the rocket launcher and swayed it with a sniper rifle. The Spartan fired onto the approaching soldier, the bullets sparking and bouncing off ineffective too. Man, Chief's weapons seem to be doing nothing on 𝐿. Kirishima said. Hell yeah. Bakugo roared. Go on and kill him and win. All of a sudden, 𝐿 returned to normal, Chief taking advantage and quickly firing once again. The bullet, instead of grazing off, struck 𝐿 in the leg, a sprout of BLD shooting out and 𝐿 flinching for a second, before marching forwards again. It hit. Mineta yelled. That sniper rifle was said to be able to pierce tank armor. Ectoplasm said. I have no problem believing it can pierce through body armor, even ones that are twice as strong. The Spartan attempted to continue fire, only for the clicking noise to indicate that he ran out of ammo, quickly tossing aside the sniper and pulling out his sidearm. 𝐿 stopped a few meters in front of Chief, the two silently facing each other down. Looks like they are in a final shootout. Snipe noted. Like those classic Western movies, they are waiting for the other to try and draw. 𝐿 suddenly pulled out the BFG. Yeah. Fire. Bakugo yelled. 𝐿 fired, a large ball of green plasma shooting out and colliding with MSTR Chief, a massive green explosion erupting. Aha! Bakugo roared in victory. I won. Beat that all dash, wait for it. All Might interrupted Bakugo. Out of the green explosion, a blue, fiery orb flew out and landed onto 𝐿. It's a sticky bomb. Ibora shouted. A close-up of 𝐿's real face was shown, him looking around confused, before his eyes widened and yelled. 𝐿 exploded into bloody pieces, the green explosion, meanwhile, clearing up while triumphant music played, revealing MSTR Chief perfectly intact, a yellow bubble shield surrounding him. No new. Bakugo roared in anger. The MSTR Chief voters cheered in victory while the 𝐿 voters groaned in defeat but reluctantly clapped. What kind of bullshit was that? Bakugo yelled. He shall be dead. Before the explosion, MSTR Chief used the bubble shield to shield himself from the blast. David Shield explained. The bubble shield was strong enough to tank explosions from the scenes so it could withstand the power of the BFG. And since more larger physical objects like people and vehicles can go right through the shield, MSTR Chief could toss the plasma grenade through the shield. Nezu added. Landing on an unguarded 𝐿 and exploding for the win. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 Chief walked out of the bubble shield to 𝐿's remains and started teabagging the remains of 𝐿. Bahaha. Awase roared in laughter. His teabagging him. Ahahaha. The group laughed too, with the only exception being a groaning, cessed off Kamakiri, and a growling, cessed off Bakugo. It's about time we had a good old-fashioned gunfight. Boomstick shouted. 𝐿's stronger weapons, no long-range weaponry aside the shotgun one. 14x faster, weaker defense, useful backpack, reliance on power-ups creates inconsistency. 𝐿 may have an enormously destructive arsenal, but unfortunately, while he had a plethora of weapons to choose from, they lacked versatility as they are mainly centered around killing demons and regular people. Wiz explained. And while 𝐿 had some strong defense, when compared to the Mjolnir armor, they were left lacking both defensively and in recovery. MSTR Chief more weapons, broader variety of skills, superior training and experience, near invincible body and armor regenerating shield, superior reflexes. I hate to admit it, but Chief can take and dish out way more punishment than 𝐿. Boomstick agreed reluctantly. While 𝐿's body armor is twice as strong as regular body armor and can take hits from fireballs, Chief survived a fall from orbit and much larger explosions on the regular. True. Mandalay said, "Can't really compare fireballs to surviving orbital reentry and crashing. And he also has those nearly indestructible bones too." And while defeating Hell 5 times sounds awe-inspiring, Doomguy's enemies weren't that much different from MSTR Chief's. Wiz continued. Plus, Chief has the superior training since he was 6, greater experience, and his larger amount of weapons were useful against multiple types of enemies, including those with strong armor like the Insurrection and Covenant. His sniper rifle was said to be able to pace tank armor, and the sticky bombs were clearly more powerful due to their alien origins. Ectoplasm stated. Additionally, despite never using it, Chief had access to all of his most powerful weapons, while Doomguy's most powerful one was ineffective towards humans. Bakugo scoffed as he resigned to his defeat. "This battle was nuts." He Boomstick quipped. "Ah. Get it, because he was teabagging him and shoving his nuts to his face." He. Kaminari nervously chuckled. The room was silent with not even a chirp from a cricket, courtesy of Asui. "The winner is MSTR Chief." Wiz finished. Claps sounded for another well-done death battle. "Another well-done battle, and congratulations to your counterpart's victory, All Might." Nezu said. "Miss Shield, may you kindly bring Mr. Midoriya, Tagata, and the kids back in." "Sure thing," Melissa said as she rushed back to get Deku and the others. As the 5 came back, Izuku noticed the stares of the group and sweat dropped nervously. Why are you all looking at me?" It's nothing, young Midoriya." All Might stuttered, feigning ignorance. "Let's just continue." As Izuku sat down, Gran Torino whispered, "We going to tell him about his furry counterpart's fate?" "Maybe later." All Might whispered back. "Right now let's get through the videos first. Next time on Death Battle." Boomstick announced. Menacing techno music played as a grinning smile appeared with a large brown mustache over it. Similarly, an image of an old man's balding head appeared with an Einstein-like gray hair sprouting out from behind. The images zoomed out to get a full look of the 2 combatants, one a large, wide man in a red and black getup, with a brown mustache and evil smile, and the other an old man with gray hair, a gray mustache, and wearing a white cape, a white dress shirt and black jeans with a skull over his belt. Dr. Eggman vs. Dr. Wily. Interesting. Nezu said, his face frowning at the villainous-like smile on one of the old men's face and the other's clothing, especially his skull-shaped belt rather ominous. That first man, he appeared rather similar to that Gerald Robotnik from earlier. Mai pressed the play button and proceeded to the next video. Third PV. It's no secret that some scientists are, well, crazy as hell. Boomstick started the video. "Like Wiz." "Yeah, hey." Wiz yelled, slightly offended. The students chuckled at the banter between the 2 co-hosts, while Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida stare at the pink-haired inventor that they would also put into the mad scientist category. But these 2 whack jobs take it way too far. Boomstick continued. Dr. Ivo Robotnik, aka Dr. Eggman, was introduced the first fighter. And Dr. Wily, aka Einstein without Rogaine. Boomstick introduced the second with a joke. PFFFT, who calls themselves Eggman. Kaminari chuckled. "Wait, Dr. Wily." Izuku said. "From the Mega Man games." "Oh yeah, I love those games." Melissa said. "Wait, does that mean that Mega Man is actually real in another universe? That would be so cool." Zero said, excited. "Interesting." David said. "A character that is considered fictional in our world turns out be real in another. Is this perhaps the first instance of this?" "Indeed." Nezu said. "All the previous fighters have been characters that were only classified as fictional were in this Wizard and Boomstick's world. This is the first case that what is considered fictional in our world, and likely there's 2, being real in another world. In this special death battle, both of these mad doctors will be leading their mechanized armies to see who is the deadliest robot commander." Wiz explained. So instead of a straightforward match between the 2, they are pitting themselves and their robot armies against each other. All Might said. "Less a standard death battle and more an actual war." Endeavor stated. "His Wiz and I'm Boomstick." Boomstick announced. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Wiz finished the intro. Ominous music played as the first fighter was revealed. The first Mad Doctor was a tall, obese man wearing what looked like a strange flight suit. He stood on rather long, black-clothed legs that rode up to a large round belly that's proportions resembled an egg. He wore a ruby-red flight suit with a silver zipper up front, 2 yellow squares on both sides of his chest each, with white stripes shooting off around the back of his body, and finished the look with a popped-up red collar around most of his neck. His long, thin arms were clothed with red sleeves that grew large and wider as they reached his wrists, which were covered in a mustard yellow clothing, his hands covered in white gloves. The man's eyes were covered in the blue lenses of his glasses, said glasses positioned over a comically long, large pink nose, a large, bushy, brown mustache shooting over his wide and evilly grinning mouth, and his head entirely bald, covered slightly by a set of grey goggles. Other images showed the Mad Doctor in a red, yellow, and black suit with yellow cape, looking almost like an emperor. The reaction of the egg-shaped evil genius were varied between humor and wariness. For the students, Bakugo and Kamakiri laughed at his egg-shaped appearance and his name of Eggman, while the rest of the students were rather wary of the man, his evil grin and booming laugh making them feel nervous and anxious. Eri whimpered at the sight of the evilly grinning Eggman and held onto Izuku and Mirio. For the pros, they were wary of the man as well, especially of the large army of robots that the man was seen beside. Nezu narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Evo Robotnik, Nezu thought. Could he be a relative of Gerald Robotnik from the Shadow fight? They do look similar to each other, along with this doctor, that young Midoriya had the misfortunate to meet. Wait, isn't he that guy that Sonic fights? Kinoko asked. His name Robotnik is the same. You're right, Kinoko. Itsuka said. And that Robotnik name is the same last name as the guy who made Shadow from before. Aizawa's eye twitched at the mention of Shadow, whose counterpart is the member of the League of Villains who might actually be his supposed dead best friend. MIC and Midnight too squirmed at the mention. Eggman. Dr. Eggman is the obese, yet strangely athletic, evil MSTR mind responsible for terrorizing the world of Sonic the Hedgehog in his quest to rule a global empire. Wiz introduced the first fighter. He is the bad guy that Sonic fights. Pony exclaimed. Sounds about right. Boomstick said. The archenemy of super-fast, blue hedgehog that can go Super Saiyan is an overweight Mad Doctor that's name is 𝐒𝐩𝐽. Logic. That does seem strange. Ida said. Background real name, Evo Robotnik height, 6 feet 1 inch weight, 282 pounds IQ, over 300 PhD, unknown and probably fake the last part earning some chuckles ruler of the Eggman Empire endorses animal cruelty coder frowned at that his real name is Dr. Evo Robotnik, but the moniker of Eggman is more a nickname granted by Sonic and his enemies that Eggman somehow took pride in. Wiz explained. His origins have also been one of mystery, including his actual PhD. Some say that he was a government agent gone made with power. The screen showed images of Eggman in an all-black suit with a more tinier mustache grinning evilly. Others claim he was once a kind scientist and friend to Sonic who, in an accident, was corrupted by the power and influence of the Chaos Emeralds to be who he is now. And then there are those who claim that he was always a mad scientist that wanted the power of the Chaos Emeralds to cook a giant egg. Yep, that's a thing. What? Boomstick questioned. Okay, that first one option is clearly the most maniacal, the second is rather unfortunate and sad, and the third is just ridiculous. Momo said. Moving on, Eggman's engineering mastery has led to a massive army of unique robot warriors using the strangest fuel source, kidnapped animals. Wiz revealed. Heh! Was the reaction of most of the group, while Coda screamed in horror. How does that make any sense? Kyuka said. How does a tiny regular bird somehow produce energy to power a robot? Maybe he makes those animals run around in one of those hamster wheel things and makes them run around for power. Kaminari proposed. That is both stupid and smart of you to say. Zero said. Thank Yohei. Kaminari yelled. His Peter's worst nightmare. Boomstick joked. I think his more Coda's nightmare. Kaminari pointed out. You know, because of this guy sneaking in and stealing his bunny to power a robot. Koda whimpered and started crying, much to Kaminari's horror and the student's anger. And now that was just stupid, Kyuka said as she stabbed his ear with her jack and blasted him with her heartbeat. Robot Infantry Motobug High-Speed Scouts 𝐀𝐠𝐞 covered in defensive spikes Buzz Bomber Quick Flyers with laser guns 𝐒1001 egg pawn impressive arsenal, but dumb SW well-rounded, but fragile. His army is based around speed and defense, including the Motobugs that are high-speed scouts, 𝐀𝐠𝐞 that are covered in spikes for defense, the flying, laser-shooting Buzz Bombers, egg pawns, and SWA bots was listed, showing images of Sonic-sized robots ranging from a robot that looked like a ladybug mixed with a motorcycle, purple caterpillar-like robots with spikes, robot bees that fired lasers, red, egg-shaped robots with laser guns and swords, and intimidating tall, black robots. Rather suitable robots against Sonic when they are focused on speed, which is important for hitting a fast-moving target, and defense for blocking a fast attack from Sonic as well. Jirota analyzed. But Eggman's got way more than just that. Boomstick pointed out. On top of an army of animal-powered robots, he also has a freaking armada of ships at his command. Come again? Sen questioned. EGG fleet composed of hundreds of flying warships, Mako Shark gunship, Sawfish battleship, Manta Ray ship, egg carrier length 2,588 feet, numerous missile launchers, front-mounted laser cannon. His egg fleet is a huge armada of battleships of varying size, specialty, and power. Boomstick revealed. And leading this fleet is the massive egg carrier, which supports a huge front-mounted laser cannon. The pro's eyes widened in horror at the armada of ships at this villainous doctor's command. Jesus! Pixie Bob cursed. With a fleet like that, it could probably give us a run for our money. Especially that large laser cannon. Mandalay said. That looks like it could wipe out a whole few city blocks in an instant. The ship also looked like they would need All Might level strength or full Endeavor level firepower to take that thing down. And that is not even counting the smaller ships, which could also be a pain in how many there are. Midnight joined in the conversation. Badneck's Eggrobo, designed for tactical tasks, can pilot vehicles. Silver Sonic can fly with rocket shoes powered by a Chaos Emerald mecha. Sonic slower and tougher than Silver, greater focus on firepower, can absorb and use Chaos Energy mecha. Knuckles fires large rockets. 𝐒101 Beta 𝐿 can fly and teleport homing missiles. Wide AoE laser beams. Shadow Android has Shadow's physical abilities. Fires small rocket Scratch and Grounder Orbot and Q, but Robotnik's army is spearheaded by his deadliest robot warriors, the Badniks. Wiz revealed. The Eggrobo is a smart bot crafted in Eggman's own image and designed to carry out tasks Eggman himself would normally do. The screen showed an image of the Eggrobo, which looked like an egg-shaped robot, colored similarly to Eggman, has long thin metal arms and legs with metal hands shaped like Eggman's gloves, a black, red, and yellow-colored jetpack on its back, and with a gun in its hand. So he has a robotic assistant. Mai said, before humming in thought. Not a bad idea. Don't even think about it, Hatsume. Power Loader yelled. I already have enough trouble with you, I'm not going to deal with another one. Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida shivered at the thought of a second Mai to make more disastrous babies. Babies which they, mostly Izuku, would have to test. What's this guy's deal with eggs? Boomstick asked. And why did he like the name Eggman so much that he decided to call himself that? Possible narcissism and pride. Nezu said. Perhaps in being labeled such a name he decided to flaunt it and wear it with pride rather than the stinging insult the name is supposed to inflict. Guess that makes sense. All Might said. Or he just likes eggs. Eggrobo can pilot and work Eggman's vehicles and weapons almost as efficiently as Eggman himself, though like the Bad Doctor, falls short against Sonic and his allies. Wiz added. If you get tirelessly beat by a blue, smack-talking hedgehog, a two-tailed freak of nature, and whatever the hell an echidna is, your robot you is going to be no different. Boomstick dissed the crazy scientist. So that fox and echidna must be Sonic's friends. Pony asked. They look like him and they are fighting that mean Eggman. Perhaps we will see them later. Itsuka said. I would definitely like to know more about that echidna with those strong-looking fists. As for Eggrobo, even if ends up failing on its own against Sonic and his allies, he could be big help to Eggman in commanding his forces alongside him against a larger enemy force. Izuku deduced. Like another robot army. Todoroki said. On its own, Silver Sonic appears slow and bulky, was revealed the next badnik, this one looking a grey metallic version of Sonic with its spikes especially large. But it is, in fact, powered by a Chaos Emerald, making it a much faster and more practical machine. So this Silver Sonic is clearly a deadly attempt at recreating Sonic, but more bulkier and deadlier looking than the original. Momo deduced. The fact that it is powered by a Chaos Emerald is rather disturbing. Ida pointed out. If all 7 of them can turn Sonic into his super form, I wonder just how powerful each one is individually. Izuku pondered. Then he made another Robohog, Mecha Sonic. Boomstick introduced another badnik, this metallic version of Sonic darker colored, with more larger spikes, spikier arm gauntlets, and red glowing eyes. This edgier version focuses on firepower over speed. The first could be used more defensively while the other has more destructive power. Melissa analyzed. The 2 of the together could make a dangerous force. Mecha Sonic can even absorb chaos energy, the same type of energy inside the Chaos Emeralds, the MSTR Emerald, and Sonic himself. Wiz jumped in. This energy can be used to attain a super form of its own, yet it is short-lived. Since Sonic's and Shadow's super forms were listed as invincible, that is a rather alarming power for this version. Todoroki noted. But Sonic's not the only anthropomorphic animal that Eggman based a robot on. Boomstick said. There's Mecha Knuckles, who can glide and vomit out giant rockets. Boomstick showed Mecha Knuckles, who appeared like grey, metallic version of the red, spiked fist echidna. And then there's 𝐒101 Beta, who remains one of Eggman's most versatile creations. Wiz added, showing off a black and silver robot with large metal arms, had a rectangular and boxy appearance, and floated around on a jetpack and had no legs. This guy's a flying robot with super speed, teleportation, and a reflector shield for defense. Boomstick listed the robot's abilities. He shoots missiles and Kamehamehas and has one of my favorite defensive abilities that he ripped off of Zangief, the backhand. Copying another man's special move. So unmanly. Kirishima grumbled. It technically isn't copying if they are from different universes, but still unmanly. Tetsu joined in. I wonder why he called those lasers Kamehamehas. Nejaya questioned. Is that what they are called? Sounds more like a joking comparison than an actual name. Mirio thought over. Regardless of the name, his multiple abilities are rather scary. A Magiki muttered. Teleporting out of danger, deflecting and blocking attacks when cornered, and the speed and firepower to track and blast people easily is really versatile. And scary. Eggman also created the Shadow Androids, robotic, near-uncanny duplicates of Shadow. Wiz revealed. These are fast, durable, and typically fight in groups of 3. Wait, if these are like robot copies of that Shadow guy, thing, whatever, why do they attack in a team? Kaminari said. Can't they just win easily on their own? I highly doubt that these androids' duplicates are actually as strong or fast as Shadow. Momo replied. They may likely copied his combat abilities and some level of enhanced speed. Plus, there is strength in teamwork. Izuku added. Alone they may not be a major threat, but together they may be a formidable force. However, their design is so complex, they sometimes glitch in close combat. Wiz pointed out. Wait, why would they glitch because of their design being complex? Hagaku asked. It could be because Eggman was trying to replicate Shadow perfectly, but in trying to be 100% accurate to the original, their robotic minds can't keep up or compute the level of speed and reaction time necessary to fight up close. Melissa deduced. And speaking of glitches, Wiz continued with a tired, exhausted tone. Despite being an absolute genius, Dr. Eggman appears to suffer from a peculiar personality disorder that sent him through several different phases. The group watched a series of images of Eggman behaving erratically, snap uncontrollably, and even see one of the Mad Doctor nearly naked with only wearing an Egyptian-style headdress for a pharaoh and a loincloth. My eyes. My eyes. Mineta screamed in horror. The girls gagged and turned away in disgust, while the guys were either too busy laughing or gagging in disgust as well. Izuku and Mirio quickly covered Eri and Kuta's eyes. Now I see why he's a Mad Doctor, Miruko said, wrinkling her nose in disgust. Let's just hope that Scratch and Grounder phase doesn't show up ever again. Boomstick groaned as an image of a metal chicken and a weird wheelie robot that looked like a mole appeared. Wait, he made a robot chicken and is that a mole? Mina asked. I believe so, Kyuka said. Technically it did, Wiz said. Boomstick cursed. Although these two comical robots are far more bearable and competent. Somewhat, Wiz said, as he showed videos of two floating robots, the red one shaped in an orb, with thin black arms and blue eyes, and the other yellow one, with a similar design but shaped in a cube. Orbbot and Cubebot would be created as Eggman's personal assistants and often his seconds in command, though their advanced programming run afoul several glitches and prone to instances of incompetence and second-guessing their arrogant, easily irritable creator. Rock, Donut, Thursday, shoot. Orbbot and Cubebot said as they showed their hands. I win, Orbbot proclaimed. Rock smashes Donut. No, no. Cubebot disagreed. Donut makes Rock delicious. The group gaped at the utter stupidity that they just witnessed. Ida was so confused, steam was practically steaming out his ears and his arm was approaching supersonic speeds. I can't. Momo muttered as she shook her head, feeling like she was losing brain cells witnessing that. I always thought robots were always super smart. Kaminari said, mouth agape. I was so wrong. Rich coming from you. Kyuka muttered. But despite robotic blunders and blundering robots, none of Eggman's creations have ever been as deadly or as successful as his ultimate killing machine. Wiz said. Hyper Metal Sonic. Boomstick revealed. Metal Sonic top speed, Mach 5 255 cubic centimeters 4-valve fusion engine max output, 55 PS 600 RPM max torque, 54 kg/m, 4000 RPM weaponry. Sonic's abilities, Black Shield chest laser maximum overdrive scan and copy ability. The screen showed the said deadliest robot in all its copycat glory. Metal Sonic was the same size and ocean blue coloring of Sonic yet obvious robotic, with a metallic lower jaw with no mouth, black lenses with red, glowing eyes, triangular ears with yellow insides, a pointy metal nose, silver metal shoulders, his spikes resembling that of Sonic's, thin, robotic arms and legs ended with claws for hands and feet similar to Sonic's shoes. He flew on a jetpack on its back and a circular depression in its chest with a black center and yellow outline. Okay, that looks like both the coolest robot of the bunch and the most terrifying. Sen said. That looks like a straight metal clone of Sonic. Zero said. Guess the name fits. Metal Sonic was specifically designed to be better than Sonic the Hedgehog in every way and was a complete success. Wiz explained. Metal can move much faster than Sonic, easily reaching near Mach 5 speeds. Incredible! Momo gasped out, both impressed and terrified. If it could surpass Sonic speeds, then it is clearly a terrifyingly dangerous foe to face. Izuku's eyes widened, remembering the speeds that his other-worldly counterpart could go. And now seeing that this evil robot duplicate of him is just as, if not more faster than the blue hedgehog, it made Izuku shudder to think how dangerous it would be to face it himself. Metal's abilities include Sonic's famous spin dash and homing attack, along with the impenetrable Black Shield. Wiz continued listing his powers. So he has Sonic speed and his moves, while also including a shield for defense. All Might repeated. A truly formidable combination. Although, why is there a hole in his chest? Mount Lady asked. It couldn't be just for show, right? That weird hole in his chest isn't just for show, it can fire a powerful chest laser. Boomstick jumped in. He also has rocket-powered flight and the maximum overdrive attack, where he overloads his circuits to create a glowy energy field that'll burn through pretty much anything. Well, there's your answer, Takeyama. Midnight replied. His combination of projectile-based weaponry, defense, speed, flight capabilities, and a super move of his own is a clear sign that this is this Eggman's most dangerous weapon. Nezu said. And that's not all. Wiz jumped back in. There's more. Kinoko questioned loudly. Somehow, Eggman managed to make Metal Sonic an ever-evolving force. Metal has the uncanny ability to scan and copy data from others, flawlessly replicating their abilities. Demon, Eggman sure stepped up his game. Boomstick said impressed. I'll say. Setsuna said, eyes wide. This Robosonic is not only faster than every one of us, but also got a seemingly permanent and better version of Monoma's quirk. I wonder if he can scan and duplicate our quirks. Izuku, All Might, Gran Torino, and Bakugo shuddered to think what would happen if Metal Sonic scanned and won for all. Obtaining enough power can transform Metal into a number of more impressive forms, all of which increase his abilities immeasurably. Wiz explained. A video was shown of Metal Sonic, now with larger spikes, claws, and a cape shoot out a bolt of lightning into the sky, and transform into a large abomination. This chimera, formerly known as Metal Sonic, had massive clawed arms, a lower body resembling that of an octopus or squid, large clawed wings, and his main body gaining a more draconic, malevolent appearance. He's a freaking dragon. Setsuna yelled. I think that might happen if he copies your quirk, Ryukyu. Fat Gum said. I'm both inclined to agree and wish that wouldn't happen. Ryukyu replied. I really don't want to be responsible if I made that monster became that. The only downside to giving Metal a super brain is Eggman sometimes has trouble keeping him in line. Boomstick revealed. Give him enough firepower and this metal monster will straight up destroy everything in its path, including his creator. So typical robot gains free will and turns against his creators and creates a robot apocalypse. Kyuka said. Great. Just great. But even with his metallic minions waging war on his behalf, Dr. Eggman is perfectly willing to step into the battlefield himself. Wiz said. EGG Mobile aka the 𝐒𝐲𝐚𝐻 Universal Compatibility Attachable Reckling Ball 2 Machine Guns Laser Cannons mounts Death Egg Robot Flight Rocket Arms. Laser Cannon, he pilots the infamous Egg Mobile, a fast, single-man pod with twin-mounted machine guns, an attachable wrecking ball, and other iterations including laser cannons. Wiz continued. Kind of does look like an egg. Awase said. A large, floating one with a wrecking ball. The Eggmobile's most vital function, however, is its universal compatibility to operate almost all of Eggman's machines. Wiz explained. An important function for him to be able to control and unleash his forces at the press of a button. Endeavor said. It is able to attach and form the humongous Death Egg robot that can fly and is armed with spiked rocket arms and lasers. Boomstick added. And he has a giant mech. Kaminari questioned. Makes you wonder how this guy gets defeated by a blue hedgehog. Considering that hedgehog can go faster than the speed of sound and can become invincible, I don't wonder at all. Momo replied. Eggman is vicious and clever. Wiz detailed more of the mad scientist. He's an expert at playing his opponents right into his hands. For example, when he tricked the powerful Supersonic into a trap where he 𝐻NSSED the powers of the Chaos Emeralds to split the planet apart and awakened an ancient dark entity. The video showed Eggman laughing as he trapped Supersonic, split him into regular Sonic and the Chaos Emeralds, 𝐻NSSED their power and fired a beam of chaos energy into the Earth, causing it to split apart like a giant jigsaw puzzle. Jaws dropped left and right at the absurd, horrifying sight shown to them. My lord! Ibora gasped in horror. The hero's eyes sweated in admitting fear of the Mad Doctor's capabilities and his intellect. Nezu frowned, fully seeing why this evil villain has a high enough intellect and major villain to face. This mad scientist has done it all, from creating a Death Star ripoff known as the Death Egg, blown up half the moon and made it into a half-machine satellite, caused rifts in the space-time continuum by harnessing the power of some space-time monster and his own past self, chained multiple alien worlds to form a theme park, not joking, and even conquered the whole world. Boomstick listed Eggman's feats. With every feat listed, eyes grew wider and jaws dropped further. The students grew more fearful and wary of the mad doctor, with even Bakugo and Kamakiri paying more serious attention, and likewise their respect and praise for the doctor's blue hedgehog nemesis grew for having to face such a destructive evil. The heroes were too wide-eyed astonished at the feats that Robotnik achieved and hoped to never have to face the likes of him in their own reality. Yet, Eggman can be overly obsessive to the point of overlooking some important factors in an effort to concentrate on a single goal. Wiz explained. That will definitely be a problem for him against Wily. Melissa said. If he's too focused on one goal in particular, then he could get easily blindsided by foes and information he could have easily noticed. That and also his metal robots that can be easily broken by hedgehog quills. Boomstick joked. Then my blades will cut through those hunks of junk easily. Kamakiri bragged. As if. Bakugo retorted. If anything, my explosions will blow them all to husking smithereens. My blades. Kamakiri insisted. Explosions. Bakugo replied. My blades. Kamakiri repeated louder. Explosions. Bakugo yelled. Enough. Aizawa said, wrapping the two in his scarf and glaring at them with red eyes. Stop this useless bickering and yelling or it's a week's worth of detention. Bakugo and Kamakiri nodded, grumbling, and sat down as Aizawa released them. But while this can be a perilous game for the Mad Doctor, his obsessions and his tenacity only make Eggman dangerously unpredictable. Wiz finished. A nice dream. Eggman said ominously as he stood in a pit. But dreams are meant to be. He pressed his feet together, fire shooting out of them and making him fly up after his capturer. Broken. The group thought over their opinions over the egg-themed robot mastermind. The heroes were wary of the robotic madman, fearing that an all-out invasion from him could be devastating, yet some, like Endeavor and Miruko, were quick to point out that if they could be easily destroyed by a hedgehog then they could be easily dealt with. Fat Gum was quick to point out the armada of warships, while Nezu reminded them that, if such a situation comes true, to be wary of the hostage animals imprisoned inside the machines. To the students, they too were wary of the mad genius, with Melissa and Mai, begrudgingly, respecting his engineering mastery, the same begrudging respect over his intelligence being given by Momo, Ida, and Jirota. As for Izuku, he was more concerned over Metal Sonic. He remembered that Sonic was his counterpart, and a powerful one at that, so to imagine having to face a more powerful, advanced, evil version of himself was rather disturbing, not to mention an army of evil robots to add things on top. Izuku would too quickly remember that Sonic facing down villains, no matter how many or how powerful, smiling without fear, and save others is exactly the kind of hero he always wanted to be. Like All Might. Izuku would shake his head and reaffirm his conviction to reach that goal, to become a hero like that, and face down whatever evil comes his way. He just hoped that he wouldn't have to face that kind of army anytime soon. The second fighter was shown and the group agreed with Boomstick's description of this guy as Einstein without Rogaine. This Mad Doctor was an old man with Einstein-like grey hair and a moustache, with large ears and, what Bakugo and Kamakiri humorously called, a butt chin. He wore a white lab coat over a dress shirt, a red tie, and khakis briefs. Wily, Dr. Wily is the infamous Mad Doctor of the Mega Man universe with the longing for global domination. We started things off. It's still surprising and amazing to know that Mega Man is real. Soto said amazed. In another universe I mean. I do wonder just how many of his robot MSTs Wily will be using. Melissa questioned. Or, of them? Probably not. Izuku said. They will likely limit him to his most powerful and most popular robot MSTs, like maybe Yellow Devil and Bass, to compete with Eggman. Why, you may ask? Boomstick jokingly asked. Because his feelings were hurt. Background full name, Dr. Albert W. Wiley H., 57 ex-professor of the Robot University of Technology Ph.D., Electronics Engineering knows ninjutsu wireless descent into madness and villainy was spurred on by being constantly outshined by his superior and insensitive rival, the brilliant Dr. Light. Wiz jumped back in. Having enough ridicule and spurred on by jealousy, Dr. Albert Wiley turned to a life of crime to achieve fame and power. Not that I'm excusing his villainy, but I guess you could say that this was Dr. Light's fault for being a JRK and a bully. Itsuka said. Bullying is a deplorable act that I find villainous as well. Ida jumped in preaching, his arms chopping up and down. Bullying can cause devastating to even irreparable mental and social damage and can likely lead the victim to a dangerous path in their future or serious self-harm, both mentally and physically. Yeah. Mina joined. I didn't understand half of what Ida said, but I hate bullies. They are so mean. Bullying and picking on people is seriously unmanly. Kirishima grumbled. Bakugo listened with anxiousness, flinching and gritting his teeth in self-frustration at every word his classmates said, especially Kirishima. He wondered how they would react if they found out that one of those very same people they despise was sitting right next to them. Bakugo's teeth gritted more as he mentally cursed at himself for being such a stupid, prideful idiot in the past. Izuku peeked over to Bakugo with a sad frown. He knew, more than anyone, that bullying is inexcusable and, in some cases, traumatizing, but that didn't mean that he couldn't feel sympathy and sadness over his own former bully's clear mental agony. He knew that his childhood friend regretted his actions and was seeking amends, and he would be there to help him, but hearing the words of his peers, including his friend, must have struck a sensitive chord in Bakugo. He wished he could help, but he knew making any move now would lead to suspicion, so he would remain quiet. Meanwhile, the two's actions were actually witness to that of Kyuka and Todoroki. Kyuka could practically hear the loud, nervous heartbeat of Bakugo, and looked to his anxious, angry, and fearful face, a combination that wasn't common on the explosive blonde. She could likewise hear the nervous heartbeat of her crush, and noticed him peeking towards Bakugo. Kyuka remembered that the two had history outside of you, and memories of their interactions, especially their first battle training, came back to her, making her start to stare at the explosive blonde in suspicion. Todoroki likewise noticed Deku's not-so-discreet glance at Bakugo, the green-haired teen's expression indicative that he knew what Bakugo was feeling. Todoroki remembered the knowledge of the two's past outside of you and realized that Bakugo's nervous expression, something was already a red flag in of itself, only happened after everybody starting talking about bullies and the actions of bullying. He knew that someone bullying the likes of Bakugo was highly unlikely, but Midoriya though. He was rather ruthless and rude towards Midoriya in the beginning of the year. Todoroki thought over as he stared at Bakugo with glaring suspicion. Oh yeah, trying to take over the world is a surefire way to get famous. Boomstick said. Just ask this guy. The screen showed an image of a certain dictator with a tiny mustache and infamous salute. Said infamous figure garnering glares of displeasure and hate and stares of distaste. It would appear that even in their reality, their world suffered the horrors of World War II. Jirota said. Deplorable. And here I thought that guy wouldn't be remembered today. MIC said. Like when was that, 300 years ago? The acts of history must always be remembered, lest we risk repeating the same mistakes, in new ways, in the future. Nezu wisely spoke. Robot infantry met defensive hard hat sniper Joe defensive shield blader flying recon robot hothead throws fire, but cannot move Pauzo vacuum-powered ball action whether through his own engineering or impressive hacking. Over the years, Wiley developed a large diverse robot army built on the ideals of both solid defense and ranged firepower. Wiz explained. So both robot armies great defenses, but Eggman's are focused more of speed and Wilis on ranged firepower. Asui said. Sounds like it could be an even match if Eggman's robots can speed away from Wilis' own ranged attacks. Yeah, but Wilis robots are really tough. Mai spoke. Those babies have super impressive shielding and defensive measures that will makes it hard to destroy if they aren't caught off guard. Which can all be destroyed a certain android's pea-shooter. Boomstick said, showing said certain blue android. I think I see why these two are fighting. Sen said. Both have robot armies, both are mad scientists that want to take over the world, yet their robots are defeated easily by blue-colored hero dudes. I do wonder what Mega Man's counterpart could be. Awase said. Who better than yours truly? Minoma boasted. Both me and Mega Man can copy the powers of others and we are both clearly talented, unlike a certain class. While the final part of his statement was whispered, it was loud enough that it had the students of 1A frown distastefully at the blonde 𝐂𝐻𝐻, while said 𝐂𝐻𝐻's own class sighed and groaned at his persistent antagonistic behavior towards their peers. Mets, those little guys in hard hats, Sniper Joes, and bladers make up the bulk of his forces. Wiz continued, showing images of wireless robots, including little robots with hard hats, laser-shooting robots, and flying droids. Ugh, those Mets are so DMN annoying. Kaminari groaned. I remember trying to blast those suckers and they always crouch and block while they hit me when I'm not attacking. Ugh. It took so long to finish them. I actually have to agree with Duncehead. Kyuka said. They really were a pain. And I'm sure they are going to be a pain for Eggman. With hotheads and robo-elephants, oh my. Boomstick sarcastically exclaimed, showing in images of robots that were on and throwing fire, as well as a robotic elephant tossing and skiing in a large ball. I almost forgot that he had robot elephants. Asui said. They looked so adorable the first time I saw them. Excuse me, but why did he make those robots, or did he hack them into his control? Momo asked. A bit of both. Wait. Momo, have you never played Mega Man before? Uraraka asked. Momo twiddled her thumbs nervously. I never played much video games before. The rich girl admitted. I was always either reading, studying, practicing my piano lessons, or working on my quirk. The students gasped horrified. You poor thing. Mina exclaimed in horror. Don't worry, Mama Mina is here. We are going to make up for lost time and get you caught up. Not so Ifeidaizawa was about to say before he was interrupted by Midnight and Nemesis. Come on Eraser, let the kids be kids and let them have their fun. MIC said. It's not like she will suddenly go behind just playing one little game. Yeah, plus, if she doesn't have more fun once in a while with her friends, she is going to end up with poor social skills, like a certain someone I know. Midnight said with a smirk. And that wouldn't rational, now would it? Aizawa remained silent, choosing to merely glare at her. Can I possibly join too? Todoroki asked. I'm on the same boat as Yorozo. I unfortunately spend the bulk of my childhood in my studies than video games. Oh, the humanity! Kaminari exclaimed in horror. What world are we living where 3 kids have never played a single video game? Sure you can, Todoroki. Izuku said. In fact, you can borrow one of my Pokemon games, if you like. The strategy element to it I think you will like. And Ida, I think there are some racing games that might help you with your reaction time. That sounds like a delightful mind-easing distraction that would also work as training for me. Ida said. I thank you for the offer, Midoriya. Thanks. Todoroki said, smiling in appreciation. But Wily is a mastermind in more than just killer hardware. We said. Robo-Enza virus created by Wily only affects robots, makes robots violent, and unreasonable precursor for Wile's Maverick virus. His Robo-Enza virus is a deadly disease for robots, making them unstable and violent with no regard for human life. Wiz revealed. How does a robot get infected with a VROH? I get it. Boomstick exclaimed. I was literally a second away from smacking myself if he didn't get it. Melissa said, earning chuckles from the students. Although that Robo-Enza virus could be disastrous for Eggman. Power Loader said. If Wily uses it, it could drive Eggman's whole robot army against him in one fell swoop. Or perhaps make less controllable robots become incredibly aggressive, like Metal Sonic. David suggested. Yellow Devil height, approximately 20 feet, can shapeshift, dismantles and use his own body as a weapon, immune to cold, weak to fire and electricity, near indestructible. Anyways, Wile's weirdest bot is definitely the Yellow Devil. Boomstick said, showing a bunch of yellow blobs forming into a large yellow humanoid robot with a large black and red eye. A giant pulsating yellow blob thing that pulls itself apart and uses its own body as a weapon. Wait, how is that a robot? Momo asked. It looks more like a giant alien or even human with a quirk that turns him into a stretchy blob. Possibly nanomachines that are designed to separate and reform instantaneously. Mai suggested. It's as nearly indestructible and one of 𝐼𝐼's most infamous creations. 𝐒 said. Except it's weak to fire and electricity. Boomstick added. It brings the heat but can't take it. This kind of gives credence to it being nanomachines. Melissa said. Electricity would easily burn through and destroy a lot of the nanomachines connected together, and fire would work better. Robot Master's Guts Man Super Arm. Lifts over 2 tons, immune to cold. Metal Man Metal Blade. 8 directional death designed for combat, weak to his own weapon /man/claw. Destroys asteroids. Red adhesive. Traps enemies. Magnet Man Magnet Missile. Homing Sheep Man Napalm Man Napalm Bomb. A bouncing bomb. Missiles. Numerous types. Pharaoh Man Pharaoh Shot. Controls fire energy. Levitation Eye Shield. 𝐼𝐼's army is led by his robot 𝐻𝐼𝐼. 𝐒 revealed. Formerly innocent and mostly civilian robots, only for the Robo-Enza virus to turn them into his violent, army-commanding generals. Wait, so they are all basically brainwashed, innocent robo-dudes that are being controlled and manipulated by that evil Einstein creep? Miruko questioned. That's fed up. Which Mega Man has no trouble blowing up to smithereens? Boomstick said. You are brainwashed, but you did bad, so now you die. Morality. Perhaps, unlike Sonic freeing the captive animals powering Eggman's robots, these robot 𝐻𝐼𝐼's are permanently altered and beyond saving. Itsuka suggested. Izuku frowned at hearing that. The very thought of someone being unable to save or change one from their evil ways didn't sit right with him. Gutsman was a civil engineering machine remade as a powerhouse who can lift over 2 tons. 𝐒 revealed the first robot 𝐻𝐼𝐼, a large, bulky red robot with large arms. Gutsman sounds like a manly name. Tetsu said. If only he wasn't a brainwashed goon. Still, that is an impressive amount of strength. Shoji said. More than 3 times the amount I lifted in Mr. Aizawa's grip strength test. Metal Man was made specifically for killing things. Boomstick introduced the second, a red robot covered in saw blades. You can tell cause he's got evil red eyes. Does that mean that Bakugo is secretly evil? Kaminari joked, resulting in more laughs and Bakugo once more being restrained by the guys from murdering. Kaminari. He wields ceramic, titanium metal blades, one of the deadliest weapons in video game history, and is made of lightweight material, making him quick-footed. 𝐒 detailed. Though he is also weak to his own blades. A classic double-edged sword. Izuku said. He likely also relies on his speed and quick feet to expertly dodge his own blades if they are that deadly. /Man is fast and agile and wields the /claw, a portable alien blade that's designed to destroy asteroids. Boomstick exclaimed, the robot green-colored with sharp claws and orange spikes on its head. Okay. Wait, so his entire existence is to destroy asteroids? Fat Gum questioned. How often do asteroids land on their world that they built a whole robot to destroy them? Magnet Man is a tactical fighter who uses homing magnet missiles and magnet shields to outmaneuver enemies. 𝐒 explained the fourth robot 𝐻𝐼𝐼, this one having magnets on its hands and a larger one of its red head. I'm actually surprised that he also doesn't have some form of magnet powers to control metal around him. Mount Lady said. Magnetism works more than just straight-up connecting to metal. David said. His magnet shield likely is powered by electromagnetic energy fields to repel objects, and the homing magnet missiles are in fact him using magnetism to repel the magnets to whatever direction he wants, or because Mega Man is also made of metal that the magnets track him. And then there's Sheep Man, was said, sounding either perplexed or weirded out. Originally designed to actually herd sheep - shocker. Boomstick quipped. Took the words right out of my mouth. Setsuna said. He was reprogrammed by 𝐼𝐼 to turn into clouds that shoot lightning, get bored easily, and fall apart when hit by RBB baseballs. 𝐒 finished. Hey. Was all the group could say about the animal-themed robot, with even the science nerds, as Kaminari would put it, scratching their heads for any kind of logical explanation. What the Boomstick was about to curse before being censored. I mean interrupted. Napalm Man is a walking weapon. 𝐒 interrupted Boomstick and revealed the next robot 𝐻𝐼𝐼, a large purple robot with missile launcher on his head and rockets launchers for arms. Now, that's more like it. Bakugo yelled, grinning madly. And a robot MSTR after my own heart. Boomstick announced. He likes blowing SHT up so much that he built his own weapons museum. And then blew it up. He did that after he was infected with that virus, right? Melissa asked. Right. Ahahahaha. Bakugo roared in laughter. That is hilarious. Ahahaha. I think we finally broke him. Zero joked. Pharaoh Man possesses a large arsenal of mysterious powers. Was moved onto the next robot MSTR, which was basically a robot modeled after a mummy with a cape and pharaoh headdress. Which includes fireballs, energy waves, teleportation, a magic shield, and levitation. This feels less like robot powers and more just straight-up magic. Kaminari said. Like, can these powers be explained scientifically? Oh boy! Uraraka sighed, shaking her head. The group looked to her confused. You really did it now, shitty Pikachu. Bakugo groaned and smacking his forehead with his palm. Here. Kaminari questioned. His answer was given as Todoroki pointed at Izuku. His magic shield could very well be just a name, as he is probably using a regular energy-based shield. Izuku started muttering and writing in his notebooks like crazy. His levitation could be controlling the gravity around to make him weightless like Uraraka, or he could have invisible air thrusters in his feet to give the impression of levitation. His teleportation is perhaps light-speed level travel between one point and another. His energy waves are likely compressed plasma in the form of a wave, and maybe the same with the fireball. Or could he have generate fire and control its size using some form of pyrokinesis? The group's sweat dropped at Izuku's barely perceivable mumblings. Sorry. Kaminari muttered, as Kuta snapped his idol out of his mumbling with his water quirk. And yet with all that, he's known for being a little punch-happy. Boomstick revealed. That's like being a wizard and instead of using your magic you just whack bad guys over the head with your staff or something. Honinuki said, yet with this vast, versatile array of robot warriors, Wireless Ultimate Robot MSTR is none other than Bass. Wiz revealed. Bass Treble Robot Dog Assistant Bass Buster Charge Shot Rapid Fire Jet Booster powered by Basnium Super Adapter Copy Ability. The screen showed a robot similar to Mega Man, but taller and armored black and lines in gold. His helmet includes two yellow fin-like protrusion, similar to a cobra, a triangular crystal in his chest, a blue star-shaped crystal on his forehead, purple lines running down his eyes, white armored hands, and armored shoulder. So Bass is in this fight too. Kyuka said. So cool. Melissa gushed excited. A direct imitation of his nemesis, Mega Man, was explained. So both Eggman's and Wile's greatest creations are direct imitations of their enemy. All Might noted. Another similarity, though let us see if this Bass can match up to Metal Sonic. Nezu said. He even has a robo-dog helper called Treble. Boomstick added, showing the robotic purple dog with a large armored man, tube sticking down its body and a tail made out of a tube and purple cylinder, and large purple metal paws. Not enough you copy the dude, but you also have to copy his robo-doggy and make him ridiculously big and edgy. That thing looks more like wolf or a lion than a dog. Mineta said. That big purple maner looks ridiculously unfashionable. Irma pointed out. Bass is powered by Basnium, an extremely potent and unique energy source. Wiz revealed. Basnium? Boomstick questioned. You just made that up. I wish I did. Wiz sighed. Basnium? Kamakiri questioned. What the heck kind of name is Basnium? Was it found when someone was fishing or playing the bass? Well, instrument named elements aside, he wields the Bass Buster, an army cannon that has both rapid fire and charge shot settings. Boomstick continued. He is programmed to be able to copy any action he has ever seen. Wiz explained. If he gets a hold of another's weapons, he can use it to the same effectiveness as the original owner. Both Metal and Bass can copy an opponent's abilities. Jirota said. And interesting comparison that might decide the fight between the two. But here is brain teaser: if one of them copies the other's ability to copy abilities, will they just have a copy of that same copying ability they already have? And also, if one copies another's ability but the other copies that same ability they copied, will they just have two of the same abilities or replace the other? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said. "Oi, my brain hurts." 𝐔𝐬𝐽 cried out as she rubbed her invisible head, while Kaminari's own brain was literally shortcutted. He can also fuse with treble using the super adapter, creating super bass. Boomstick said. Bass and treble, on screen, formed in purple light to form this new form where bass is armored black and purple, his cobra fin protrusions becoming a larger and purple, and black and purple wings sprouted out from his back. That actually looks pretty sick. Setsuna complimented. Bass is extremely powerful, but brash and arrogant. Wiz said. He seeks to prove he is the strongest robot warrior there is and will even disobey Dr. Wile's orders if he thinks they impede his goal. Though he will not kill his creator, he has occasionally attacked him. Just like Metal Sonic and Eggman. Izuku said. I wonder which one will turn on their creator first. He even became an anti-hero, stealing a page out of Shadow the Hedgehog's playbook. Boomstick pointed out. Sounds like he should be fighting Shadow, or rather those robot shadows, than Metal Sonic. Uraraka said. But should Bass come after his mad creator, that's when Wily busts out his personal fighting vehicle. Boomstick continued. Wily Machine 8 houses Wily Capsule rocket-powered flight missile launcher boomerang buzzsaw tri-barrel laser blaster large laser cannon within skull. The Wily Machine has gone through several variations. Wiz explained, showing multiple versions of Wily's fighting vehicle. Even a dinosaur. Boomstick exclaimed, showing a floating, fire-breathing mech with a purple body and tail, spikes running down the spine, and a skull for a head with two horns sprouting out from each side. That's so cool. Setsuna yelled, eyes bright at the dinosaur-looking mech. I so want one of those. Considering its face is a skull and looks pretty evil-looking, I don't think that would be good to have when doing hero work, Setsuna. Itsuka said. Also rather overkill. Yui added. Though Wily's favorite appears to be machine number 8. Wiz pointed out, said number 8 machine as a large skull, Wily visible through one of its eyes, two fins sticking out on each side of the skull, and large exhausts on the back that shoot out fire to keep it in flight. Good Ole 8 can fly, launch missiles, and has a triple-barrel laser cannon and a boomerang buzzsaw. Boomstick listed his capabilities. It also houses Wily's personal transportation, the Wily Capsule. Wiz added. Which makes the worst sound you've ever heard in your life. Boomstick yelled. The device blared out a screeching, wailing alarm that had the viewing audience clutching their ears in pain, especially a pained Kyuka. My ears. Miruko yelled, covering her large bunny ears in pain. Mother effer. Izuku made to cover Ei's ears over her own, cringing in pain as he experienced the full blaring sound of the machine. Suddenly the sound lessened, as two disembodied hands were covering his own ears. He looked up to see Setsuna, flashing a smile and winking while gesturing to the sides of her head, her ears notably disconnected and missing from her head, likely stored somewhere from the noise. Izuku smiled in appreciation, one that made the fellow green-haired teen blush. Make it stop. Boomstick groaned. Make it stop. As the alarming sound ended, and the group sighed in relief, Kyuka turned to Momo and asked, Can you please make me noise-cancelling earmuff, Yomo? I know that sound if coming back in their fight and I don't think I can take it anymore. Sure. Momo said, pulling up her sleeve to reveal a glowing blue spot on her arm, the requested earmuffs popping out of Momo's body. Wily designs and commands his robots with long-term strategy in mind and, as a result, often keeps his team as flexible as possible. Wiz said. Though this means each robot has a specific, exploitable weaknesses. Smart thinking. Melissa said. With a flexible team with varied abilities, they can come prepared for any kind of threat and situation. Gutsman is clearly the most strongest, physically. Slash and Metal Man can cut through any enemy defenses easily. Magnet Man, Pharaoh Man, and even Sheep Man are great all-arounders, from defensive, range defense, and evasion, while Napalm Man is a clear firepower expert. Izuku listed. And base can probably copy all of the moves of Eggman's evil babies. Mai pointed out. Although given how these death battles are usually fast, a long-term strategy is likely not effective against straightforward war against an opposing force. Ida said. And Metal Sonic could easily match an even best base perhaps. All of which were found out and used by a single, power-changing blue android. Boomstick pointed. As a unit, Wireless team is prepared for anything. Whiz finished. I will create chaos, Wily ranted as he juggled a model moon and Earth. Destroy everything, and the best part, oh, the very best part is, he turned to a machine and typed commands in. I have finally gotten the best of Dr. Light. Bahaha. With the end of the second fighter's analysis, the group thought over the second Mad Doctor and his chances of winning. The students knew all lot about Wily beforehand, causing their thoughts to be more split between confident and unsure. Izuku knew that Wily was dangerous but was wary that Eggman and Metal Sonic were. Perhaps the greater, more dangerous force. Monoma meanwhile was already taking bets from his classmates that they will reveal additional counterparts and that Mega Man's would be his. The heroes gave Wily a bit of respect for his flexible team strategy and his priority over both offense and defense. Though most felt that his variability was a possible weakness as well, giving Wily no other real edge over Eggman beside versatility, while the egg-themed Doctor had a clear win in firepower and speed with the fleet of warships and Metal Sonic. Alright, the combatants are set. We said. Let's end this debate once and for all. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick announced. As the device paused and scanned for counterparts, the votes were decided. For Eggman, ultimately, the most notable of voters, despite the reluctance in voting for a villain, included Izuku, based mostly on Metal Sonic, Mai, who found Eggman's style of robots more amusing and interesting than Wireless, Momo and Ida, who found the Mad Doctor's feats and intellect more impressive, 𝐿oda, who was more biased on Eggman's mech being similar to his own mech in its humanoid design, Endeavor and Maruko, who thought the warships at the Mad Doctor's arsenal were an easy winner, Kyuka, who voted out of petty against Wireless ear-murdering capsule Thema, who liked Metal Sonic's belly laser, and Gran Torino, swayed mostly on Eggman's robots focusing of speed. As for Wireless' most notable voters, they included Bakugo, easily swayed by Napalm Man, Kamakiri, swayed similarly by both Slash and Metal Man, Koda, who was voted out of spite against Eggman's animal cruelty, Monoma, justifying his vote in that he was sure that he was Mega Man. How does that make sense? Kirishima and Tetsu, who liked Wireless more defensive robots, Kaminari, who liked that Sheep Man could shoot lightning, Melissa and David Shield, who appreciated more the advanced sentient robots more than Eggman's robots, and Aizawa, who found Wireless versatility and varied fighters rational. Nezu chose to omit his vote, choosing to keep his reasoning secret. Though when asked, he gave off a smile. Multiversal counterparts detected. The device announced. Dr. Eggman. Multiversal counterpart, Dr. Doma Yujiko aka Kyudai Garaki. It's that same doctor that Deku met. Uraraka growled, still sessed off at hearing the cruel words that Doctor said to her crush and hero. Others of the group growled at the man's image, especially All Might, Bakugo, and the rest of the Deku's unofficial agent. Nezu, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. I was right. He hummed. The reason for Gerald Robotnik's similar appearance to that doctor is because that very same doctor is counterparts with Gerald Robotnik's grandson. Although now with this doctor once more a counterpart to a villain, garners further need for investigation of this man. As a precaution, Izuku flinched at the man's image and memory, his fists clenching. Why did we have to go meet him of all doctors? Izuku thought. Didn't Mom say that my father recommended him? Dr. Wily. Multiversal counterpart, Dr. Doma Yujiko aka Kyudai Garaki. Wait, his both of them? Mina yelled in surprise. It's almost like with Izuku as both Luke Skywalker and Harry Potter. Momo said. It's likely because they are both so similar that their counterparts are similar as well. I wonder if this will occur more often with more similar fighters. I hope not. Kyuka replied. Sounds rather boring if you ask me. Although I suppose this pairing of counterparts has a bright side. Asui said as she looked to Izuku. No matter who wins, you can watch the man who hurt you as a kid get destroyed as payback. That's a little much, Zu. Uraraka stuttered, a nervous sweat drop over her head. Deku's not the vindictive type. It's fine, Uraraka. Izuku said. I get what Zu means and I appreciate it. Thanks for trying to make me feel better, Zu. Izuku smiled gratefully at the frog girl. No problem. Tsuyu replied, a small blush on her cheeks. Ribbit. She whispered, croaked, pleased with herself. Additional multiversal counterparts detected. The device suddenly continued. Ha! You see. I was right. Monoma declared dramatically. I knew that there would be additional counterparts that it would reveal. Yeah, whatever. Shinsu grumbled, annoyed. No one was disagreeing with you on that part. We were just doubtful of you being Mega Man, just you watch. Monoma replied. You will see that I am the main protagonist of the Mega Man world and show you 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 that I am base. Multiversal counterpart, Nieto Monoma. Monoma went silent, his smug face frozen, gawking noises escaping his mouth. You were saying? Shinsu asked, causing laughter to erupt from the students, while Monoma fumed. Well, I guess he wasn't wrong. Yui said. He was Mega Man's evil, arrogant copy. The normally quiet girl put more emphasis on the arrogant part of Base's personality than the evil part. Metal Sonic. Multiversal counterpart unverifiable. Hey. Melissa questioned, the rest of the group likewise confused. What does it mean unverifiable? Metal Sonic is a robotic life form of debatable artificial intelligence. Unable to verify humanoid counterpart. Future update required. So the device cannot clearly compare Metal Sonic because it is a robot duplicate of Sonic rather than an actual person. Ida said. But wait, didn't it make a counterpart to that AI of MSTR Chief from the last fight? Itsuka asked. Perhaps because it was a more defined artificial intelligence with a more developed and detailed personality. Izuku proposed. Or perhaps the AI was based on someone in that universe and that person was the one that was compared to. The only flaw in that argument is that the device compared the AI rather than the actual person if that were the case. Todoroki replied, Izuku sweat dropping embarrassed. The device also said that Metal Sonic's artificial intelligence is debatable and requires an upgrade. Jirota pointed out. It could be. The device cannot accurately place a counterpart to Metal Sonic yet because its scanner or whatever means it uses to identify counterparts is incomplete. So like it's unfinished? Kinoko asked. Why would Wheeze and Boomstick send an unfinished one? Remember that they had to do it quickly because of their government hunting them. Leiko pointed out. Alright, enough of all of this talking, let's just continue so we can see these robots tear each other apart. Bakugo roared. The group agreed with the explosive blonde and quickly wrapped up their individual conversations to continue the video. The video continued, showing Eggman and his forces, consisting so far of Moto Bugs, Buzz Bombers, SWA bots, and Cater Killers marching, floating, and crawling towards Wile's own forces, showing Mets, Sniper Joes, Bladers, Hotheads, and Pauzos. Eggman floated by in his Eggmobile, Orbot and Qbot floating next to him, while Wily flew overhead in his Wily capsule, the horrible blaring noise sounding again. The group flinched at the painful, annoying sound, Kyuka quickly placing the earmuff over her ears. God damn it. Bakugo cursed as he covered his ears. I swear if I have to continue hearing this shitty noise, I'm ripping my own ears off. Looks like they are starting off their fight with their regular infantry. 13 noted. In regular warfare, the generals and more valuable assets are normally reserved for last, sending them out as their enemy's forces are tired and worn out. Aizawa said. It's exactly what happened in my fight against the villain in the USJ, they tired me out with their goons and left me vulnerable to Shigaraki and that Nomu. Fight! Attack! Attack! Eggman yelled out, his words displayed in a white text box next to him as Buzz Bombers flew past him. For the Eggman Empire. Fool! Wily replied out loud, his text box contrastingly in black, as bladers flew past him. My firepower is superior. Attack! The buzz bombers rained down yellow laser orbs down onto wireless force. The rained down Mets crouched, the lasers bouncing off their hard helmets. They rose up and fired back with their own yellow laser pellets, striking and destroying the buzz bombers firing on them. Looks like the Mets are still as hard-headed as ever. Kaminari voiced his thoughts. And they destroyed Eggman's robots easily. With those impressive defenses, they will be hard for Eggman to destroy. Melissa said. The Moto bugs charged at the Pauzo, only to be knocked away by the robotic elephant's rolling ball. Ha! They went down like a bunch of pinballs. Minoma declared. What a truly pathetic show this Eggman is making. Is there an off-SWCH to him? Mina asked Itsuka. Or at the very least something to turn down the condescending tone in his voice. Unfortunately no. Itsuka replied. Ouch, you guys must have it rough. Mina cringed. You don't know the half of it. Kendo sighed. The sniper Joes jumped in front of the Paizo and opened fire on Eggman's robots. The blaster fire easily destroyed a good number of Eggman's egg pawns before they opened fire themselves, their lasers quickly joined by those of the SWA bots. The sniper Joes blocked the laser fire with their near-impenetrable shields, retaliating once more as they quickly obliterated the rest of the opposing egg paws and SWA bots. Man, it's not looking good for Eggman. Mirio noted. They are getting annihilated. Soto said. Koda whimpered in fear and nervousness, something which Mina picked up and said, Oh, don't worry Koda. I'm sure the animals are safe. They are likely being freed, we just can't see them through all the smoke. Koda started to calm down, smiling and nodding at Mina. Ha ha. Wily laughed. Your minions are outmatched. Unfortunately, he's right Dr. Eggman. Orbot said. Our forces are being easily destroyed by comparison. Yeah, and his bots are wrecking ours too. Q-bot repeated unintentionally, watching as pieces of a bot flew past him. No. Cousin Susan. Why were you fighting? You were a vacuum. Wait, his cousin is a vacuum. Kossi questioned. That's what you're questioning. Kamakiri questioned with a raised eyebrow. And not why a Fing vacuum is fighting. No matter. Eggman calmly replied, raising his hand. Get a load of this. Suddenly, E101 Beta materialized beside Eggman, speaking in its robotic voice, target confirmed. The black and white colored robot flew at super speeds over wireless forces, raining down explosive energy blasts, and easily destroying multiple sniper Joes, Pauzos, and a few Mets before they crouched. Bladers swarmed towards Beta, who merely swiped and backhanded them away as they exploded. Whoa, that flying robot is turning the tides. Nejaya exclaimed. His easily blowing up wireless robots. A swarm of Mets marched, stopping as a large, comical bomb landed next to them, the Eggman insignia on it. It exploded and destroyed them as the Egg Robo, who dropped the bomb from his own Eggmobile, floated above. The shadow androids skated past two hotheads. They tried throwing fireballs at them, as Silver Sonic and Mecha Sonic appeared, curled into spiky ball and shredded through them, the two fiery wily bots exploding. Looks like all of Eggman's badniks are coming out of the woodwork. Snipe said. They look like they can easily take care of wireless main forces. Don't forget that Wily still has his robot Emestus in reserve. Vlad King replied. I'm sure he's going to release them now that Eggman's badniks showed up. Ho ho ho. Eggman laughed. Now whose robots are outmatched? Brilliant strategy, your evilness. Orbot praised his creator. That Pretender's forces are paling at the might of the badniks. Yeah, and his losing too. Q-bot added. Is Orbot just going to say big words and praise Eggman while Q-bot just repeats what he says, only stupider? Honinuki asked. Looks like it. Shahai replied. Robot Emestus. Go. Wily commanded, Napalm Man blasting past Wily, Slash Man jumping towards the enemy, Guts Man shoulder charging forward, Pharaoh Man floating out a portal from the ground, and Metal Man landing beside Wily. See. Vlad said as he gestured to his correct assumption. Slash Man jumped in and slashed and destroyed a few of Eggman's robots, Metal Man landing behind him and firing his titanium blades at the enemy robots. They are grouping and fighting in teams to watch each other's backs. Fat Gum said. Surprisingly good teamwork from these evil robots. Well, technically evil brainwashed robots. Ryukyu pointed out. Egg Robo and Beta were being magnetically drawn in by Magnet Man's magnet shield, with the magnet-themed robot quickly firing his homing magnet missiles and destroying the two badniks. No! Mai shouted. Not those babies. They were the coolest and most adorable ones. I am having a hard time figuring out how she found that Beta one cute. Ojiro whispered to the Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida. Trust us, we are just as clueless. Izuku replied, Uraraka and Ida nodding in agreement. Mecha Sonic and Pharaoh Man floated towards each other, Mecha Sonic curling and spinning in his spiky rolled-up form and launching himself towards Pharaoh Man. The mummy-themed robot quickly floated up escape through a portal, Mecha Sonic flying past. Pharaoh Man came down another appearing portal before quickly creating a shield that looked like an eye, Mecha Sonic crashing and struggling to shred through. Mecha Sonic ceased his attack, Pharaoh Man quickly taking advantage and firing an fireball at the robot, instantly destroying it. That was actually a rather tense fight there. Shindo said. But looks like Pharaoh Man won in the end. Wily and his robot Emesters appear to be dominating the field again. Jirota said. Mecha Knuckles and a Motobug were stopped short by Gutsman, who lifted up the Motobug easily and hurled it at the robot Echidna, it exploding in a puff of fire and smoke. Silver Sonic zoomed past as it was being chased and fired on by Napalm Man. Bakugu yelled in victory. Looks like Eggman's robots are SHT compared to Wireless. Looks like I am going to win this bet, Deku. Just as Bakugu said that, a green laser came out of nowhere and engulfed Napalm Man in a large fiery explosion. It's like you are purposefully trying to jinx yourself. Tokoyami stated as Bakugu gaped in shock. As the flames and smoke faded, a prismatic black and purple shield, purple lightning sparking around it was shown, the shield disappearing as Metal Sonic fully emerged. Izuku frowned at the sight of his counterpart's evil, robotic equivalent, knowing that the tide was about to turn back in Eggman's favor. Metal Sonic looked at the unconscious Napalm Man with glowing red eyes, its sensors scanning it before it beeped in completion. Metal Sonic's chest glowed bright yellow before a yellow beam of energy shot out and left the explosive-themed robot nothing more than a burning pyre of fire. Bakugu cursed. That's what you get for tempting fate, Bakugu. Mineta laughed out, before he was repaid with Bakugu's own explosion to his laughing face. As metal flew overhead, Sheep Man stood, until Scratch and Grounder appeared and charged onto the sheep-themed robot. A comical dust cloud formed, the sounds of clashing, clanging, and punching sounded as Scratch and Grounder yelled out, "I got him," and "No, I got him." As the comical dust cloud faded, Scratch and Grounder stood there with no sign of Sheep Man. "I thought you had him." Grounder yelled in a goofy voice. "I thought you had him." Scratch questioned back, pointing at him. Meanwhile, above them, the one they thought they got fired lightning onto them, and in a puff of smoke and fire, the two's headless remains stood there until their heads landed on the other's body, with Sheep Man standing there. "Oh boy," Q-Bot said. "I sure hope we don't end up like that." A split second after he said that, a lightning bolt struck his own head, the yellow-cubed robot slumping. Orbot smacked his own head and sighing. "Ahahahaha." Miruko laughed. "Oh, this is comedy gold. Nothing like casually blowing idiot robot heads for laughs and chuckles." Pixie Bob chuckled. Quickly, the three were suddenly shredded through by Silver Sonic as he spin-dashed through the war zone. "Wait, did he just kill two of his own guys?" Tetsu pointed out. "Not cool, dude. Don't you mean not manly?" Kendo teased. Shut up." Tetsu yelled, his cheeks blushing. That aside, Silver Sonic is obviously programmed to destroy his enemies, likely at all costs. Ida said. "Plus it's not like that robot is going to give two SHTs about those two shitty robots." Bakugu added. "Must you always be so unnecessarily vulgar?" Ida asked. "I don't need to, but I like to." Bakugo replied. Silver Sonic continued spin dashing, until 3 bolts of energy crashed into the spinning robot, obliterating it. From the fire and smoke, popped out a green Chaos Emerald. It's a Chaos Emerald. Kossi pointed. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Kamakiri said. But what destroyed Silver Sonic? Shihai asked. The screen panned to show the destroyer of the Silver Sonic to be Bass, Treble standing by his side. Aha! Monoma yelled. It was obviously me. Wow, he got over not being Mega Man quickly. Hagekyu noticed. If anything, he is tenacious. Itsuka said. Oh yeah. Bass said. I'm a badass. Monoma smirked. Again, kind of obvious. Yui said, gesturing between Bass and Monoma. Extremely arrogant. Monoma frowned and with gritted teeth. About time you showed up, Bass. Wily yelled as he hovered towards his greatest creation. Wait. What's that green thing? Before Bass could go over and take it, Metal Sonic sped out of nowhere and took the Chaos Emerald. Metal Sonic hovered in the air and glowed in blinding emerald light. Well, that's not good for Wily. Mai said. Well, good luck, Bass. Wily yelled as he hovered away. Coward. Endeavor growled. Finally. Bass yelled. A worthy challenge. Suddenly, orbs of yellow floated past Bass, making the black and gold-colored android to look confused. Wait, is that Uraraka said. Yellow Devil. Izuku muttered, finishing Uraraka's sentence. The blobs flew past Metal Sonic and gathered into the large, infamous Yellow Devil. As for the metal clone of Sonic, the emerald light faded, revealing Metal Sonic in a new form consisting of larger blue spikes and claws. Metal Sonic transformed into a new form by harnessing the Chaos Emerald. Melissa said. Oh, this is going to be good. Mina said, rubbing her hands in anticipation. As Metal Sonic landed on the ground, he was enveloped by Yellow Devil's hand that slammed onto him. Or not. Mina said, her eyes surprised. No. Eggman yelled as he flew and swung his wrecking ball onto Yellow Devil's form. Get back, blob thing. Bass jumped on top of Yellow Devil and fired at the chain of Eggman's wrecking ball, the wrecking ball falling off and Eggman fleeing. A shadow android jumped in and homing attacked Bass, who blocked and swiftly destroyed it with a few energy orbs. Things aren't looking so good for Eggman. Nejaya said. He still hasn't called in his fleet of ships yet. Mirio pointed out. This is a disaster. Eggman decreed. Call in the Egg Fleet. Never mind. Mirio chuckled. Not so fast, Fatso. Wily's voice declared. Eggman turned to see Wily hovering towards him, now manned in the Wily machine. Eggman laughed as he lowered down and entered inside his own Death Egg robot. Mech battle. Awase yelled excited. Wily fired onto the marching Death Egg robot with a few energy orbs, Eggman responding with the Death Egg robot firing its rocket fists at the Wily machine. The Wily machine fired rockets at the large mech, Eggman backing up in response to the fire. Their mechs seem evenly matched. Midnight noted. This is so wicked. MIC yelled out, much to Eraser's ire. The robot Emester stood next to Yellow Devil, whose body started shifting till Metal Sonic flew out through its other side. Metal Sonic escaped. Ragdoll yelled. Metal Sonic crashed through and destroyed both Gutsman and Slashman, before evading and striking through Yellow Devil, leaving behind 2 of Napalm Man's copied bombs that destroyed Yellow Devil. Wait, how did he do that? Kaminari questioned. Metal Sonic copied Napalm Man's abilities when he was unconscious so he can create his missiles. Izuku answered. And with Yellow Devil's weakness to fire, the explosions easily destroyed him. Bakugo grumbled in anger at his favorite of the robot MSDR's abilities being copied and used against his voted team. Dr. Wily. Bass yelled as he appeared. Look out! Metal Sonic super sped and struck the Wily machine multiple times before it exploded, Wily flying off and tumbling in front of the Death Egg robot. Wait! I admit defeat. Wily begged for his life. Please spare me. Eggman replied by stomping and squashing Wily under his mecha's feet. Ho ho ho! Sucker! Eggman laughed victoriously. Is that it? Bakugo yelled, as the Eggman voters started to cheer. No, it isn't. Nezu replied, making said cheering individuals pause in confusion. What do you mean? Mina asked. He literally squashed him. Just continue watching. Nezu merely said. Eggman moved his foot to see 𝐬𝐼𝐼's remains, only to find 𝐬𝐼𝐼's fake head on a spring. What? Eggman cried out. It's a dummy. I believe you all forget that when they showed base, he fired on 𝐬𝐼 to show that it was actually a dummy 𝐬𝐼 too. Nezu said. Wait, so was that 𝐬𝐼 always fake? Jirota asked. Possibly. Nezu replied. Or 𝐬𝐼 used his ninjutsu training to quickly replace himself with a dummy of himself. Look who's talking. 𝐬𝐼's voice declared. Eggman turned to find another large mech standing against him, this one the dinosaur-like mech. Yes. Setsuna cheered. Dino mech. With metal, he smacked Treble away, before quickly throwing up his black shield and blocking Metal Man's thrown blades. Metal Sonic lowered his shields, created 3 copied versions of Metal Man's blades and fired them on the red-eyed robot, destroying it. What? Kamakiri yelled. I thought those blades can cut through anything. Almost anything. Tokoyami corrected. Metal Sonic's black shield was also claimed to be impenetrable, so it was able to block his blades, copy his power at the same time, and destroy him with his own blades that he is weak to. Base jumped behind Metal and tried firing point blank at the robot's back, only for the laser ball to pass through the left-behind afterimage and get struck from behind by the real one. He went so fast that he left an afterimage of himself in his place. Ida said amazed. Dumb robots. 𝐬𝐼 yelled from his Dino mech. Why do I always have to do everything myself? The mecha's mouth opened and fired off a capsule. Upon closer look, words were written on the capsule that said Roboenza. It landed on Metal Sonic's feet, releasing a puff of purple gas that covered Metal. He used the Roboenza virus. Melissa exclaimed. Okay, that is not good for Eggman. Mai said. Does that mean that Metal is going to go violent towards Eggman? Uraraka asked. Maybe. Izuku said, feeling uneasy, like something bad was going to happen. Ha! That's Roboenza. Looks like I win. 𝐬𝐼 declared victoriously. Not yet. Eggman yelled. The Egg Fleet has arrived, Dr. Eggman. Orbot informed, also inside the mech with his creator. Behold the almighty Egg Fleet. Eggman declared, as an armada of warships including the larger egg carrier. There it is. Mirio pointed. I highly doubt that base, even in its other form, and 𝐬𝐼 can stand against a fleet of ships like that. All Might voiced his thoughts. Looks like this match is over. Endeavor said. Now it over. Ho ho ho. Eggman laughed out. I've won. Over with Metal Sonic, he started sparking and glowing in purple lightning. When the light and electricity stopped, Metal Sonic's eyes glowed full red. Kneel before your MSTR. Metal Sonic growled out, his voice an evil, robotic duplicate of Sonic's voice. Okay, that's definitely not good. Mai said. Metal Sonic flew into the air and exploded out a field of red energy, encompassing the Egg Fleet in the field. The warships glowed white, along with Metal, whose figure started to grow, and all started to merge together. Metal! What are you doing? Eggman yelled. He's absorbing the warships into him, sir. Orbot clarified. He's not responding to commands. The group watched wide-eyed at the display of power from the blue android, Endeavor and Miruko gaping at the fleet of warships being both taken out and used to empower Metal. Nezu watched with a satisfied, large smirk. Oh no! Base groaned as he held his injured arm. Come on, Treble. Base and Treble leaped into the air, collided and glowed in purple light. The light faded to reveal Super Base. Base transformed into Super Base. Pony pointed out. Quite fitting. Minoma bragged. The winged, hero knight to slay the fearsome monster. A true feat of heroism. At this point, all I hear from him is blah blah 1A blah blah I'm the best. Meaner voice while moving her hand like a mouth talking in mockery. Super Bass flew to the still-forming Metal Sonic and fired several powerful laser blasts at it, only to be blasted away by several rockets. Bass landed roughly onto the ground as he looked up to see the monstrosity that Metal Sonic was now. The white light faded as it showed Metal Sonic in the similar dragon-like appearance from the analysis. His head was long like a dragon's, with two sets of eye-like visors on top of each other, spikes sticking out the back, and its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Its back was filled with wires sticking out like spikes, while the front of its chest was a large cavernous mouth with a yellow blaster in the center. Its arms were large draconic claws, and its lower half was a mesh of machinery and a pair of clawed wings. Mouths dropped left and right at the monstrous majesty of Metal Sonic, the heroes' and students' eyes widening in horror and amazement. Ryukyu shivered at the dragon-like robot, wondering, and mentally worrying, of what a fight between her and that monstrosity would result. Setsuna was in a mix of squealing glee at the dragon-like appearance and sheer terror, while Monoma simply gaped in terror that he almost released his bladder. Izuku's eyes widened to large proportions, mentally picturing himself as Sonic having to face that thing. The image brought back memories of his and All Might's fight with the metal-controlling criminal on Eye Island and his fight with Overhaul. Speaking of which, Izuku noticed Eri trembling in fear, the fear in her eyes likely showing that she too was remembering that particular fight. Izuku quickly wrapped his arms around her protectively and whispered, "It's all right, Eri. It's all right. That's not him. He and that thing won't hurt. Ever. Promise." Eri whimpered. "Promise," Izuku said with conviction, a comforting smile on his face. Eri smiled and buried her face in Izuku's chest. "Thank you, Papa." For once, instead of blushing and steaming from the name, Izuku simply smiled. Super Bass got up only to be swallowed by a mazer-red laser that consumed the area in fire. "Well, saw that coming," Kamakiri said, while Monoma steamed. Multiple robots of Wireless and Eggman's armies were likewise consumed in flames and destruction. "He's attacking everything in sight," Aizawa said. "That virus along with his power has left him bloodthirsty and seeking only one thing, destruction. That powerful laser must be coming from the egg carrier's laser that Metal absorbed," Irma said. "With that level of destruction, any one of us would be toast if we got hit by that thing," Miruko said. "I don't think even Crust with his shield quirk could block that," Ryukyu agreed. Metal Sonic fired another massive red laser that consumed and destroyed the Death Egg robot, and Eggman and Orbot with it. "Did he just get killed by his own robot?" Setsuna asked. "It appears so," Ibora said. Wireless fled out of his mech in his capsule just as the mech was destroyed by another laser. Wily attempted to flee but was inevitably consumed in another laser, he and his capsule exploding in a fiery inferno. "KO! Here!" the group yelled in question. "Wait, who won?" Mina said. "Eggman. It was his robot." "No, it must be Wily," Melissa said. "His Roboenza virus caused him to become like that. But then he blew up as well." Izuku jumped in. "So did neither one win? Let's just see what they have to say about it," Todoroki said. "Welp, that world's fed," Boomstick said, showing the gigantic Metal Sonic destroying and firing on the burning ruins of the city. "Our bad." The heroes and students widened in horror, attempting to try and not paint that destruction and havoc in their own world. Dr. Wily had less adaptable troops. Ranged infantry trumped Eggman's mixed one robot MSS worked better as a team than individually planned ahead, and planted a just-in-case dummy, so I suppose technically Wily won because he used the Roboenza, which ultimately meant the end for Eggman. Wiz said, sounding confused himself. And his ranged troops were more effective than Eggman's, and his robot MSS were better working as a team and defeated the Badniks easily. Dr. Eggman limited infantry variety. Individually varied Badniks were not designed to be a team focus on personal victory. Neglected minion control, but then he and all of them died too. Boomstick added in. And that's technically Eggman's robot, Sue. So the winner is him. Wiz hummed in confusion. Metal Sonic, Boomstick suggested. Metal Sonic. Wiz agreed. The group were left confused and silent, not knowing what to do with that information. Until a single chuckle from Setsuna broke the silence and gave way to a plethora of chaos. The more serious voters, like Bakugo, Endeavor, Kamakiri, and Monoma whined and raged in protest, while the more light-hearted were laughing their butts off, like Mina, Setsuna, Hagekyo, and Kaminari. Others simply sweat-dropped at the situation and stayed silent, like Izuku, Kirishima, All Might, and Melissa, and Mai cried at the death and destruction of so many appealing babies. When I said that no matter the winner, your counterpart would pay for hurting, I didn't mean both of them would lose. Asui said to Izuku. Looks like it worked out better than expected. Let's not be so glad at their deaths. Even if it was simulated. Izuku said with a nervous chuckle. Eri looked between Izuku and Asui curiously. Miss Su seems to like Nka for Papa so much, and Papa seems to like her too. Eri thought. Is she Papa's friend, sister, or could she be Mama? All Might looked to Nezu, who was smiling in victory. You knew all along, didn't you, sir? All Might asked. It was merely a suspicion of mine. Nezu confirmed. I knew from the moment Metal Sonic took that draconic form that he would be eventually transform into that state and easily destroy wireless forces. However, the presence of the Roboenza and Eggman's already established, difficult control over Metal made me sure that Eggman would possibly lose as well. In the end, I decided to omit my vote and let the chips fall where they may, as you humans mostly say. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick announced. Battle of the Princesses. A battle of princesses. Miruko repeated confused before groaning. Is this going to be some girly, slap fight between two spoiled rich beaches? The screen played an enchanting, mysterious melody where an appealing woman in a purple dress, long brown hair, and long pointy ears appeared and cast a plethora of spells and magic. A tiara of sorts was on her forehead and she was wearing rather ornate jewelry. The music then turned whimsical and cutesy as another appealing, pink-dressed, blonde-haired lady showed up, smiling brightly, floating slowly to the ground on a pink umbrella, and make kissy faces. She was also wearing a gold crown on her head. Zelda vs. Peach. The guys blushed at the beauty of the two revealed princesses, with Kosi, Awase, and Kaminari, all with perverse faces, giving thumbs up and bloody noses, while Mineta had to be restrained by the guys from hounding Mai to proceed to the next video. The girls were likewise stunned at their beauty, but mostly Zelda's mystical powers shone, while a certain pair of girls were staring angrily at Izuku, who unintentionally blushed as well. You were saying? Ryukyu said, as Miruko gaped at the magic of the First Lady. I was half right. Miruko said. That one in the pink dress doesn't strike me as hardcore or tough. Why do I get the feeling you are going to be proven wrong? Mount Lady questioned. It's happened so many times already with us and the students, it wouldn't surprise me. Mandalay replied. With a nod of confirmation from Nezu, Mai pressed the button for the next video. Third POV, Mai pressed the play button, moving on to the next video, it beginning with the same rocking music. Today we are pitting two of the most powerful, yet worthless damsels in distress, of all time, against each other. Wiz began. Here. Itsuka questioned. Mostly worthless. Boomstick said. If they're not getting kidnapped, they're always nagging at you to do stuff. Like my ex-wife. Princess Zelda, from the realm of Hyrule. Wiz introduced the first fighter. And Princess Peach, of the Mushroom Kingdom. Boomstick introduced the second. So these princesses are powerful, but then how are they also worthless? Uraraka asked. Maybe they just aren't as powerful as the bad guys that kidnapped them. Ojiro suggested. Or perhaps their powers or skills aren't suited for battle and are more passive individuals. Izuku said. I'm Wizard and his Boomstick, Wiz introduced the two of them. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. The first of the princesses was Gorgeous, whose very presence seemed to radiate nobility and wisdom. Many different versions and images of her were shown, from her hair color switching from golden blonde to chocolate brown. The most consistent feature of her was her fair, pale skin, her pointy, elf ears, her hair reaching past her shoulders, and wearing regal and noble dresses and outfits. The one dress that stood out the most was a royal, purple and white dress, the purple mostly on her upper half and white mostly on her lower half. She wore an assortment of jewelry and armor, from golden tiara to golden shoulder plates banded together in a golden brooch over her modest chest. She wore a tunic of sorts in front of her, wrapped around her slender waist by golden links, the tunic purple in color featuring an angelic-looking drawing and 3 orange triangles forming another triangle formation. The guys of the group, mostly the students, were practically enchanted by the elven beauty, dropped jaws and awed eyes their most apparent choice of reaction, with even Izuku blushing and staring for a bit. Emma was the most taken with Zelda's appearance, claiming it as magnifique and spectaculaire. The girls were likewise astounded by the princess's beauty and regal air, with only a few feeling a sense of jealousy sprouting towards the magical princess. The pros looked at the princess with intrigue, wondering just what this elven royalty can do. As for pervert number 1 and 2, a sideways glance from Izuku, Kyuka, and Aizawa were enough to put the two down from going gaga over her, Kaminari more than Mineta. As for class 1B's own pervert and semi-pervert, Kossi the former and Awase the latter, they too were given side glance from Itsuka that shut the two up. Wait, is she an elf? Kossi asked. She has the pointy ears and everything. That or some kind of fairy or elf-like species. Jirota replied. Princess Zelda, being a descendant of the house of 𝐒𝐲𝐽, Princess Zelda has spent her entire life governing her vast, magical kingdom. Wiz began. Background: full name, Zelda 𝐒𝐲𝐽, Princess of Destiny race, Hylian 7th Sage, maiden descendant of the goddess Hylia, blessed with wisdom of Nairu, stubborn and feisty, noble and wise. Don't you mean entire lives? Boomstick pointed out. In plural. Come again. Ida said. Actually, that's a great point. Wiz said. Zelda is in fact not just any ordinary, magical princess but rather the reincarnated descendant of the magical, Hylian goddess, Hylia. She's a reincarnated goddess. Mina yelled. Before Ibora could go into prayer mode and ask forgiveness for this blasphemy, Itsuka calmed her down with, "Easy there, Shio. This is another universe. Who knows, maybe God is a girl in this universe. Doesn't your religion say that God doesn't really have a gender but is just God?" Shiozaki's mouth opened to protest but just decided to shake her head and not bother imposing her beliefs and teachings on others. In her multiple appearances across the Legend of Zelda world, each version of her is actually a reincarnated Zelda from a future or previous time PRD. Wiz explained. So she is a reincarnated goddess, but every time she dies, she then reincarnates as a different Zelda or the same Zelda. Kyuka questioned. Kaminari was so confused and lost that his brain was sparking electricity. Boy, keeping track of that time mumbo-jumbo, that must be a real pain. Boomstick groaned. I'm getting a headache. Someone get me a beer. Did he just read my mind or something? MIC questioned, as he rubbed his head. I was thinking just that. I feel like if there is anyone here who is in need of a beer, it's this shaggy-haired insomniac. Midnight gestured towards Aizawa. Aizawa continued staring at the screen, his only reply being a middle finger raised in her direction, one his friend just laughed at. Moving on, despite having a king, the majority of royal decision across the various PRDs of 𝐒𝐲𝐽 are actually made by her. Wiz revealed. Wow! Itsuka said. She must have a lot of trust from her dad. And she must be rather smart and wise that everybody listens to her. Yui added. Talk about a control freak. Boomstick jumped in. And why do they let her get away with it? I mean, she's lost her kingdom to the forces of evil more times than I can even count. That doesn't sound so wise to me. Kamakiri grunted out. And maybe she thought it was better to surrender and flee to not risk the lives of her people. Kinoko stuttered out. This could mostly be because of her astute and wise mind and judgment which her father, the king, trusts. Wiz answered. See. Itsuka said. Yeah, that, and maybe dear old Pops has no idea how many times this has happened before. Boomstick continued. Actually, that makes me wonder. Momo said. If the same royal family, presumably, rules over 𝐒𝐲𝐽, and Zelda is reborn over and over as a princess of Hyrule. Does that mean that she is her own mother, grandmother, or great-grandmother? Depends on how far the time between Zelda dying and being reborn is. Izuku said. It could be instantaneous, where when she dies, she is reborn as the next baby, or perhaps at random. I think about this too much and I think my brain is going to melt. Mina groaned as her rubbed her head. You have a brain? Kyuka asked with a smirk. Oh haha, very funny Jiru. Mina rolled her eyes. Between being weighted on hand and foot, Zelda has spent some time training with her modest arsenal. Wiz continued. Weaponry: royal sword, dagger, light bow, weapon of choice, light arrow, destroys evil, can even damage phantoms, bows, magic, musical instruments even. Boomstick listed. She even carries a sword and dagger, but has very little experience with them. I doubt that we will see those last two weapons during her fight. Tokoyami said. Her weapon of choice is the bow, which she wields with deadly accuracy. Boomstick revealed, showing Zelda shoot an arrow of light at a green-dressed elf with a sword and shield, the arrow bouncing from his shield and into the unguarded chest of a black-robed man with two swords. That was amazing. Momo gasped in awe. To fire at the shield at the right angle to bounce towards his heart must take a masterful technique with the bow. It would also depend on what that shield was made of. Ida pointed out. If it were made of some metal that easily reflected that arrow made of light, then it would be easier. Plus, she can use her magic to turn an ordinary arrow into the powerful light arrow, perfect for killing evil. Boomstick continued, showing Zelda turn 3 ordinary arrows into golden, glowing arrows that radiated light and holy energy. Gah! Dark shadow hissed as it shrunk behind the squinting Tokoyami. The light. It burns. So can she infuse that same energy into other weapons? Uraraka asked. Like with her sword? Most likely. 13 replied. Perhaps she can only make those light arrows with that infused energy because it is her preferred weapon of choice. While you should expand the versatility and capabilities of your powers, if you have a specific field of strength that you excel at, then focus and hone that trait to the limit and beyond. Speaking of which, Zelda is an incredibly potent spellcaster. Wiz jumped in. Magic: minor telekinesis, prophetic dreams, one-way telepathy, Furore's wind, Nayru's love, Din's fire, healing spells. While most of her magic is for use outside of combat, she is more than capable of holding her own if necessary. Wiz revealed. That could be why she is not a normally frontline fighter and why many would say that she would be worthless in battle. Ryukyu said. She can teleport with Furore's wind, shield herself with Nayru's love, and cast pyrokinetic projectiles with Din's fire. Wiz listed, showing Zelda teleport in a whirlwind of green energy, surround herself with blue, magical crystal, and unleash a tiny fiery flare that exploded. She even has access to minor forms of telekinesis, a form of one-way telepathy, and even has prophetic dreams of the future. That's so cool. Izuku gaped in fanboyish awe as he wrote in his notebook. So she has a form of short to mid-range teleportation to evade danger and reach normally difficult to maneuver areas, a form of one-way telepathy like Mandalay's that's likely one of her more passive magics, as well as her prophetic dreams like Sir's. That Nayru's love seems to be both an offense attack and defensive, especially against projectile-based abilities. And she also has a form of pyrokinesis like Kaken's, though it's perhaps not as powerful on first glance. Like hell, that Royal Elf Beach's explosions would be better than me. Bakugu roared, snapping Deku from his mumblings. Those explosive flares are super weak compared to mine. Also, she can talk with dead people. Boomstick spoke, his voice in a mock-haunting tone. Spirits. Wiz corrected him. Like booze? Boomstick questioned. Interesting. Leiko said, rubbing her chin at that particular power. Along with her magical arsenal, Zelda is also the consistent bearer of the legendary Triforce of Wisdom, a testament to her astute mind. Which looks like a golden Dorito that she tattooed on her hand. Boomstick said. Okay, I'm starting to think that he is the one with telepathy, because he just read my mind again. MIC said. Or you two are just morons. Aizawa snarked back. Triforce of Wisdom. 1/3 of the Triforce enhances magical ability, leads bearer to wise decisions, protects bearer from evil, creates faultless disguises. �ㄗ of the Sheikah Tetra, the pirate captain. The Triforce of Wisdom is 1/3 of the legendary Triforce, a powerful magical artifact of the gods that can grant any wish to those of equal wisdom, power, and courage. Wiz explained. The power to grant any wish. Kirishima repeated. Like those orange orbs with the stars on them. What were they called again? I believe those were the Dragon Ball, Kirishima. Momo answered. Oh right. Kirishima said. But then why does she only have one of them? Do they split like the Dragon Ball do? But when a greedy, power-hungry tyrant wanted these golden chips to rule all of Hyrule, they split and he got stuck with one, while the other two went to Link and Zelda. Boomstick further explained, showing a black-skinned large man with red, spiky hair and a long nose reach for the complete Triforce, only for it to split into 3. Apparently, the answer is yes. Zero said. For Zelda, her part of the Triforce greatly enhances her magical prowess and gives her the power to dispel evil. Wiz revealed. She is even skilled enough to create long-lasting, near-perfect disguises. Wiz showed an image of a slender figure ninja, her hair covered in a white cap and braided ponytail, her lower half of her face covered in a large white collar, and her body covered in a skin-tight blue and gray ninja suit that perfectly hid her modest-sized chest. She used the guise of 𝐒𝐿 to evade Ganon's tyranny for over 7 years. Wait, that's a chick? Boomstick questioned in disbelief. But where's her? It should be noted, however, Wiz cut his co-host off before he could finish, that the forms of 𝐒𝐿 and Tetra are nothing more than disguises, and abilities attributed to them would naturally be available to Zelda, such as ninja-like reflexes, speed, and nautical navigation from Tetra. So with the Triforce, her magical powers can become even more powerful. Melissa said. And that power of disguise is incredibly well done. She's a crossdresser. Mineta yelled, earning an explosion to the face from an annoyed spiky blonde that growled, "Shut up." Those disguises would be incredibly useful for infiltrating secret villain groups. Endeavor said. And if she can naturally retain the powers of her disguised personas, then she will greatly benefit using the skills of that 𝐒𝐿 disguise, with her speed and reflexes. Yeah, but why would you want to toss tiny needles and be a regular but pirate when you can shoot fireballs with your mind? Boomstick asked. But, oh man, she must have had massive chest pain hiding her unawats in the ninja suit for 7 years. He said it, not me. Kaminari raised his hands into the air in surrender. You are still stupid enough to admit that you thought of it. Kyuka said as she merely poked Kaminari's head with her jacks lightly. Feats evaded capture as 𝐒𝐿 for 7 years, leader of the 7 sages, never questioned by subjects, briefly trained in combat by Link, often helps finish off Ganon, usually relies on guardians and sanctuaries, while Zelda is clever, mystically powerful, and helps battle Ganon when necessary, even helping finishing him for good. She repeatedly relies on the aid of others. Wiz revealed. Her success at avoiding capture can be largely attributed to her guardians and sanctuaries. She's really good at getting other people to do stuff for her. Boomstick said. Like any regular princess. Bakugo, Miruko, and Kamakiri growled in distaste at that information, finding it as evidence of her being weak or too inexperienced. Right, she is a MSTR manipulator. Wiz agreed with his co-host. She can always convince a naive young hero to do her dirty work for her with little to no reward. Wiz showed Zelda walking behind the green-dressed hero as he fought for her. That's a little rude. Mina said. I mean, I know being a hero is usually supposed to be thankless, rewardless job, but that just seems rather selfish and lazy of her to stand him up like that. Don't tell me that you would not do the same if you were ever in peril. You would just kiss the guy's cheek and do nothing more. Momo said, raising an eyebrow at her. If the guy was perhaps our resident cinnamon roll, then I wouldn't hesitate to give a more pleasurable reward, if you know what I mean. Mina whispered to her, winking flirtatiously. Momo's face exploded in fiery red with a furious blush. Mina! Mina only laughed in reply. How many times does this guy have to save you? Boomstick asked. Well, apparently a few dozen lifetimes. Wiz answered. A few dozen. Uraraka exclaimed in shock. Freaking Mineta said before being interrupted. Be careful what you say next, dude, because I'm pretty sure if you are saying what I think you are saying, you don't have much room to stand on. 𝐒𝐿 said. Mineta decided on replying in silence. Goddamn, put out already. Boomstick yelled. You call for a hero, princess. Link roped down and bowed to Zelda. Yes. But I guess you'll have to do. Zelda replied. Ouch. Kyuka said. That's got a sting. I wonder who that guy is. Ojiro asked. Is he that naive guy that always saves Zelda? Yeah. Izuku replied. They said his name was Link. They also said that he is the last one with the other Triforce piece. Bet he's going to appear in the next few battles. Sen said to Owace. You're on. Owace shook his hand, sealing the bet. The next of the two princess fighters was a appealing princess in a pink dress. She wore a puffy pink dress that puffs around the shoulders, a small purple collar that sticks out by her neck, a blue gem around a yellow ring atop her average-sized, covered chest, and white gloves that extended and covered almost all of her arms. She had flowing, bouncy blonde hair that flowed down to her hips, a golden, blue and red gemmed crown atop her head, blue crystal orbs for earrings, dainty eyebrows and crystal blue eyes and pink lipstick on her smiling lips. Where Zelda's noble air was more wise and magical, this princess's regal nature was more bubbly and cheerful. The guys once more blushed at the sight of another princess, though smiled at her dainty, cheerful smile. Izuku blushed at the wink that one image of Peach did, but two smiled at how carefree and kind she appeared towards her subjects and animals. The girls too felt the urge of jealousy over the princess well up, only for the cheerful smile and image of her with butterflies all innocently to make them smile instead, unable to stay mad at her. The pros raised their eyebrows at the newcomer, with few like Endeavor and Miruko rolling their eyes in exasperation or gagging in disgust at the sickening, girly CRP. Princess Peach, hey, it's that princess that Mario always saves. Kirishima shouted and pointed. Hey, true. 𝐒𝐿 said. Wonder whose counterpart is hers. At first glance, Princess Peach appears to be your standard meek and helpless damsel in distress. Wiz started. And that's pretty damn inaccurate given how much she is kidnapped by a giant, fire-breathing turtle. Boomstick jumped in, showing Peach in the clutches of Bowser. Which makes it rather shocking and confusing to see her go up and against and whoop other planet busters like Samus and other dinosaurs like Yoshi. She's fought against Samus and Yoshi. Melissa said shocked. Man, she must be really strong. So both this Peach and Zelda are powerful but are often relegated as damsels in distress or kidnapped to only be saved later. All Might summarized. Like a classic fairy tale of old. Nezu said. The appealing princess is captured by the evil, monstrous villain only to be slain by the noble hero. Background full name. Princess Peach Toadstool of the Mushroom Kingdom favors technique over power. Classy and graceful, resourceful and athletic, generous to a fault, has been playable in 39 of her 57 games. The ultimate damsel in distress, being a member of the Toadstool royal family and ruler of the Mushroom Kingdom, Peach spends most of her time getting herself kidnapped, or baking cakes in the kitchen like any good woman should. Boomstick revealed. Excuse me. Kyuka growled, eye twitching at the sexist comment from Boomstick. It becomes more and more obvious why his wife left him. Momo said. Yeah, she's definitely the princess Mario always rescues. Tetsu said. They said that Mario's home that he always protects is the Mushroom Kingdom and she's the ruler of it, so makes sense. Well, that and she has the same pink dress. Owace pointed out. Despite being a wealthy princess with a royal guard more than capable of defending the castle, she has been kidnapped over a dozen times. Wiz revealed. It's actually more surprising to hear you say that those tiny, mushroom-wearing crybabies are in any way guards or capable. Boomstick roasted Toad. For once, I agree with him. Kamakiri said. How are those short, mushroom-wearing whatever they are her guards? They look they can fall over if you so much as breathe on them. Strange choices for guards aside, even though she is regularly kidnapped, she somehow, while still behind bars, can send mail to Mario through outer space, containing items and extra lives. Boomstick said with greater disbelief and confusion in his voice. Hey! Bakugo yelled. That is so f***ing stupid. If she can do something that ridiculous, why doesn't she somehow escape herself? Hey lady, next time, just send yourself. Boomstick yelled. That's what I'm saying. Bakugo yelled. How much you wanna bet that he is somehow counterparts to Boomstick? Mineta whispered. Clean up duties around the whole dorms, sans rooms, for 3 months. Kaminari said. Deal. Mineta shook the electric blonde's hand in agreement. Peach is a surprisingly and extremely athletic and capable fighter. Wiz explained. She has participated in a variety of sports, including soccer, basketball, highly lethal kart racing, and has survived every single Mario Party. And as we've said before, Mario Party is no walk in the park. The screen showed Peach, along with Yoshi, a large, tie-wearing gorilla, and a yellow and purple fat man with a zigzagging mustache, balanced and jump on a small shaky island as a ship in the far distance fire cannonballs at them, with Peach tanking a cannonball to the head and only getting slightly dizzy. I'm failing to see how that would be considered a party. Momo said. Still kudos to the princess for surviving that and more. Setsuna noted. Weaponry tennis racket golf club frying pan turnips can pluck from any location Perry the parasol, can transform to a suit terrain stuns enemies Peach Bomber Peach's unique array of weaponry includes a tennis racket, golf club, frying pan and turnips. Boomstick listed. I'm guessing those weapons are from the sports that she played in. Sen noted. Except the turnip and frying pan. In what way can a frying pan ever be a useful weapon? Monoma loudly ranted before being rendered unconscious by said mocked weapon. That's how. Setsuna smirked, retracting her floating hand with the frying pan from Momo. She chuckled as she inspected the pan to find Monoma's face comically imprinted on it. Setsuna. Itsuka warned. What? He was getting annoying. Setsuna retorted. Plus, you don't exactly have any room to argue when you chop him unconscious all the time. I do that to keep him from embarrassing our class. Itsuka replied. A little too late for that. Setsuna replied. And B, are you sure you don't do it because you are also annoyed? Itsuka turned away, replying with silence. Wait, where did she pull out that turnip from? Kossi asked. Which she can apparently pull out of her dash. She also wields Perry the parasol. Wiz interrupted Boomstick, inadvertently saving his co-host from the glares of the girls. An umbrella capable of powerful strikes and magical properties, such as transforming itself to suit her environment and stunning enemies. Wiz showed Peach swinging around an umbrella with a smiley face on it. I thought I'd seen it all when I saw cuddly dinosaur-like creature that fires eggs fight a vicious velociraptor that shoots acid and teenage, mutant, ninja turtles, but here we are. Setsuna smirked. Aizawa sighed and looked extremely close to snatching up the frying pan and knocking himself out. Meanwhile, Kossi, Mineta, and Kaminari were pervertedly blushing and smiling at the imagery of Peach pulling out a turnip from, and they immediately joined Monoma in the realms of unconsciousness by the mighty frying pan. Oh, and one of her most valuable and dangerous weapons is her butt. Boomstick exclaimed. Say again. Mineta said as he woke up immediately, only to be knocked out again. Okay girls, let's cool it a bit with the knocking the perverts out for a minute, okay? Midnight cooled the girls down. She can hit someone with that thing so hard that something down there explodes. Boomstick continued excitingly. The screen shows Peach fighting Mario and moving herself towards Mario, her butt colliding against him and creating a magical, fiery explosion. The group was in silence, either in shock, disbelief, hands-on face levels of annoyance and exasperation, or struggling to contain their laughter. So, her butt is a powerful weapon enough to knock someone out. Mirio summarized and smiled. Well, I'll be. Mirio. Nejaya said. Isn't that just dash? Mirio continued. Don't do it. Nejaya warned, half serious and half giggling. Fantastic. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 joked. The results were a range of facepalms, rolled eyes, and the contained laughter exploding into full-on giggles and howling laughs. 𝐿𝐿 𝐒𝐻𝐽a said, giggled. Phut, may I see that frying pan for a minute? What occurred next was a hilarious showing of 𝐻𝐽a half attempting to knock out 𝐒𝐬𝐽 with the frying pan and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 feigning unconsciousness, resulting in more laughs, especially from 𝐸𝐸. Peach also wields a form of magic called heart power. Wiz revealed. Heart power. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 questioned. Heart power flotation therapy healing spells mute spells sleepy time spells vibe powers joy, wind powered flight gloom, increases speed, damaging tears calm, creates a healing bubble rage, invulnerability, increases weight mega strike Empress Peach. With this magic, she can float in mid-air for an indefinite PRD of time, cast healing spells, silence her enemies, and summon magical lambs from the sky to put her foes to sleep. Wiz listed. You heard me right. What? Was Mina's only response. Momo and Ida looked half-ready throw in the towel in exasperation. Midnight and MIC were too busy containing their laughter at the sight of Aizawa's twitching eyes. So she can float in mid-air for a while. Izuku said. Almost like the 7th user, Nana Shimura, and All Might's predecessor. So she can float just like me with zero gravity. Uraraka said. Awesome. Deku, can you write down how she moves while floating for me to see later? Sure thing, Uraraka. Deku said as he started analyzing her movements and writing them down. That reminds me to ask Uraraka for help to prepare myself for float. Maybe I should also ask Asui and 𝐸𝐸 for help too with Black WHP and Kaken too to fight against aerial opponents. Don't pet that sheep, or you might wake up in a stranger's van. Boomstick chuckled. Even though it sounds ridiculous, that sleeping sheep magic would be rather useful in putting villains out of commission. Snipe said. It's sort of like your somnambulist quirk, 𝐬𝐽. Indeed. Midnight said. And her healing spells would work for healing injuries on fellow heroes and civilians, while her silencing spells for covert missions if she can silence allies as well. And ever since being touched by the Vibe Scepter, she can channel her emotions into raw mystical power. Wiz explained. So her emotions can translate into power. Momo muttered. That sounds rather useful and could become incredibly versatile in a fight or multiple situations. Perhaps some of her emotions can grant her super strength, perhaps rage or frustration, and maybe fear could boost her speed. Oh Jesus, with that muttering she's slowly becoming like Zuko. Kyuka sighed. This caused an uproar of laughter from the students, with some chuckles from the teachers, like All Might, Gran Torino, and Midnight. Izuku and Momo meanwhile blushed, looked at each, and then quickly looked away as they blushed harder. Eri watched the two interact, as well as Momo's previous muttering. She mumbles and mutters like Papa. Eri thought. Is she muttering like Papa because they are related, or is she muttering because she and Papa are close friends? Or she muttering because they are close like a Mama and Papa? When she rages, she becomes invulnerable, but slows tremendously. Was continued before being interrupted. Whoa, hold up. Boomstick said. Touched by the what now? The Vibe Scepter. Wiz repeated. Bah ha ha ha. Boomstick burst out laughing. Oh. Wiz realized. The group quickly caught up on what the two realized. Most of the guys burst out laughing, especially Bakugo, Kamakiri, 𝐸𝐸, and a reawakened Kaminari and Mineta, with a few others being outliers, from Izuku blushing at the innuendo, Ida looking appalled and tried lecturing Boomstick, even though he couldn't hear him, Todoroki simply raised an eyebrow, and Shinsu covered his ears from the laughter. The girls were more mixed with Setsuna, Mina, and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 bursting out in laughter, while most of the girls either sighed tiredly at Boomstick's perverted thoughts or rolled their eyes exasperated. The only ones who didn't make any noteworthy reactions were Asui, blank-faced as ever, and Mai, who didn't get why everyone was laughing. The teachers and pros were likewise mixed, with the most audible in their laughter being Miruko, Midnight, Mount Lady, Pixie Bob, and MIC, while some simply chuckled like Nezu and Gran Torino. Others simply rolled their eyes, like All Might, while Endeavor and Aizawa facepalmed. Wiz quickly cleared his throat and tried to continue. But Peach's magic reaches its 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐼𝐴 with dash. Boomstick laughed harder, louder, and uncontrollably at the phrasing. Ah ha ha. Oh dear God. That's some poor choice of words. Setsuna laughed. Someone just kill me now. Aizawa groaned. Oh, but who will be the grumpy Gus of the staff? Midnight teased. I mean Vlad maybe, but he's more of a strict, but excited father-like type. The teachers chuckled while Aizawa was held back from Midnight. With her mega strike technique, Empress Peach was continued again through Boomstick's laughter. She can unleash a kick so powerful, it magically splits a soccer ball into 3 separate ones, delivering enough force to score 3 times. Bah ha ha. Boomstick continued laughing at the unintentional phrasing. Stop. I can't talk. Oh come on, how was that a innuendo? Momo asked. Momo. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 whispered and gestured to come closer. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 whispered something into Momo's ear, causing the raven-haired teen to rapidly grow redder and redder, and make Mina's laughing face grow purpler and purpler. Stop. Stop. I can't breathe. Mina laughed while pausing for gasp of breathe. Still that kick makes no sense scientifically. Melissa said. Is she magically duplicating the soccer ball with her magic? Probably. Izuku said. Still it would take a lot of power for that attack still. What do you mean, Deku? Uraraka asked. Just wait. Izuku replied. I just have a feeling, but I want to wait until my suspicions are confirmed. Peach's heart power also naturally dispels evil magics, which is the actual reason why Bowser always kidnaps her. Wiz revealed. Makes sense to kidnap and lock up the only repellent of your evil magic. David said. Or perhaps he means to harness that heart power for his own nefarious purposes. Really? Boomstick asked as he calmed down from his laughter. I thought it was because of. Well. The screen showed an image of Bowser's many kids. Ew. Nejaya cringed. That's gross. It is a rather disturbing thought, but I don't think that this Peach is in fact the mother to this Bowser's children. Momo said. What makes you so sure? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asked. While it's presumptuous to suggest that I would know anything of biology or genetics between a supposed human and some monster, there doesn't appear to be any relation between Peach and those little turtle monsters that are in any way humanoid, unless this Bowser's genetics are a fairly DMNT trait. Momo said. Feats eager to assist in battle whenever she can. Once saved Mario and Luigi from Bowser, single-handedly survived every Mario Party, can never avoid a kidnapping. An awful employer bakes really big cakes. Peach has assisted Mario in battle several times, once even saving him from Bowser on her own. Wiz explained. So the princess saves the hero instead. Ibora repeated. Quite a reversal of the roles they fill. Yeah, girl power. Pony cheered. Even so, she still needs rescuing on a daily basis, and her gratitude usually only goes as far as a kiss and a cake. Wiz continued. What's with all these princesses not putting out? Boomstick questioned. Give it up already. At least give the man some money, if not the other kind of cakes. The girls glared the screen and the voice of Boomstick once again at the sexist demand of a woman putting out as a reward. Listen everybody. Peach said after she kissed Mario on the nose. Let's bake a delicious cake for Mario. Geez, that Mario guy must have a serious case of blue ball. Kaminari whispered. Oh, most definitely. Mineta whispered. Especially with such a big, round butt that she's got. Mineta, with a perverted grin, started making GRPNG motions with his hands. The group thought over their opinions over the two fighters. The pros felt that Peach was far less experienced in battle than Zelda, which could put her in a disadvantage, but likewise were interested in her heart magic. They also thought that Zelda's far better experience, if only minimal, would serve well in the battle. The students thought that both princesses were rather powerful despite their damsel-in-distress roles, with several of the students debating which would overcome in the end, either Zelda's more intricate spells and magical power or Peach's physical power, emotional magic, and spells. Alright, the combatants are set. Wiz declared. Let's end this debate once and for all. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick yelled. As the video paused and counterpart scan continued, the group casted their final votes. For Zelda, those who backed her included Momo, who felt more connected to the Hylian due to her high-status upbringing and struggles and her magical powers, Bakugo, who ultimately voted for Zelda's pyrokinetic magic, with Endeavor voting similarly, Ibora, claiming that if Hylia was basically like God in her world then she would vote for, essentially, this world's version of Jesus, Mineta and Oasis. The grape-headed pervert finding the stuck-up, DMNT princess more hot, while Oasis simply voted for Zelda's implied, greater combat experience, Setsuna and 𝐒𝐻𝐽, who both liked Zelda's skill at stealth as 𝐒𝐻 and 𝐒𝐻𝐽 also for her light magic, that last part shared likewise by 𝐴𝐼MA, who also voted for Zelda's regal style and radiance, Ida and Jirota, who appreciated her intelligence and wisdom, and Aizawa and Mandalay for her intelligence, implied, greater experience, and her Triforce power boost. As for those who voted for Peach, they included A, who found the sweet princess appealing, kind, and sweet, Mina, who liked the pink choice color of Peach as well as her greater athleticism, Uraraka, for her floating capabilities. And heart power, Kaminari and Kosi, the latter's reason being more perverted because of her looks and her but, while the former was at least somewhat decent and thought she would win by her heart power and powerful kick, Izuku, who liked Peach's heart power and its various applications, along with her Mega Strike Empress Peach attack, Mirio, who decided to vote for the princess his counterpart always saved, Miruko, who, while finding the girly sweet vibe gagging, appreciated Peach's greater athletic strength more, Koda, who liked how Peach looked kind and friendly towards animals and her friendly personality, Mount Lady, who liked that Peach's but was a powerful weapon, much like her own was towards the media, Midnight, who liked Peach's sleep-inducing attack, Pony, who thought that Peach looked kind and sweet, and Nejaya, who found Peach's strength, floating powers, and heart power all more interesting than Zelda. Multiversal counterpart detected. The device finished its scanning. Princess Zelda Hyrule. Multiversal counterpart, Momo Yorozo. Wow, another one. That's like the fourth one, Yamomo. Mina said. You were Samus, Wonder Woman, and who was the other one? Mai Shiranui. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 answered. I'm sorry, but I don't have any control over who I'm connected to from another different universe. Momo simply replied. Though I can see why she's Zelda. Asui said. Both come from high-class, wealthy families and both are the smartest of their group. Plus, Momo can pretty much make any weapon that Zelda has and is learning to be more stealthier with her creations. Princess Peach Toadstool. The device continued. Multiversal counterpart, Nejaya Heido. Hey! I got another one. Nejaya cheered for herself. Makes sense. Tamaki mumbled. The two can float or fly. Nejaya's vitality powers her quirk while Peach's power comes from her emotions, and they are both so cheery and kind it's almost blinding. Congrats, Nejaya. Mirio said. That's two for you. And it seems that I end up rescuing you a lot in another world. Izuku smiled for Nejaya, yet as Mirio said those last words, he suddenly frowned, realizing Mirio and Nejaya's greater connection in Mario's world. Thinking about the kiss that Nejaya's counterpart gave to Mirio's made a part of Izuku's stomach twist, feeling rather unpleased by the thought. Yeah, but don't take this the wrong way, Mirio, but I only see you as a friend, like a sweet, big brother. Nejaya patted the blonde's shoulder. I just don't see you in that light. Ouch, blunt as ever, Nejaya. Mirio chuckled and rubbed his neck nervously. No offense taken, and I actually thought you were the bigger sister among us and Tamaki. Great, so I'm the youngest brother. Tamaki groaned comically depressed. The one who's more of a liability and weak. Hey, don't think that way, Sunita. Mirio clapped Tamaki's back powerfully, almost sending the timid third year to the ground. You are plenty strong and dependable. As Nejaya and Mirio cheered Tamaki up, Izuku's unpleasantness in his stomach faded and smiled at Nejaya's words of assurance to Mirio. Quickly, Izuku shook his head as he pondered why that feeling suddenly sprouted up, while also feeling rather guilty for feeling so negative towards Mirio. With no additional counterpart made mentioned, The group became silent as the video unpaused and started the fight. The video began with a series of large rectangular, earthen platforms, most of which are connected by a series of bridges made of wood and rope. Peach appeared, floating down on her umbrella onto a bridge with Zelda appearing a second later by teleporting with Furore's wind. Fight. Peach quickly started the fight by pulling out turnips from the bridge, somehow, and tossing them over to Zelda. Wow, Peach is starting the fight quickly. Uraraka pointed out. But why the turnips? I don't imagine it would be a useful weapon against Zelda. She's likely hoping to stun and confuse Zelda to get in close later. Asui replied. With Neryu's love, Zelda shielded herself from the magically appearing vegetables and deflected them back at Peach. Peach cried out in pain at being hit by her own weapon, with her suddenly sniveling and bursting into tears, comical streams of water flowing out. Man, she cries almost as much as 𝐒𝐭. All Might whispered to 𝐺𝐵𝐴𝐵. That woman can cry rivers of tears. Her son is no different. 𝐺𝐵𝐴𝐵 whispered back. Good things Neryu's love is good at deflecting projectiles. Awase said. How weak can she be that she's crying over getting hit by her own turnips? Bakugo roared out. Though I do believe that she is rather sensitive, did you forget about her heart powers? Melissa replied. Peach ran towards Zelda, her flowing tears spilling onto the floor of the bridge, Zelda quickly backing up only for her to started slipping and sliding as the floor became slippery from her tears. She's converting her tears and sadness into magic with her heart power. Melissa continued, looking over the list of abilities that Izuku wrote into his notebook. In the list of moves they showed, one of her vibe powers include her gloom, which makes her faster and has damaging tears. Though in this case, it's more like her tears are making Zelda lose her footing. Kyuka said. Peach suddenly stopped crying and jumped back before jumping forwards, towards Zelda, twisting her body, and striking Zelda with her butt, sending the Hyrule princess flying and stumbling down the bridge. DMN that butt. Kaminari slobbered over. What was that, perv? Kyuka warned. Nothing. Kaminari yelled. Zelda teleported in midair with Furore's wind, appearing in front of Peach. She rushed towards the pink-dressed princess and kicked her away. Zelda followed it up by firing multiple Din's fire, them striking at Peach while in midair, sending the ruler of the Mushroom Kingdom flying. Zelda teleported to Peach, while still in midair, striking at her with a barrage of spinning kicks and chops before angling herself and sending Peach towards the ground with an axe kick. Just before Peach hit the ground, Zelda teleported in front of Peach and struck a powerful blow that sent Peach flying backwards. Jesus, Zelda's not playing around. Setsuna smirked. That was awesome. Aha. She blasted that useless pink beach around in the air with her explosions. Bakugo boasted. 𝐶𝐾. Nejaya pouted and glared at Bakugo, finding his comments rather rude. With less crass and antagonistic wording, Zelda used her Din's fire to keep Peach struggling in midair and used her Furore's wind to take control of the battlefield by striking at her from above and below. Endeavor said. Impressive. Peach twisted and landed on her feet, sliding to a stop. She brought her hands together and closed her eyes, a magical pink heart forming around her. She raised her hand into the air, summoning a sheep in front of her, flying it up into the air, and started falling towards Zelda. It's that sleep-inducing spell of hers. Midnight pointed out. She going to try and put Zelda to sleep to get her opening for more attacks. Zelda quickly summoned Neryu's love, spinning around as the sheep feel and spun around her magical, crystal shield. She spun towards Peach's direction, sending the sheep flying back to its caster. Peach brought out her umbrella, drew it back and charged up her swing, before swinging the umbrella onto the sheep, sending it flying into the air. Now that's a home run. Mina joked, causing chuckles from the students. Zelda teleported directly in front of Peach. The two stared each other down until Zelda slapped Peach across the face. Peach quickly followed it up with her own hand slapping Zelda's face. Oh! Kaminari hissed. Things just got ugly, didn't they? Hell if no fury like a woman scorned. Tokoyami agreed sagely. Translation, yes, things just got real. 𝐤𝐬𝐽 said. The two glared at each in silence before they started slapping at each other wildly, clapping sounds resonating with their claps and strikes soon engulfing the two in their opponent's magic. The group laughed as the fierce battle now resorted to a girlish slap fight, with even Bakugo and Miruko laughing their butts off at the sight. Momo gasped and covered her mouth, muttering, "How unladly-like." 𝐒𝐻𝐼a nervously scratched her cheek, smiling embarrassingly. The slap fight ended with Peach stunning Zelda with an extra powerful, magical slap, before bringing out a frying pan and slamming it onto Zelda, a loud clang resounding as Zelda soared backwards. "Ooh!" was the reaction of the guys at the attack, Monoma, Mineta, Owace, Kaminari, and Kossi all cringing the most, having first-hand experience at how painful such a mighty weapon can be. Zelda landed and tumbled before picking herself up. She suddenly brought out her bow, drawing back an arrow of light, it glowing as it charged up. Peach looked shocked at Zelda's continued fighting, quickly becoming enraged, a bellowing train-like sound resounding as steam comically flowed out her ears. Peach suddenly burst into flames, though was unaffected by them. She ran toward Zelda but as slow as a snail. So her anger can also trigger her vibe powers. Ida said. In this case it makes her produce fire, yet run slowly. According to what they listed, this makes her invulnerable and increases her weight. Izuku read off what he wrote down in his notebook, which explains why she is moving so slowly. Zelda let the arrow loose as it sailed towards Peach. As it reached Peach, it exploded, destroying the bridge entirely. Peach remained unharmed as she and Zelda remained floating in midair. Holy crp. 𝐤𝐽𝐽 gaped. So that's how strong so arrows are. One arrow was enough to destroy that entire bridge. Ojiro gaped in awe too. And Peach survived it. That was due to the invulnerability her magical rage gave her. Todoroki said. It shielded her from the explosive power of the arrow. Peach floated downward from her parasol. Zelda teleported above her and fired another Din's fire at Peach from above, Peach quickly maneuvering through the air, floating on her. Zelda would fire multiple Din's fireball at Peach, teleporting from multiple angles to strike Peach unguarded, only for the princess to expertly maneuver and float away from danger. As Izuku mentally analyzed every single movement of Peach while floating, for practice, and the group excitingly cheered at the aerial battle, memories would flash in both All Might and Gran Torino's minds, memories of Nana Shimura floating through the air without care, floating and striking down bad guys easily like the sky was her domain, jumping and running with them through building to building with a smile on her face. The two would smile fondly, wondering if they will perhaps see her quirk and memory alive again in Midoriya. Zelda appeared behind Peach and fired another Din's fire, Peach quickly reacting by pulling out a tennis racket and attempted to swat it away. The result instead was Peach being blasted away by the explosion of the fireball. Was she trying to smack the fireball away like a tennis ball? Zero asked. It makes sense that she would try. Fatgum said, in one of those images when they listing her sports activities, I saw her swatting away a tennis ball that somehow was on fire. I guess sports in that universe is extra exciting and dangerous. Ryukyu sighed. Peach quickly adjusted herself from the explosion in time to bring out her parasol once again and strike and stun the appearing Zelda behind her. With the Princess of Hyrule stunned, Princess Toadstool would unleash a barrage of punches, kicks, and parasol strikes until batting her away with her parasol, opening it, and floating gently onto the ground below her. She quickly recovered and anticipated her opponent's tactics to attack from behind. Aizawa said. She likewise used her parasol that stuns her enemies to be able to give her time for a barrage of attacks before the ground came. I must admit, rather impressive. Just like 𝐒𝐻𝐼a, they both are so strong in the air, no one can best them. Tamaki smiled. Awesome, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a. Mirio cheered. That was some power. As Peach landed, another large pink heart surrounded her, mini blanks hearts appearing next to her and filling up with red, indicating that she healed herself. The same happened with Zelda, with the blank hearts over her head appearing and being filled up as she healed. They are both recovering their strength and heal with their healing spells. Recovery Girl said. Given that the two both suffered equal amounts of injury in their fights, they are still rather neck and neck in this fight. I have to say, while I like your famous one best, this counterpart of yours is rocking, Momo. Kyuka said. Long-ranged pyrokinesis, teleportation, deflecting shields, and exploding arrows of light, they are all so cool. Go your Momo. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 cheered. Show them who is the true princess. The two are so evenly matched. Izuku stated. Peach has the greater advantage in the air and physicality while Zelda is better defensively and attacking from long range. They are both so awesome. No wonder Momo and 𝐒𝐲 are their counterparts. Momo and 𝐒𝐲 smiled at the praise from their classmates, though both blushed and smiled more from the green beans praised the most, 𝐒𝐲 at being called awesome by Izuku and Momo smiling at Izuku's expert analysis. While the two tossed fireballs and turnips at them, the scene shifted to something falling down towards them from the sky, showing the falling object's perspective. The hell is that? Tetsu asked. Wait a minute. Shoda said. Could that be the dash? I believe so. Jirota said. As the old saying goes, what goes up must come down. May we ask what are you guys talking about? Kossi asked. The two would continue throwing their projectiles, the turnips colliding with the fireballs causing them to explode, while the object rapidly descends closer and closer. Wait, I know what it is. Uraraka yelled. Well, tell us, girl, don't leave us in suspense. Mina exclaimed. I don't think you have to wait long to find out. Asui pointed. Zelda looked up in time to see the underside of the magical, sleep-inducing sheep. It bounced on her head, Zelda falling down to her knees as she immediately fell asleep. Yes. Eri cheered alongside the rest of the Peach voters. What the hell? Bakugo roared in outrage, while the rest of the Zelda voters replied in either hiss or shocked, worried looks. Finish her off. Uraraka cheered. All right. Peach yelled as she backflipped behind her before jumping and flying straight towards Zelda, glowing bright pink as wings magically appeared behind her. It's her Mega Strike Empress attack. Izuku pointed out. Peach reached Zelda and, in a split second, kicked through Zelda's head, the Princess of Hyrule head and wise brain exploding into 1,000,000 bloody pieces. Peach slid to a halt and giggled. Oh, did I win? She asked innocently and darkly at the same time. K.O. gaped silence rang through the gym before the Peach voters cheered in victory, 𝐒𝐲 jumping up in the air and hugging the cheering Eri who congratulated her with a hug. The Zelda shippers groaned in defeat, most especially Bakugo who practically stopped to the other end of the gym to blow something up, though once they saw the smile on Eri's face, they quickly let go of their anger and politely clapped in congratulations. It was that. Izuku said with a smile. What was it, Deku? Uraraka asked. The Mega Strike Empress Peach. Izuku said. I had a feeling that it would make the difference in that fight. It was essentially Peach's ultimate and most powerful move. I had a feeling that she was going to use it to kick multiple soccer ball at Zelda for the killing blow or as a distraction, but I guess she used it in another way. Izuku noticed Momo sighed sadly in defeat, Izuku immediately realizing that it was her second loss of her 4 fights, in contrast to his 5 fights that ended in his victory in all of them, even if 2 of them had him winning either way. Izuku placed a hand on Momo's knee, the raven-haired girl looking up at Izuku's kind, understanding eyes in surprise, before smiling back warmly and nodding wordlessly. Hey! 𝐻𝐻𝐿. 𝐻𝐻𝐿. 𝐒𝐲 yelled excitingly as she floated a few inches from the surprised Momo. That was an amazing fight. You were so close to winning too at some points. I know that if you had used more of those light arrows you would have won too. Sorry that you lost, but I hope you had fun watching us fight. 𝐒𝐲 extended a hand to Momo, which the rich heiress smiled and accepted. Thank you, Heido-senpai. Momo replied. I truly did enjoy our fight and congratulations on your victory. 𝐒𝐲 smiled brightly. Hey! None of this Heido or senpai stuff. It's just 𝐒𝐲 to you and everyone else. All right. She replied. Of course, 𝐒𝐲. Momo replied. And in courtesy, you can just call me Momo or 𝐻𝐻𝐿, if you like. You got it, 𝐻𝐻𝐿. 𝐒𝐲 giggled, before turning her attention towards Izuku. "Hey, Zuzu. I won. I won. You voted for me and I won. I redeemed myself for last time. Isn't that great?" "It's great, 𝐒𝐻𝐲. You were awesome. But there was nothing to redeem yourself for," Izuku replied. "Again, your counterpart, Felicia, did her best and so did Peach. Sometimes we win and sometimes we lose, that's just how things are." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 blushed and cooed loudly. "Oh. Come here. You are so cute and sweet, Zuzu." She wrapped the green-haired teen in a large, bone-crushing hug, his head trapped between her breasts as he was rapidly losing oxygen. Izuku's face blushed red at the situation. "Wait. Zuzu." As the rest of the girls tried to pry 𝐒𝐻𝐲 before she suffocated Izuku, Momo was torn between smiling and being extremely jealous, her eye twitching in response. How does someone make you so cheery and bright in one moment and then makes you super jealous of her a moment later? She thought as she joined the girls in saving their crush from death by 𝐶𝑛. "Goal!" Boomstick yelled. "Phut, okay, that was funny." Setsuna chuckled. Rather dark to chuckle about someone's head getting kicked into pieces. Leiko muttered. "We have seen heads being blown off in the first fight." Yui said. "Also, impalement, complete disintegration, being slashed in half, burning alive - okay, thanks you, but I think we get the idea." Itsuka said as she stopped the blank-faced girl from listing more of the gruesome deaths that were making the nearby students queasy, including herself. Princess Zelda less combat experience, limited combat magic, more destructive potential, wisdom does not grant better instincts or combat skill, light arrows, magic is only deadly to forces of evil, triforce of wisdom and magic are better suited out of combat. Zelda's offensive arsenal is relatively limited and predictable compared to Peach's quirky repertoire. Whis stated. And having great wisdom doesn't translate to suddenly knowing how to fight effectively or have better instincts in a fight. So she doesn't have the greater combat experience. All Might said. Guess we were wrong on that. Her experience was likely more on espionage in attempts to hide from this Ganon. Nezu said. And while she does have greater destructive potential, it would appear that her forms of magic are rather limited in combat than Peach's. I really thought her wisdom would have helped. Kaminari said. You know, her being wise enough to use more of her weapons like swords or change up her style of fighting. Just as they said, wisdom doesn't mean skill or instinct. Ida said. I would know. He thought as he remembered his foolish endeavor to try to get revenge on Stain only to nearly die, only to be saved by Midoriya and Todoroki. Additionally, while her light arrows were her most powerful weapons, they couldn't fatally wound Peach. Whis said. Peach is by no means an evil being, so Zelda's light arrows had no effect, except dispelling her rage vibe powers. Oh, yeah. Uraraka exclaimed. It looked like it destroyed the fire around her before it exploded, so it must have struck Peach but didn't kill her because she's not evil. So why did it destroy the fire? Mina asked. Probably because her rage is a very negative emotion. Melissa answered. And all that rage bellowing out with her vibe powers could have been considered as dark or evil magic that it was designed to destroy. Not evil. Boomstick repeated. Tell that to Mario's blue ball. Princess Peach more combat experience, abundant and diverse arsenal, stronger endurance, more athletic, just as clever and resourceful, few fatal moves, Mega Strike is OP, rage is convenient, invulnerability. Peach was more athletic, versatile, and stronger and could endure more of what Zelda had to offer. Boomstick jumped in. Also, having fought Bowser and his minions more personally, while Zelda mostly ran away and hid as some sort of she-man, she had greater combat skill and, trust me, surviving every Mario Party is by no means a walk in the park. True. Itsuka said. Also, the sports that she played may seem trivial, but they did help her become more athletic, perhaps also sharpening her reaction time and instincts. And while most of Peach's attacks aren't fatal, the Mega Strike Empress Peach gave her a leg up. Boomstick jumped in. I would have to disagree with that. Kaminari said. A pan is no joke. Gah, I can still feel the bruise. He and his fellow frying pan victims rubbed their heads. See, a soccer ball is typically kept at up to 12 psi, was explained while showing a 3 soccer ball and adorning board full of numbers and mathematical calculations. But since 𝐵 𝐔𝐸strike creates 2 more and all 3 have the same force applied to them as the first, the force needed to be distributed and passed on to all 3 adds up to 24 pounds per square inch, or about 165,000 newtons per square meter. Translation. Mina asked. While 𝐵 𝐔𝐸strike magically creates 2 more soccer ball, the 2 still had the same force that was applied to the first soccer ball when she kicked it. Izuku began explaining. But the soccer ball split after 𝐵 kicked the first ball, meaning that while magically split into 3 ball, they shared and split the force of 𝐵 𝐔𝐸strike between them. In summary, their calculations are referring to how much force 𝐵 𝐔𝐸strike has in the initial kick, the same kick that she used against Zelda in the end. Ectoplasm finished. Not bad tutoring, kid. You could end up a great teacher for you in the future. As 1000 newtons can cause decapitation and 15 psi can shatter the human skull, the Mega Strike is so over-excessive it didn't just kill Zelda, it obliterated her. Wiz finished dramatically. Wow, rather a scary piece of info considering most of us have quirks that can deal just as much power, like me, Shoji, Jirota, and Midoriya. Soto said. It is a frightful, yet necessary reminder to just how powerful your quirks can be to their fullest extent to even their weakest bases. 13 said. A reminder to while we strike to go plus ultra and defeat villains at all costs, that, like I said at the USJ, your powers can be deadly if mishandled. She kicked her in the face really hard and it went boom. Boomstick simplified. Yeah, in layman's terms, I guess 𝐵 sure fleeced her in this fight. Boomstick punned. At this point I can't decide whose puns are worst, Boomstick's or Tagata's. Kyuka said, causing laughter from the group, Mirio included. The winner is Princess Peach. Wiz declared. The group clapped in congratulations of Peach's victory, with the group disbanding shortly to stretch their legs or take quick bathroom breaks. When they returned, Mai continued the video. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick announced. Dramatic music played as thunder rumbled and bolts of lightning flashed and covered the screen. Through the flashes, they could see the image of a man with a straw hat bowing before lifting his head and showed glowing white eyes sparking with blue electricity. Another image showed a hammer with a short pommel sparking before being lifted and it flying and landing on an outstretched hand as lightning filled the screen. They saw the man with the straw hat raising towards a foe, lighting around him, and yelling incomprehensible words. While the man who wielded the hammer was revealed as a man with a red cape and armor and with long blonde or brown hair. You dare face the wrath of the son of Odin. The man with the hammer declared as he struck the hammer down, lightning followed in his strike. Prepare to be thunderstruck. Thor vs. Raiden. Thor. Izuku, Momo, and Ida exclaimed. Wait, you mean Thor? Kaminari exclaimed. Viking, hammer, God of Thunder Thor. That's so awesome. But who's the other guy? Kyuka said. Raiden was it. Raiden is actually one of the names of pronunciations of Raijin, who is the Japanese god of thunder. Izuku informed. So next death battle is Thor vs. Raijin or Raiden, in this case 2 gods of thunder. That's so badass. Kirishima yelled excited. Play it. Play it. Ibora quickly dropped to her knees and instinctively prayed to the Lord for another showing of blasphemy. This could be rather interesting. Gran Torino said. Last time we had a clash of 2 gods or rather god-killers, the kid's secret nearly came out. I wonder what this would cause. Let's not tempt fate. All Might replied. Anyways, it could be rather interesting to see one of our country's own gods fight one of the most popular of the Norse ones. Just play the thing video already, Tech Beach. Bakugu yelled. I want to see some awesome, bloody combat. With the approval from Nezu, Mai, though grumbling at the Tech Beach name, played the next video. Third POV with a press of a button, the next video played, Kaminari practically bouncing in his seat. The gods of thunder may endure eternal rule under their domains, but in the ring together, they are anything but mortal. Wiz began. Means that these immortal gods will still die to the death, idiot. Bakugo grumbled out without looking to 𝐂𝐿, whose mouth was open. The tape quirk user simply closed his mouth and turned back to the video. Ibora went down onto her knees, clasping her hands, and started muttering prayers out of forgiveness for this blasphemy. The mighty Thor, Prince of Asgard and the God of Thunder. Boomstick introduced the first fighter. And Lord Raiden, defender of Earth Realm and also the God of Thunder. Wiz introduced the second one. Oh wait, I think I realize what universe this Raiden guy is from. 𝐶𝐶una jumped from her seat and raised her hand. Well, don't keep us in suspense, which is it? Sen said. The same one with that creepy 𝐿 dude, the one that stole souls from people. 𝐶𝐶una answered. I think they said Mortal Kombat. 𝐿. Melissa questioned. He was in the second fight. Izuku answered. His main thing was that he can morph into other people and use their powers and steal their souls. How do you know? Awase asked further. Wiz just said that Raiden is the defender of Earthrealm, which is obviously Earth, and is the same name that they said in 𝐿's analysis. 𝐶𝐶una replied. Well, that's assuming that there are no other universes that have Earth go by as Earthrealm, but that does sound possible. Itsuka said. Here's Wiz and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick introduced themselves. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Wiz finished the intro. Interesting. Nezu said. This fight will assuredly be a first. A first of what, Nezu sir? All Might asked. A battle between gods. Nezu answered. While Kratos and Spawn came close, they were more god killers, with the only one that was an actual deity being Kratos. This, however, will be two actual gods. I sure hope that a battle of this magnitude doesn't cause as much ruckus as Kratos and Spawn's. All Might nodded in agreement, remembering vividly that chaos that ensued finding out about Izuku being both Kratos and Spawn and one for all sneer reveal, the explanation to Aizawa, and young Tokage's eavesdropping. The first fighter's appearance was, what the currently gushing Kirishima and Tetsu considered, manly. The god was tall and large, his muscles so large that Deku could compare them only to All Might's and maybe Endeavor's, and his chest wide and built like a brick house. He wore a black bodysuit over his chest, and to his PP, 4 silver, metal, circular plates plastered on his wide chest, the 2 larger ones on his pecs and 2 smaller ones below them at his ribcage, and a yellow, golden belt around his waist. His legs were covered in blue breaths, his feet clothed in golden and black strapped boots that reached up to his knees. His arms, up to his wrists, were bare, revealing incredibly powerful biceps, his wrists covered in black and red bands, leaving his large fists bare. A flowing red cape flowed behind him, a silver-winged helmet clothed his head, golden blonde hair flowing out the helmet and down his chiseled, square jaw and blue eyes. In his hand, he wielded a hammer, a short brown leather grip with a leather strap to one end and the other holding a stone-colored, rectangular metal of the hammer. Kirishima and Tetsu were staring in awe of the brick house of a being and joined Kaminari in his excitement. Kuta too joined their awe of the godly being as he saw Thor floating in the air with lightning thundering around him. Izuku, Momo, Ida, and Shishida leaned their seats, intrigued as to if this version of Thor was going to be accurate to the Norse myths or something different. The rest of the students were left intrigued by the very appearance of the god, even Bakugo, who felt that the god of thunder looked like a Nordic version of All Might, blonde hair, blue eyes and large, muscular figure. Towards the pros and teachers, they too were intrigued by the god, especially his physique, powers, and his hammer. David and Power Loader pondered on how strong that hammer was and what it could be made of. Thor. In Norse mythology, Thor is the god of thunder, strength, battle, healing, and oak trees. Boomstick questioned the last domain. Well, regardless, this god was badass enough to get his own comic book. Hey. Kamakiri questioned. How on earth does a god of thunder and strength also be a god of oak trees? There are many gods in multiple different mythologies that have plants and animals as their sacred symbols or part of their list of domains. Shishida replied. For example, Athena, goddess of wisdom, had an owl as her sacred animal, but was also associated with olive trees. But why oak? 𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked. Oak trees were often struck by lightning due to their greater height and moisture content and compared to other trees. 𝐼𝐵 pointed out. Perhaps the Nordic people mistook these trees being struck by lightning repeatedly being a sign of Thor. Now would be the time where Bakugo would yell about continuing the video and stop talking about plants and trees, but the students of 1A were left confused and taken back when the explosive blonde didn't. When noticing the stares, he roared out, "What the hell are you extras looking at?" "Nothing," Kaminari said, throwing his hands up in surrender. While Bakugo turned back to the screen with a huff, Izuku and Kirishima noticed Bakugo peeking towards Shiozaki conversing with the rest of the 1B girls. Background: full name, Thor Odinson, the mighty height, 6 feet 6 inches weight, 640 pounds, secret civilian ID, Dr. Donald Blake, skilled surgeon and medic, guardian of Midgard aka Earth's superiority complex Avenger. Thor Odinson was conceived between the Allfather, Odin, and the Earth's elder goddess, or the Phoenix Force. It's complicated, Wiz revealed. But the intent of his creation was all the same, to create the strongest man in the universe. "Say what now?" �𝐴𝐺𝐻𝑄 said. So this one-eyed Viking had sex with either the Earth herself or a fiery, all-powerful, psychic chicken. Boomstick questioned. "I guess no matter the pantheon, gods have weird fetishes. I'm guessing by your confused faces that this isn't in the myths?" Kyuka asked, noticing the confused faces of the four. "Indeed," Momo said. Thor was actually born of Odin and a Jotun, or giantess, but his mother would also often be confused for Frigg or Freya, Odin's wife. Neither of them were Gaia, a Greek goddess, or whatever that thing is. It appears that we were right to assume that this Thor wasn't going to be 100% accurate to the myths. Ida noted. Superhuman abilities, super strength, supersonic speeds, self-sustenance, inexhaustible stamina, superhuman durability, super breath, immunity to ailments. He can lift over 1,000,000 tons, move at supersonic speeds, never feels exhaustion, can survive without food, can survive the vacuum of space, and talk with frogs. Wiz listed his abilities. 1,000,000 tons. The students, and some of the adults exclaimed. "Ribbit!" Asui croaked, taking interest in the speaking to frogs ability. "If that's true, then he's even stronger All Might." Izuku gasped out in amazement. All Might's eyes widened at Thor's level of strength and agreed with Izuku. "Even after my fight with All for One, I could have saved people continuously for 3 days straight before I felt remotely exhausted." All Might thought. Though I suppose as a god, he wouldn't really need sleep or food unless he likely fought another god of equal or greater power. He's immune to poison, burns, and electrocution. Boomstick added. And he can survive the heat of the sun or even a planet-bursting explosion. Well, I guess that's what happens when God bangs the earth, or a fiery avatar of life, or whoever his mother is. Okay, I think we can all agree on finding the newest, most powerful fighter ever. Setsuna threw her hands in the air, quite literally, in exclamation at the mention for surviving a planet exploding. Right. The group nodded in agreement. His immunity to electricity is obviously a perk of being the god of thunder. Izuku mumbled as he wrote in his notebook. Poisons are likely because of his godly nature, but as for burns, they could be because of that Phoenix Force. And at least we know what it likely is. Melissa said. An avatar of life. Maybe it's some other kind of god or deity. Uraraka replied. While Thor is not invulnerable, he is augmented by his godly status and a fraction of the all-powerful Odin Force, a powerful mystical energy used by the kings of Asgard, sealed within Mjolnir, his enchanted hammer. Wiz continued. Mjolnir. Pony attempted to say, confused. Ha! What kind of cheap but godly weapon is that? Minoma mocked. The handle and weapon as a whole is too short for such a weapon to be truly effective. Not how I would put it, but the thing does look rather small for a war hammer. Itsuka said. That's his weapon. Boomstick exclaimed, confused and in disbelief. That thing is way too tiny. Okay, maybe we were wrong. Kaminari whispered to Zero. Maybe Minoma is Boomstick's counterpart. Nah, Too annoying. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 whispered back. Even Boomstick is charming in his own way. Monoma's more of a PP. And Bakugu isn't. Kaminari whispered back, the two devolving into a fit of chuckled. Did you idiots forget who's right next to you? Kaminari and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 paled drastically and turned to the voice of Bakugu, glaring at them with comical red eyes and snarling teeth. I mean, if he was the god of mending fences or something, I guess I could wh. Boomstick exclaimed as an image showed Thor slamming the hammer on a crystal, rainbow-glowing bridge, creating a massive explosion of light and energy. 𝐒𝐻𝐷 never mind. Jaws dropped in unison at the display of power from Mjolnir. Okay, I guess I was wrong. Itsuka muttered out, eyes wide in shock. Yeah. Yui said, her own expressionless eyes too widened in alarm. Mjolnir bound to Thor literally means crusher, forged from a star core momentum-based flight, unbreakable antiforce energy blasts. God blast summons Asgardian power into a beam capable of slaying immortals. Mjolnir is mystically bound to Thor and obeys him as if it were alive, such as tossing it onto enemies and summoning it right back to his hand. Wiz revealed. And if it were any larger, it would be too heavy to wield. So not only is it a hammer, it's also a boomerang. Snipe questioned. Well, I'll be. Not exactly as improbable as sword made of light or a sentient, alien, transforming robot. Power. Loda noted. So it's not the size of his hammer, it's how he uses it. Boomstick said. Mineta chuckled pervertedly. Why do I feel like that was another perverted, disgusting comment? Momo questioned, annoyance plastered on her face. Because it was. Mina said, smirking at the perverted joke, before peeking to Izuku. Although with what Mai said, I'm sure Midori will definitely please with the size alone of his hammer. It was forged by dwarfs using the power of the god Tempest, a cosmic storm the size of a galaxy, and the core of a dying star, was explained. Which went supernova and killed all the dinosaurs. Setsuna practically screeched in horror at the last part, suddenly finding Thor not so great with wielding such a weapon. No wonder it's so heavy. Melissa gasped out, eyes wide. If they were to condense a neutron star into the size of a matchbox, that would be like lifting 3 billion tons. Izuku was writing in his notebook so fast that the rest practically swore that his notebook was steaming. That sounds overkill. Mina said, eyes wide too. Hell yeah, it's overkill and I want it. Bakugu yelled. Hey box, give me my own hammer like you did giving those glowing crystals. Before the group could settle the teen down, the device paused, said, message received from Mstr Zayden. Do you wish to read it? The group looked to the screen in surprise, the teachers looking around to see if this watcher of the multiverse was currently spying on them from some kind of portal. OFF course. Bakugu yelled. The device pulled up an envelope on the screen, it opening and revealing a single-worded message. No. The reaction of which consisted of laughter, a fuming and raging Bakugu that had to be dragged away from the machine from destroying it in, and my having to dragged away from Bakugu from destroying him. Yeah, forget anything I said earlier, I'm liking the Dino slaughtering hammer. Boomstick exclaimed excitingly. Where can I get one? Mjolnir can only be wielded by Thor. Wiz revealed. Until it didn't after a god-slaying psychopath and a pirate spy said he wasn't worthy and he couldn't lift the dang thing. Boomstick revealed himself. Hey. Mina questioned. How does that work? Did he lose his super strength or something? Correct. Wiz agreed with Boomstick. Mjolnir can only be lifted by those who are worthy of heart and soul. That true, Deku? Uraraka asked the green-haired teen. In Norse mythology, no. Deku said. The only reason Thor was able to lift Mjolnir, much less use it, at all was because it was incredibly heavy. Only with a magic belt and gloves that increased his strength could Thor lift and use Mjolnir, so this must be something unique for this universe. Whosoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Odin whispered to the hammer. Much like his father before him, Thor was considered worthy of wielding the hammer. Wiz continued. But after his encounter with Gorr, the God Butcher, and the original Nick Fury, Thor lost the right to wield Mjolnir and his left arm. Ouch! Sen hissed. Bad enough he couldn't lift his hammer anymore, but he lost an arm as a bonus FU from the universe. Ida stared at the image of Gorr, the god butcher, his eyes narrowing as, in his eyes, he looked disturbingly familiar to Stain. Since then, it was used by Thor's ex-girlfriend, Jane Foster. Boomstick said, showing a female version of Thor wielding the hammer. Until she chucked it into the sun, to destroy an unstoppable god-killing monster from destroying Asgard, even at the expense of her life from deadly cancer, and destroyed it. So much for indestructible. She sacrificed the hammer and godly powers, and even condemned herself to death from cancer, to put an end to a monster and save innocence. All Might said, smiling. A worthy act of a true hero. There have been other Mjolnirs created as well. Wiz said, showing a golden, different hammer and one with a long wooden staff, one end a hammer and the other an axe. Like the golden hammer of Stormbreaker given to the alien, Beta Ray Bill, and another universe's Stormbreaker that was wielded by another Thor from an alternate universe. That hammer axe one looks sick. Kamakiri exclaimed with a smile. But each one, Thor Odinson refused. Boomstick revealed. Even when wishing the return of his godly powers, he refused to take another man's hammer, and soon got a hammer of his own. And by that, I mean he got his OG hammer back and even became king of Asgard as a bonus. Now that's a manly god. Kirishima shouted. Izuku lowered his gaze as he recalled when he almost offered to give one for all to Mirio after he lost his quirk in the Hisaikai raid, and how he was willing to, and did, give up one for all to Kaken in their fight against Nine, only for the quirk to be transferred back to him, miraculously. But what if it didn't? Izuku thought. Would I have been like Thor? Powerless. Quirkless again. My chance at being a hero over. The teen then thought back to the smiling faces of Katsuma and Mahoro, and smiled. Doesn't matter anyway. If it meant those two's safety, even if I didn't get it back, I would do so again in a heartbeat. And there are other workarounds beside worthiness, Wiz said. Red Hulk once carried the hammer into space because Thor was still holding on to it. The screen showed an even larger, more muscled red-skinned man carrying the hammer and smacking Thor with it. Which may be one of the dumbest technicalities ever. Whoa, who the hell is that dude? Tetsu asked as he pointed at the red-skinned giant of a man. That dude looks ripped. He looks more jacked up than All Might. Don't know. Itsuka said. But the look on him and the fact he's fighting Thor makes me think that this guy would never have lifted that hammer. But even without Mjolnir, Thor's got more up his arsenal. Boomstick said. That was even worse than Pony's attempt. Leiko said, the American transfer student rubbing her neck embarrassed. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 Nordic title. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 the belt of strength doubles Thor's physique. He wears the belt of strength, with an equally unpronounceable name, which, surprise, doubles his already powerful might. Boomstick revealed. Is that the belt you guys said that Thor had that allowed him to lift Mjolnir? Ojirio asked. Indeed, though in this universe, it seems it's merely a strength enhancer. Ida said. Which is rather overkill considering Thor's already so powerful. Momo added. And naturally, as the god of thunder, Thor can manipulate the weather. Wiz jumped in. Here we go. Kaminari said as he grew more excited. Godly powers, weather manipulation, lightning manipulation, wind-powered flight, earthquake control, immortality, warriors, madness, berserk state, healing powers, storms, tornadoes, the wind, he can even summon deadly bolts of lightning. Wiz listed. That looks so awesome. Kaminari exclaimed, looking at the massive bolts of lightning Thor unleashed. He also had some control over the earth, despite his actual mom being a fiery chicken. Boomstick jumped in. He can make earthquakes that spun entire continents. Okay, I think that is leagues more impressive than that Akuma guy shattering an island with a single punch. Miruko said, eyes wide in amazement and shock, much like the rest of the group. But yeah, if his mom was that Phoenix Force or whatever, then how does he have powers over the earth like 𝐒𝐬? Zero asked. It could be that 𝐒𝐬 granted him those powers as a way to hide the truth of who his real mother was. Izuku answered. He can also fly using the wind and by propelling his hammer forward to carry him, is immortal, and has some healing abilities. Boomstick continued. Wait, so he can fly by tossing his hammer forward and ride it? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 repeated confused. I guess so. Mina said. Thor has fought and defeated many of the most powerful warriors in the Marvel Universe. Wiz revealed. Including fighting, defeating, and even, eventually, killing Galactus, the infamous Devourer of Worlds and one of the most powerful beings in the Marvel Universe. The Devourer of Worlds. Uraraka stuttered in shock, as she and the rest of the group looked at the large, purple, weird-helmeted being eating planets in absolute shock and horror. He defeated that. Mineta screeched in horror. If these beings were to ever come to our world. Endeavor said. We wouldn't stand a chance. All Might finished his statement, a wave of dread flowing down him at the thought that these forces of pure destruction and power could come to their world. Feats MSTR Marksman Top Flight Speed, Mach 32 Martial Arts Mastery Viking, Celtic, Saxon, German, and American fighting styles overpowered the Hulk tricked Loki. The god of mischief can destroy adamantium, escaped a black hole, killed Galactus' strongest Asgardian. Odin aside, he has mastered enough martial arts to box even Captain America to a standstill, and has even overpowered the Hulk, another of the most powerful characters in the Marvel Universe. Wiz explained. Wait, that green, giant guy looks almost identical to that red one. Kirishima pointed out. They even have similar names. Tetsu said. Hulk and Red Hulk. I guess that means that they are related. Or have similar origins and powers. Tokoyami said. Although, in the past, even without becoming unworthy to wield Mjolnir, he could lose his powers when separated from his hammer. Wiz revealed. Which is pretty stupid considering his main method of attack is throwing the DMN thing. Boomstick replied. Yeah, that does sound weird. Melissa said. But perhaps it has to do with the distance between them, like if it were in another continent or dimension. But through some convoluted magic absurdity, this is no longer a problem. Wiz explained. In fact, he has no specific physical weaknesses. Except by a magic elf that chopped his arm off and other god-powered stuff. Boomstick jumped in. True, and he does suffer from a superiority complex. Wiz continued. Arrogant and eager to fight, he often ignores even the most perceptible risks. Well, when you are a god that can break continents apart, who wouldn't be a little arrogant? Setsuna said. Additionally, he is still a Norse god, and those of the Nordic people, Vikings, they were usually a violent and battle-hungry society. Jurota added on. Their version of heaven, Valhalla, is said to only be granted to those that die honorably in battle. Sounds like the way to beat him would be to use their brains against him. Sen said. But do not mistake him for a mere battle-drunk moron, as Thor can be surprisingly intelligent and knowledgeable. Wiz corrected. He is a skilled medic and surgeon, defeated the supervillain, Magneto, by using his knowledge of temperature demagnetization, has a knowledge of the occult, different religions and cultures, fluent in multiple languages, and even tricked his own younger, adopted brother, Loki, the god of mischief, multiple times, once with a cardboard cutout of himself. I guess when you have D-head, villain brother that turns into a snake to stab you and also turn you into a frog, you have to be smart enough to see him coming. Boomstick said. Never mind. Sen said. So is that why he can talk to frogs? Asui asked. Because he once turned into one. If that's true, then Tamaki here can probably talk to any animal that he eats. Mirio said, patting the shy teen with a powerful pat that nearly sent the teen to the ground. He may not be one of the smartest of in the Marvel Universe, but there is no doubt that he is the strongest and mightiest. Wiz finished. I like him. Boomstick exclaimed. Thor smirked before whirling around and slamming Mjolnir into a frost giant, sending it crashing into the ruined wall. Next. Thor asked. The group thought over their opinions of the god of thunder, mostly with praises of his sheer strength and power, and the pros nodding in appreciation that he was a hero from where he came from, some shuddering in horror at the thought of facing that kind of force in a villain. The second fighter wasn't as physically gifted as Thor, but his appearance was still more godly and unique compared to the average man. The god too was tall and had a wide chest and muscle under his outfit, said outfit being a bolt blue robes over white, Shaolin monk-styled robes. The blue robes covered the sides of his chest and down to his PP, a black belt around his waist, armored pads on his shoulders, and an amulet on the left side of his chest, the amulet bronze and golden and circular, while the middle was encrusted with a blue gem with a dragon insignia. Dark grey wrist guards and ankle guards were strapped to his wrist and ankles up to his knees. His most distinguishing features, however, were the long wooden staff, with a metal end, that he often wielded, the large, round straw hat he wore, and his eyes pure whitish blue and often sparking in blue lightning. Ojiro and Itsuka stared at the second god of thunder, noting that his Shaolin-styled clothing could perhaps indicate that he has knowledge of martial arts. Kaminari was likewise excited to see another god of thunder, perhaps this one showing more actual lightning powers than Thor if the glowing blue eyes was something consider. The heroes and teachers could sense that this thunder god looked more wise and disciplined compared to Thor. Raiden. According to Japanese legend, Raiden is the god of thunder and storms, who, when angered, devours the stomachs of children as they sleep. Wiz began the analysis of child haggis. Just like Mom used to make. Boomstick joked. Eri and Kuta squirmed and held onto Deku, Eri holding her stomach as if Raiden himself was going to appear and eat her stomach. Well, whenever he had his fill of defenseless, sleeping children, I guess he decided to protect the earth from evil. Boomstick continued. Background: full name, Lord Raiden. Height, 7 foot. Weight, 350 pounds. Age, eternal protector of Earthrealm. Martial arts: mastery Jiu-Jitsu, Nanchuan, Judo, and Taekwondo. Raiden is the defender of Earthrealm, and is a key leader in shielding it from the forces of the ruthless, evil Shao Kahn's outworld. Wiz explained. Tasked by the elder gods of the realms, he, along with his fellow demigod, Fujin, god of the wind, and his Earthrealm champions, they safeguard and fight for their realm in the bloody tournament of mortal combat. So it is the same world where Shang Tsung is from. Itsuka said. Knew it. Setsuna exclaimed in victory. Elder gods. Midnight said. What, are they older than him or something? It could be that they are the oldest and most powerful gods of their universe, and this Raiden and Fujin are their younger counterparts and enforcers. Nezu said. He's a MSTR of several different fighting styles and amps them up with powerful electric attacks. Boomstick jumped in. Sometimes wielding a wooden staff, but generally prefers his fists. So while Thor focuses on pure strength and power, Raiden is a more combat-centered and lightning-based fighter. Ojiro said. Hey Midoriya, think you can write down some of his lighting-based moves if they show up? Kaminari asked. I think they would work well with my quirk too. Sure thing. Deku replied. From the mobile kicks of Taekwondo to the anti-armor combat of Jiu-Jitsu, Raiden's wide variety of fighting styles complement each other perfectly to take down any kind of opponent. We said. Fast, mobile strikes to keep your opponent on the defensive and Jiu-Jitsu to be able to break those defenses and overwhelm them. Itsuka said. Now I'm interested. Special moves: lightning shots, vicinity blast, shocking touch, electric fly, electric slide, teleport, fatalities. This thunder god uses several lightning-charged special attacks. Boomstick said. Like the vicinity blast, electric fly, lightning shots, teleporting, and shocking touch. As he listed them, the screen showed Raiden performing said attacks, from teleporting in a flash of blue lightning, unleashing bolts of lightning, and flying at his enemies with lightning. Given Kaminari's quirk, I think the only way for him to use Vicinity Blast is if he can discharge his electricity between his hands, and maybe he can increase the range by placing his discs around him to make a cage of electricity. The lightning shots probably only work with his disc unless he can unleash it more precisely. It looks like something Nejaya could do better for more accurate blasts. Teleporting electric fly won't work for him either, although maybe he has a way to discharge his electricity through his feet, and with a support gear, he can mimic the flight aspect of it. Actually, maybe Nejaya can do the electric fly given Tachi can fly, although she would have to focus her waves on fists rather than blasting them. The shocking touch is one that Kaminari already does, but maybe he can extend it by using his disc to make a sort of tripwire made of electricity. The students looked on as Deku was lost in mumble stream, comical sweat drops on their heads while the girls chuckled fondly. Kaminari smiled appreciatively at Midoriya, finding it cool and touching that he was devoting so much brain power to help him become stronger. Thanks man. Kaminari thought. You're the coolest. Nejiya meanwhile smiled brightly at Deku, also making notes to help her out. She giggled and swooned so hard that she couldn't take it and tackled the teen into a bone-crushing hug, snapping the green-haired teen and making him go blue at the rapid loss of oxygen. Not to mention when finishing his foes, he discharges so much electricity into them that they combust with multiple different fatalities. Boomstick continued, showing Raiden discharge bolts of electricity into a blonde woman's head until it exploded into pieces. Okay, maybe you shouldn't try that, jamming EA. Kyuka suggested nervously. Why, not really hero-like to explode someone's skull into pieces. Kaminari agreed, rubbing his neck. The sheer power of these lightning attacks apparently can overload his brain, causing him to spout out random gibberish in mid-attack. Boomstick finished 𝐼𝐻𝐼. Raiden yelled gibberish as he electric-flied into a muscular black man with metal arms. The students burst out laughing at the random, almost undiscernible gibberish of Raiden. What did he say? Mina asked. I think it was I need money. Uraraka answered. Wow, Uraraka, how did you figure that out? Hagakure asked. Practice. Uraraka replied. Mostly from figuring out Deku when he mutters. The girls giggled and the guys laughed as Deku blushed. True, but I think it's more like Kaminari when he's in that dunce mode of his. Kyuka laughed, remembering Kaminari's dunce face, gibberish, and hand gestures. You think you insult me, Jiru, but I take it as a compliment. Kaminari said smugly. I chose to believe this is a sign. A sign that I will be Raiden's counterpart. Well, you're not wrong. Asui said. That overloading his brain thing is your whole thing. How much you think that he jinxed himself by saying it's him? Zero whispered. 100%. Bakugu simply replied. Godly powers, ethereal energy composition, weather manipulation, electricity manipulation, flight, healing powers, immortality, eventually reincarnated after death, as an eternal god. Raiden is entirely composed of ethereal energy and can morph into various forms of electrical force. Wiz explained. With this trait he gains teleportation, flight, and unlimited endurance. That explains his teleportation and flight, and if he is made up of pure energy, it makes sense that he can't be reasonably tired. Momo said. Maybe he can morph into various forms of electricity to evade Thor's attacks or absorb them. However, if he can't absorb all the energy, then maybe he could absorb too much and explode in an overload. Ida replied. And like any other thunder god, Raiden has all sorts of control over the weather and lightning. Boomstick added. Raiden has so much power, he can even achieve scientifically impossible feats, like channeling electricity through insulated wood. Wiz added also. I'm sorry, what? Mai did a double take. Haha, take that physics. Boomstick chuckled. Well, he is a magical god. Itsuka said. Things like physics aren't exactly things that they follow. Feat's most powerful Mortal Kombat ant held off limitless power. Kano has mastered 750 varieties of Jujutsu, was the last man standing against the Deadly Alliance, defeated the Hoven Necromancers, can channel electricity through wood, defeated Shao Kahn and prevented Armageddon. He is one of the most powerful characters in the Mortal Kombat universe. We said. And has successfully defended Earth for centuries. He eventually became the all-powerful Elder God of Earthrealm, but relinquished this power to protect the people of Earth. What? Boomstick questioned. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I mean, why would you give up being an all-powerful god with so much power and then give it up to protect Earth? Setsuna asked. I mean, couldn't you use that power to protect Earth? Maybe it's some kind of rule where elder gods can't interfere because they are too powerful. Yui said. It could explain why he would give it up. Well, while he is an immortal, formless god, he isn't indestructible and has limits. Wiz clarified. In order to fight among others, especially mortals, he must take a form susceptible to mortality. I believe this is the saying level the playing field. Tokoyami said. Yeah, not exactly a fair fight if you can't die. Sen said. But he still retains all his godly powers. Boomstick jumped in. And is tough enough to effortlessly smash through solid concrete. So he lets himself become mortal to fight, but still has all his god powers. Mina said. How is that leveling the playing field? When faced with the possibility of death, playing fair and holding back is luxury that cannot be afforded. Aizawa answered. It's irrational. There will be threats where you can't hold back or limit yourselves, because they won't do the same for you, and your reluctance could lead to lives being lost. Through his numerous successes in defending Earthrealm from impossible odds, Raiden has proved his greatest attribute to be his leadership and wisdom in battle. We said. He is a cunning and daring strategist, willing to make whatever sacrifices necessary to achieve victory. Like this guy. Boomstick said, showing 𝐤𝐸𝐴 hold up a young man by his hair. That guy. The screen showed the Asian shirtless fighter that fought 𝐤𝐸𝐴, but now as a zombified version of his former self. And all of these guys. The screen showed multiple people dying, including a young man with a cool hat having his neck snapped from behind, a scantily clad, long-haired cave in a policeman's face with a single punch and ripping out another scantily clad woman in green stomach, a Native American-looking man being disintegrated, and the Asian, shirtless fighter rushing to attack Raiden, only to get blasted by his electricity and become consumed in flames and lightning. Raiden, a physical example of sacrificing others for the greater good. Holy crp. Kaminari cursed. The students felt ill at the sight of so many gruesome deaths, some gulping as they tried to keep their lunches down. Izuku and Mirio covered Kuta and Ei's eyes from the carnage, while the heroes looked on with narrowed eyes and stunned faces at how brutal this world was. In context, in the final battle of Armageddon that would decide the fate of all the realms, the evil Shao Kahn claimed victory and became the all-powerful one being, with only he and Raiden left standing in the end. Wiz began explaining, as it showed Shao Kahn mercilessly beating a defeated Raiden as everyone else was dead in numerous ways. To prevent this dark future from occurring, Raiden used the last of his powers to send a message to himself from the past. After multiple visions of the future and in his desperation to succeed, he would make a foolish, desperate plea to the elder gods to intervene, only to leave his fighters defenseless that led to their deaths aside a few. This sprouted a rift to form between him and his greatest champion and successor, Liu Kang, that led to their own clash and Liu Kang's accidental demise. So he fought against Raiden because he was sensed his friends die. Nejaya questioned. It seems so. Tamaki muttered. Maybe it was also because of that woman who died whose hand he held. He seemed close to her. So he turned on his boss because he had the hots for a chick. Bakugu said. That's thing stupid. Wait, how is being shot by lightning and being set on fire accidental? Boomstick asked confused. Liu Kang's mystical dragon fire expanded and reacted violently with Raiden's lightning. Wiz explained. Although lesser in power, the two magics collided and wreaked havoc on Liu Kang's body, ultimately killing him and cursing Raiden's name in death. But even with his death, Raiden would defeat Shao Kahn with the aid of the Elder Gods and save Earthrealm from Armageddon. The greatest of victories sometimes come at the gravest of costs. All Might said. He. Raiden, this version having long white hair. Sorry. The group thought over Raiden and his powers, some believing that Raiden's martial arts and wisdom would take the victory of Thor and the others feeling that Thor's strength and power would be enough to take it. All right, the combatants are set. Wiz said. Let's end this debate once and for all. It's time for a death battle, Lee. Boomstick exclaimed. As the video paused and the device scanned as usual, the votes were cast. The most significant of votes for Thor were Bakugu, who favored Thor's strength and power more, Endeavor, who followed the same logic as Bakugu, Melissa, and Mai, who were more intrigued by Mjolnir, Jirota, believing that Thor's sheer strength, coupled with his intellect and abilities would take the victory, Kirishima and Tetsu, who liked Thor's more physically imposing appearance, Miruko, who claimed his strength and infinite endurance would take the cake, 𝐼𝐵, who liked his domain of oak trees, 𝐴sui, who liked Thor's ability to talk with frogs, 𝐁𝐂, and 𝐒𝐿𝑢ku, who felt that with Thor's immunity to electricity would be useful. Those who voted for Raiden included Kaminari, who liked his more clear use of lightning and still convinced that he was Raiden, All Might, who appreciated the man's wisdom more, Ojiro and Itsuka, who liked Raiden's martial arts, Momo and Ida, who believed that Raiden's greater wisdom could outsmart Thor's, Aizawa, who respected Raiden's more strategy and cunning than Thor's recklessness, Nejiya, who she voted for his lightning powers and because of Izuku's analysis, Kamakiri, who liked the brutal aspect of Raiden more, Mirio and Monoma, for Raiden's sheer power over lightning, Setsuna, and MIC multiversal counterpart detected. The device said as it finished its scan. Thor Odinson. Multiversal counterpart, Toshinori Yagi All Might. Well, I shouldn't be surprised that you of all people would be Thor, All Might. Aizawa said. Powerful, yet reckless. All Might's sweat dropped at Aizawa's compliment, insult. Next is Raiden. Kaminari said excitingly. Watch. It's going to say me and I'm going to beat All Might. And cue disappointment in 3, 2, 1. Lord Raiden. Multiversal counterpart, Toshinori Yagi All Might. No new. Kaminari wailed. Called it. Kyuka said. Although, why is All Might both of them? Momo asked. I understand Thor because of their strength and both being a little reckless, but why Raiden? Izuku pondered for a moment for replying with maybe because Raiden is like the strongest fighter in his world, much like All Might is ours. Also perhaps because Raiden is the protector of Earthrealm, is similar to All Might as the symbol of peace. That does make sense. Mina said. Plus, I can't picture Kaminari as a wise, old leader even if I tried. Hey! Kaminari shouted while they argued. Izuku pondered in his mind more reasons. It could also be that just like this Liu Kang was Raiden's champion and successor, All Might has one in me. Izuku thought. But that would only make sense if I was additional counterparts detected. The device voiced, snapping Deku from his thoughts. Liu Kang. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku and All Might froze. The scene of Raiden accidentally killing Liu Kang and Liu Kang blaming and cursing Liu Kang for his death not sitting well with the 8th and 9th wielders of One for All. The girls also took the death of their crush in another life not well either, with Melissa practically latching onto Izuku's hand as if he was suddenly going to vanish on the spot. Even Bakugo froze at the thought of Deku dying, even worse at the thought that it was All Might's own counterpart that did it. What a cruel thing irony is. Gran Torino thought, not wishing his thoughts voiced to the clearly sad successor to his friend beside him. From what you told me about your meeting with him, Toshinori, especially that stupid way you told him no at first, I wonder if this is some form of punishment. Just as you nearly killed his dreams, you took his own life in another. Fujin. Multiversal counterpart, Mirai Sasaki aka Sir Night Eye. Night Eye? Mina questioned. Isn't that who you had your work study with Mina stopped her question as she looked at Deku, whose hair masking his eyes and frown made it clear that he wasn't exactly happy to remember the now-dead hero. The same applied for Uraraka, Asui, Kirishima, Ryukyu, Aizawa, Fat Gum, Nejiya, and Imagiki, all of whom were involved in the Hisaikai raid in which the pro gave his life for. All Might slumped at the mention of his former sidekick. The sight of Mirai's hole in his chest and his last moments and smile still burned into his mind. Well, at least you were by my side in another life, old friend. He thought and chuckled sadly. Mirio froze too, looking at the image of Sir Night Eye in front of him, reliving Sir's injury, his final prediction, and death. His smile turned to a frown and tears began to crack from his eyes. He felt the tug on his arm, snapping from his grief to look at the responsible party, that being A. She looked at him curiously and asked, that was the man who helped save me too, the one that was hurt. I haven't seen him. Is he all right? Mirio froze, unable to come up with what to say, whether to lie to her, or tell her the harsh truth. A world without smiles and humor has no bright future. 𝐼𝐼 remembered Sir's last words and his final smile. I can't tell her. Not yet. 𝐼𝐼 thought. She wouldn't understand. Or worse, she will blame herself. I can't see her smile disappear or lie to her. Yeah. 𝐼𝐼 replied to 𝐼𝐼, a bright smile on his face and tears in his eyes. Sir is fine. He's gone off to a better place to rest. He's all right and happy. 𝐼𝐼 blinked in confusion before smiling, and 𝐼𝐼 felt his heart both light up in joy to see her smile, and clench in guilt over a half-truth. Jane Foster. Multiversal counterpart, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya. Hey! Izuku and All Might simultaneously shouted. Why is Auntie 𝐒𝐴𝐴 there? Bakugo shouted. Wow, we found one of your mom, Deku. Uraraka said excited. And she also was Thor too. Isn't that cool? Why, I guess so. Izuku said, smiling at seeing how his own mom was a hero in another world, too. A true hero, like All Might said. At the mention of All Might, Izuku's smile quickly turned to a frown. Wait. He thought. Jane Foster, mom's counterpart. They said that she was also All Might's girlfriend. Both he and Todoroki thought at the same time. While Todoroki kept that mental note for his dad Might theories, Izuku whirled to look towards All Might, who, despite his efforts to remain still, was shaking like he was in a vibrating chair, nervous sweat pouring down his entire body, his blank eyes trying, and failing, to hide panic. Well, looks like the kid's on the right track. Gran Torino whispered to All Might. How long before you tell him and about you and his mother? In my eulogy. All Might answered. After settling down, the video began again with the fight. The scene began with Thor facing away and towards the horizon, his cape bellowing in wind as the sky was cloudy. In a flash of lightning, Raiden teleported and appeared before him. The two turned to face each other. Fight. Raiden fired a bolt of lightning at Thor as he backflipped away before landing and firing another bolt of lightning. He's keeping his distance and attacking from afar. Aizawa said. Using his projectile-based powers to test out Thor's own abilities and keep away from his hammer. Thor swung his hammer and smashed the bolt of lightning away and blocked the second with the hammer too. Thor proceeded to toss the hammer towards Raiden, the protector of Earthrealm, teleporting away as the hammer sailed past where he was. The hammer froze in midair before flying back to Thor's hands. Seems like this fight is going to come down to speed and wisdom versus strength and defense. Momo analyzed. Thor can easily withstand anything Raiden can throw at him, while Raiden is wiser and faster with his teleporting. Raiden appeared behind Thor and unleashed a flurry of kicks, jabs, and punches on the Thunder God before uppercutting him to the sky. Raiden teleported again and appeared where Thor flew to and began striking at him with another flurry of attacks. He teleported once more and attacked him from behind before teleporting away as Thor attempted to swing his hammer at him. Diamin, my man's beating him down. Kaminari cheered for his fighter. He's using his speed to strike quickly and using teleportation to easily dodge Thor's more slower attacks and attack from behind. Endeavor said. Smart strategy given who is clearly the physically strongest. Raiden would attack from behind with a teleporting kick before teleporting again. Thor swung his hammer to try and strike at the god as he appeared behind him, but Raiden teleported away. Thor would continue attempting to strike at Raiden as he appeared behind him, only for the other Thunder God to teleport away before the hammer hit him. Thor knows that Raiden is trying to attack him from behind and is attacking at his behind. Jirota said. Clearly he is a seasoned warrior to quickly predict such tactics. But Raiden is too quick. Rin said. He's teleporting away before he can hit him. Come on, you hammer-wielding, pretty boy. Bakugo shouted. Just hit him. Don T, just float there and take it. Raiden would teleport kick him from behind again before teleporting in front of him, grabbing him and tossing him down to the ground. As Thor hit and bounced off the ground formed the force, Raiden appeared in front of him and unleashed the vicinity attack on the mid-air Thor, sending him flying back. Thor bounced and rolled off the ground till he was on his feet. He raised his hammer to the air and yelled, "Have at thee!" A large bolt of yellow lightning fell down and flowed towards his hammer. Mighty spark. Thor yelled again as he fired the blast of lightning towards 𝐼𝐼den. 𝐼𝐼den stood still and raised his hands as the lightning gathered and spun around him, the yellow lightning turning blue, before firing it back towards Thor. He just threw his lightning back at him. Mina said, "They are both lightning users, so it's reasonable that they can't be hurt by lightning either." Izuku said. Thor spun his hammer in front of him in a circle, shielding him from the lightning. Thor jumped up and towards an oak tree, the tree flying up into the air as he landed. Thor punched the tree and sent it flying towards 𝐼𝐼den. "Heh, I guess the oak tree fact came in handy somehow," Setsuna said, shrugging. As the oak tree flew closer to 𝐼𝐼den, he fired his lightning, the tree exploding into pieces. "Oh right, and he can also defy physics and destroy wood with lightning easily," Setsuna continued. Thor slammed his hammer onto the earth, creating an earthquake that had the Japanese god of thunder stumbling and wobbling as the ground shook. "The hell are you standing around for?" Kamakiri yelled. "You can fly. So fly." As if hearing him, 𝐼𝐼den jumped into the air and flew, lightning sparking behind him in a trail. "Thank you," Kamakiri shouted. In the distance, 𝐼𝐼den was seen flying and yelling gibberish 𝐺𝐻𝐼𝐶𝐻. "Ha, there's the gibberish." Kyuka chuckled. "What did he say this time, Chako?" "I don't know, but I think it was something like Johnny's in the car," Ochako said, herself confused. Thor took to the sky himself, Mjolnir being swung and circled again as he hovered in midair. He swung the hammer forward and flew towards 𝐼𝐼den. The two flew at high speeds towards each other before crashing in a burst of lighting. "Awesome!" Kuta cheered. "Yeah. They both look so cool." Deku fanboyed. "Just as strong as All Might." The screen zoomed to see Thor dropkicking 𝐼𝐼den, sending the former elder god into the side of a mountain. The thunder god bounced off and flipped down to the ground, running towards Thor. The Norse god tossed his hammer at 𝐼𝐼den again, who teleported again, the hammer bouncing off the mountain and into Thor's hands. "Stop teleporting and fight like a real man," Tetsu yelled. 𝐼𝐼den continued running before jumping into the air and firing multiple bolts of lightning. Thor jumped towards him, smacking away the bolts with Mjolnir. He kicked the Japanese god in the chin before delivering another kick that sent the god upwards, Thor flying up and slamming his knee into his chest, the god flying and bouncing off a hill before landing in a slide on the ground. "Now that's more like it," Tetsu yelled. "Thor has the upper hand," Midnight said. 𝐼𝐼den's lightning bolts can be easily smacked away and Thor's physically more stronger than him. Thor landed as 𝐼𝐼den slid to a stop, grabbed the fellow thunder god and headbutted him, stunning him. The Avenger then slammed him into the ground before jumping away. "Oof." Itsuka cringed, rubbing her head. "Yeah, I felt that." Thor spun his hammer above him, the wind picking up and swirled around him, a tornado forming around him. Thor's using his weather powers. Hagekyu cheered. "Actually, now it makes more sense why All Might is Thor's counterpart," Mount Lady said. "Both of them can make tornadoes, like when All Might defeated the slime villain." "You're right," Pixie Bob said. "Makes a ton of sense. Plus they are both blonde, blue-eyed, and look like massive hunks." "Well, not anymore anyway," Ragdoll reminded. 𝐼𝐼den teleported behind Thor as he was forming the tornado. He unleashed a flurry of lightning bolts, the Norse god of thunder blocking as many as he could before being overwhelmed. 𝐼𝐼den shouted as a large bolt of lightning crashed down onto him from the heavens and slammed it down onto Thor, stunning him. As Thor wobbled, stunned, 𝐼𝐼den uppercut him to the sky. Thor slowed down to a hover, 𝐼𝐼den appearing before him, the two clashing in a series of punches and strikes in midair. "This is sick," Kaminari exclaimed. "They are fighting in midair like a bunch of gods." "Manly," Kirishima shouted. 𝐼𝐼den grabbed Thor and attempted the shocking touch on him, electricity enveloping Thor. Thor broke free from his grip, his body smoking but unfazed. "Away with you!" Thor yelled as he punched 𝐼𝐼den towards the ground. "Thor is immune to electrocution," Melissa said. "Meaning that 𝐼𝐼den's shocking touch did nothing." "Wait, if he can't get hurt by electricity, then why was he stunned by the bolt of lightning before then?" Ojiro asked. I believe it was the impact of the lightning bolt that hurt Thor more than the electricity. Nezu answered. While the shocking touch is simply discharging electricity similar to a taser, but in comparison, it could seem more like a pinch than actually hurting. Raiden slammed into the ground below Thor, the Avenger spinning his hammer above him, yellow lightning sparking around him as if charging. Heaven's wrath! Thor yelled as he flung a massive bolt of lightning down towards Raiden. Raiden looked up to the bolt of yellow lightning as it crashed onto him and enveloped him, a bright white light flashing from inside the tornado. That definitely should have done it. Mina said. Unfortunately not. Ida said. While Thor can't be harmed by electricity, neither can Raiden. He most likely absorbed it. Raiden stood there sparking with an influx of blue lightning around him, unharmed. He looked up towards Thor and zoomed towards him, yelling gibberish again. Just as Raiden reached him, Thor swung his hammer hard, Raiden's lower body exploding into bloody pieces. No/yes. The student voters yelled. Thor quickly grabbed Raiden and flew upwards, above the clouds. Farewell. Thor yelled as he tossed Raiden to the sky at super fast speeds. Raiden flew out of Earth and towards the sun, the protector of Earthrealm reaching and being enveloped by the sun. KO. The Thor voters cheered while Raiden voters sighed in defeat before clapping respectfully. He literally threw him into the sun. Kirishima said. Manly. And godly. Tetsu joined the redhead in yelling. That seemed a bit overkill. Boomstick voiced his opinion. I liked it. Raiden smarter, but much weaker, immune to electricity, more fighting experience, less extreme survival experience, relies on electrical attacks, which were useless. Raiden is a clever and versatile combatant, but he was completely overwhelmed by Thor's strength. Wiz explained. Yeah, it took a flurry of attacks to send Thor flying, but the dude sent my dude flying away in only 1 or 2. MIC said. And it also doesn't help that Raiden's main weapon, electricity, was completely useless. Boomstick added. Hey, it was useless on both of them. Kaminari clarified. Thor's lightning only boosted Raiden. Doesn't change the fact that Thor's endurance and strength won out against Raiden's. Kyuka said. Thor stronger, tougher, and faster, immune to electricity, does not solely rely on electrical attacks. Mjolnir is ridiculously powerful. Arrogance only prolonged the fight, consistently defeats Loki, who is much clever than Raiden. Add in Thor's Dino-busting hammer and it was game over. Boomstick continued. Remember, Mjolnir was forged in the core of a dying star. Wiz continued explaining as the screen showed a dying star and a series of calculations. When a star dies, it collapses into a super-dense neutron star. Even the smallest portion of this star can weigh up to 1,000,000 tons. Accurate. Melissa nodded. Raiden stood little chance against a blow like that. Wiz said. Well, at least Raiden found his place in the sun. Boomstick joked. Burn. Mina said. Quite literally too. The winner is Thor. Wiz announced. The group clapped for an awesome fight, Deku chuckling as Kuta mimicked some of Raiden's martial arts and Thor's punches. I think you may have jinxed yourself in this fight, dude. Zero said to a slumping Kaminari. First you said Raiden was you and he wasn't, and then you said he would win and he didn't. Shut up. Kaminari muttered. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick announced. Magical music played as a familiar symbol of 3 golden triangles appeared on an equally familiar elf-looking warrior's hand, pulling out a sword from a stone and holding it up into the air. Hey, it's that Link guy from the Zelda one. Pony pointed out. Hey, guess we are seeing him fight sooner than expected. Setsuna said. The next fighter was shown as a young man with spiky blonde hair and black clothes, carrying the largest sword any of them have ever seen and holding and swinging it no problem while casting spells. The hell kind of sword is that? Kamakiri exclaimed. It's almost as big as me. And where can I get it? The Silent Warriors Link vs. Cloud, so Cloud is that other dude's name. Mineta said. His hair kind of reminds me of Bakugu's. Reminds you? Dude, they pretty much have the same hair. Kaminari exclaimed. Bakugo smirked, already feeling confident that this is another one of his counterparts. With the approval of Nezu, Mai pressed the play button and played the next fight. Third POV. As Mai pressed the button, the next video played with the rocking intro music. These fighters are two of the most iconic swordsmen in video game history. Boomstick started the video. Known for taking on things out of their league and barely speaking a word. "Ooh, the strong silent types," Mina said with a smile. "Me likey. Really?" Hagekyu asked before whispering. "Midori is strong, but silent is not really his thing. I can have more than one type, and cute, sweet, dorky yet confident badass is one Midori fits perfectly," Mina whispered back. "Plus, why do you think I liked going over the video of Midori fighting Monoma, back in our match against his team, so much? He looked so cool." Link, the champion of Hyrule and Princess Zelda's babysitter, was introduced the first fighter. "Excuse me." Momo raised her eyebrow at the last part. "Well, no offense, Yumomo, but your Zelda counterpart was said to always be helped by others," Kyuka said. "And Cloud Strife, guardian of the Lifestream and orphans." Boomstick introduced the second. Kuta and Eri perked up at the last part, wondering if that meant he would guard them, the two horn-wearing kids orphans themselves. Meanwhile, Bakugo was already accepting bets that the similar-haired sword wielder was his own counterpart. In this death battle, things will be a bit more specific. Wiz jumped in. Since both fighters use vast customizable and ever-changing arsenals, in this battle, they will wield what they are most comfortable taking into the battle, i.e. their most used and famous tools from their whole canon story at this point in time. And remember, in Death Battle, there are no outside help allowed. "Oh, but Boomstick, they have summons and they're cool and fairies and shut up," Boomstick said in a mocking voice before shouting. "This is our show and this is how we do SH interesting." Nezu hummed. "Another interesting change. I suppose they wish to minimize their weapons and gear so as to not analyze possibly dozens of weapons and gear," Vlad theorized. "Or they can only use up to a certain amount of their tools at a time in their worlds, so they are going for their most used and strongest weapons," Snipe replied. "Oh." Kaminari groaned. "I really wanted to see those summons. Look. It's giant, lightning-shooting dragon. Get over it." Bakugo yelled. "Let's just get to the thing video already. I'm Wizard and his Boomstick." Wiz introduced the both of them. "And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle." The first fighter was the very same elf-looking hero from Zelda vs. Peach. The group saw him in various different forms, some short, some tall, some darker-looking and others more vibrant and colorful. However, the one most prominent was one of his more darker-toned version. This appearance had light skin, ocean blue eyes, pointy elvish ears, and blonde hair, most of it covered by a dark green, long cap. His body was covered in green clothes, a white undershirt and golden chainmail armor underneath, a light brown, leather belt over his waist, turning the remainder of his clothes past his waist look like a skirt, light brown breathes for his legs and brown leather boots, and his hands and wrists covered in leather gloves and reddish-brown and black wrist guards. A leather strap was strapped diagonally across his chest, with a sword and shield strapped on his back. The girls immediately turned towards Deku and looked between him and Link, already nodding in agreement that the resemblance, and a bonus taste in green, made it easy to see that they may be counterparts. Momo smiled in thought that, if that were true, then that would mean that Izuku was her valiant hero and shining knight, a fantasy that made the rich heiress giggle and swoon into La La Land. Some of the guys, mainly Monoma and Kamakiri, chuckled and started to make fun of the elvish-looking warrior's attire, mainly the skirt that many of his other versions had and how girlish he looked in others. Although Kamakiri was likewise interested in the sword strapped to his back, wondering how sharp and deadly the currently concealed weapon was. Link is the multi-incarnate hero of the Hyrule Kingdom. Wiz began. Just like Zelda from before, Link has also been reincarnated several times by the will of the goddess, Hylia, to protect the realm of Hyrule from the evil clutches of Ganon and other villains. I guess this world of theirs has a thing for reincarnation, Melissa said. Also, is he also an Hylian like Zelda? They have the same long ears and similar features. Possibly. Ida hummed, thinking. For all we know, there could be no humans in this world, or the Hylians are the equivalents of humans for this world. Humble and brave, he's battled the forces of evil for more than over 10 generations. Wiz continued. 10 generations. Uraraka gasped in shock. He's been reincarnated and fought bad guys 10 times. Wow, that's actually quite admirable and selfless of him. Midnight hummed. To spend more than one life selflessly saving lives and fighting evil is quite amazing, but over 10 times is something else. All Might smiled, nodding in agreement. He pondered, if given the chance, would he and Midoriya do the same, to be reborn, destined to save others as a hero once again? Of course, I would. All Might thought. And there's no doubt young Midoriya would do the same. Each green-dressed, fairy hero is linked, ha, to each other. Boomstick joked. Oh. Mirio said, his face lighting up in realization. I get the name now. Ha. That's a good. Only you would think a bad joke would be good, Mirio. Nejaya deadpanned. No, Boomstick, he's not a fairy, he's a Hylian. Wiz corrected. Oh come on, Wiz. Boomstick scoffed. Pointy ears, tights, magic, music lover, and look at that hair. Fairy. Kyuka perked up at seeing Link playing on an odd flute. The fellow musicians smiled at the shared interest, the smile growing as she once more pondered, and hoped, that Link was Midoriya too. Background age, around 17 height, around 5 feet 7 inches bears the spirit of the hero left-handed skilled in boxing and sumo wrestling multi-incarnate humble and brave hero of Hyrule every incarnation of Link bears the spirit of the hero. Wiz revealed. This bestows the unbreakable will and combat prowess of each previous owner, all of which are technically himself. So that would mean, if they are using all of Link's current experience, that Link has over 10 lives worth of combat experience and skills. Jirota summarized. With that kind of experience, he would surely be one of the greatest swordsmen alive. Kamakiri smirked, now eager to cross blades with the Hylian hero. Izuku perked up as well at the mention of passing down one's skills, strength, and knowledge. It's sort of like one for all. Izuku thought, looking to his scarred hand. Passing down the strength, will, and now the quirks and, likely, the guidance and wisdom of the previous users down to me. It's a heavy burden and hard road. Izuku smiled and closed his hand into a fist. It's kinda comforting to hear that I'm not the only one to have to go through this. Since he's got more than over 10 links worth of learning to work with, he's an expert with tons of weapons and magic. Boomstick added. He can use spells and summons using his magic, some of which he can cast through magical musical instruments, making him a fairy hippie. He's not a fairy. Wiz corrected again, his voice more annoyed. Magic through music. Kyuka questioned with a smile. That sounds rocking. Anyways, when it comes to weapons, there's no weapon more iconic and skilled with than the MSTR sword. MSTR sword aka Goddess sword crafted by the goddess Hylia repels evil indestructible sword beam, skyward strike deflects light energy magic medallions bombos, launches fire ether, freezes foes quake, makes earthquakes. The MSTR sword was a peeling double-edged longsword, the metal blade was silver in color, the symbol of the Triforce engraved on the base of the blade, with a ricasso just above the crossguard. Said crossguard is violet blue, large, and shaped with a pair of wings spreading out, and in the middle of the guard was a yellow gemstone, while the handle was tinged dark blue and black. It's appealing. Melissa gasped out, awed at the sight of the blade. Mai too had a similar gleam in her eyes as she quickly snatched up Deku's notebook from his hands and started writing it down. Arg, it burns. Dark Shadow cried out, sinking into Tokoyami. Too bright. This double-edged blade was forged by the goddess Hylia, to slay powerful demons and all manner of evil. Wiz revealed. It repels evil and deflects light-based magic. Wiz's words were backed up by showing Link slashing at an oncoming ball of light energy, sending the ball back towards its caster. He looks like he's batting away that light ball or whatever like a ping-pong ball. Zero said, Hey, Chen, do you think that your naval laser could be deflected by that sword? Deku asked. I'm not sure. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 replied. They said that it deflects light-based magic, but my naval laser, while magnifique, is not actually magic. And when Link is in top shape with 0 damage, he can shoot beams of light or whatever out of it. Boomstick added. Why this changes when he takes a hit, I don't have a clue, but hey, lasers. Now that sword becomes more magnifique with every word. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 posed dramatically as he spoke. But yeah, why does that laser power not work if he's hurt? Kaminari asked. You would think that having a laser shooting sword would be handy when you're hurt. Perhaps it has to do with his health that Link can fire those lasers. Todoroki said. Perhaps the sword is more powerful the more its user is healthy, so it could release whatever excess magical energy it has because of it. Even when low on energy, the MSTR sword can still launch the skyward strike, a powerful wave of sacred energy, by calling upon power from above. Wiz continued, showing Link raise the sword high and slash the air in front of him, a wave of blue energy firing from the sword. Well then, how do you explain that? Kaminari questioned. That looks way more powerful than those regular lasers. Well, it was charging. Nejaya pointed out. When I'm using a more powerful blast wave, it takes a bit because I'm charging it up, so it was charging up too. Well, it's also magic, so I don't think we could fully understand it. Ojiro spoke up. And in addition, it utilizes 3 magical medallions. We said. Bombos launches fiery projectiles, Ether freezes his foes in place, and Quake can, you guessed it, cause earthquakes. So the sword seems is both a powerful projectile weapon as well as physical weapon. That earthquake power would be useful in tripping up nearby to faraway opponents, well, unless they can float or fly. And Ether and Bombo's medallions sound like they have Todoroki's quirk, although likely weaker and more basic abilities like freezing projectiles and fireballs. Also with those lasers it could strike quicker enemies, while the skyward strike would be better off against larger, slower enemies to build up enough charge to fire it. It's also good defensively with that light deflection ability, especially if it can also deflect regular lasers instead of magic, though to be able to deflect blasts of light would require an insane amount of reaction speed. Mumble mumble mumble. Seriously, do you guys often off SWCH for that blabbermouth of his? Kamakiri asked as they witnessed another Deku mumble session. We just let him continue when in private, he usually wears himself out. Uraraka said, a sweat drop on her head. If not, we spray him with a hose. Setsuna chuckled, finding Midoriya's mumble stream rather cute and adorable. However, the MSTR sword is far from Link's only weapon. Wiz pointed out. He's got some deep pockets. Boomstick agreed. Which is only more ridiculous when some of his incarnations wear skirts, but hey, magic. He said what I was going to say if Kaminari asked how is that possible, for the 20th time. Kyuka said. Kaminari grumbled and huffed. Weaponry boomerang attacks up to 5 targets, bongs -5 second fuse water bombs, bomb choose heroes, bow, fire arrows, ice arrows, light arrows, silver arrows, hookshot, clawshot. He somehow carries around a boomerang and tons of bombs. Boomstick continued. Along with a hookshot, which zip lines his way around and brings things to him, like a fairy Batman. Who's Batman? Hagakure asked. Probably another hero or villain from their world or another. Ojiro replied. He might also be one we will see in a future fight even. Man, that really would have helped to get that last beer all those times on the couch. Boomstick sighed. Probably, I'd still be married. Doubt it. Wiz said. Took the words right out of my mouth. Setsuna said, emphasizing her point by literally removing her mouth from her body to the chuckles and playful eye rolls of the students. Link is an excellent archer, and uses the hero's bow in conjunction with several different arrow types, such as fire and light arrows. Wiz continued listing Link's weapons, showing a wooden and metal half-bow firing several different arrows. So Link is an excellent archer, much like Zelda, and his MSTR sword seems to provide the perfect blend of offense, both short range and long range, and defense against magical and physical attacks. Ida summarized. With such a varied arsenal of skills, he would be a more than formidable opponent. And Link is a man after my own heart by also walking around tossing bombs at his enemies that have 5-second fuses. Boomstick added. He also has bombs that explode underwater and bombchus, which are part rat, part bombs that can crawl along walls. Bakugo grinned in satisfaction. However, much of Link's arsenal is more suited to exploration than combat. Wiz clarified. His explosives are mostly used to destroy obstacles, his hookshot to latch and grapple to difficult-to-reach areas, and his arrows to hit targets and sways from afar. So he's more of an adventurer than anything else. Sen said. Those weapons may be useful in his fight, but seems going to lack experience on how to use them in a fight. I'm sure he knows how to use them in a fight. Awais replied. He's had 10 lives to do so, so I'm sure of it. Armor Red Ring Defense, plus 75% chainmail shirt riveted golden gauntlets braces can withstand over 1,000 tons grant super strength boots Iron boots hover boots Pegasus boots and an Rock's Feather Hylian shield which is why he hides behind several layers of defense. Boomstick jumped in. Like the Red Ring, which reduces injury by 75% as well as some chain mail riveted armored shirt underneath his green clothes. A smart inclusion. Vlad nodded. Armor is important to have against villains and criminals if they manage to land a hit on you. The golden gauntlets brace his arms against pressure and grant super strength for lifting by over 1,000 tons, though they do not increase striking power. Wiz added. That's impressive. All Might said. A shame it doesn't help with combat, but it could help if a large boulder would fall onto him. He also carries 3 different pairs of boots. Wiz said. 3. Here. Boomstick chuckled. Told you he's a fairy. This is like the 3rd time he's called him a fairy. Kamakiri rolled his eyes. Get better material and stop repeating jokes. The iron boots weigh 130 pounds to ground him, Wiz sighed and continued. The hover boots float in midair, and the Pegasus boots with an attached Rock's Feather increases Link's speed and agility to superhuman levels. So the hover boots can be used for floating to other areas or land safely and the Pegasus boots increases his speed, likely to strike at enemies quickly or escape from traps and in dangerous areas quickly. Izuku said as he wrote in his notebook. And the iron boots could be useful against telekinetic abilities or to brace against strong winds. Do you think that you could cancel his gravity with those boots on, Uraraka? Maybe. Ochako replied, a pensive look on her face as she thought it over. It would be put more strain on my limit, but I could, although those hover boots could help him even if I used my quirk on him. But his best defense comes from the Hylian shield. Boomstick revealed. The Hylian shield was a blue and silver metal-lined shield with a red bird-like creature marking, spreading its wings by the bottom half, with the symbol of the Triforce above it surrounded by silver markings. That baby looks incredible. Mai said, eyes lit up. The shine on the shield makes it look well used and polished and those markings on it must mean it's important in a magical sense so it could have some magical protection on it. Originally crafted by the Thunder Dragon, Laneru, the Hylian shield is completely indestructible. Wiz said, showing boulders falling down onto Link, the shield blocking and breaking the rocks easily and block a large sword from large demonic man with fiery orange hair. That's amazing. Melissa gasped in awe. There's not even a scratch on it. Link also has a little help from the goddesses, via the Triforce of Courage. Triforce of Courage, ultimate symbol of Link's courage and resourcefulness, magical protection against curses and magics, granted mastery over weapons the user touches. Wolf transformation, it's the same golden triangles that Zelda has. Pony pointed out excitingly. Actually, it's a different one. Itsuka pointed out. When Zelda used hers, only the left triangle glowed brighter than the others, but this one has the right one glowing more. In Zelda's analysis, it said that hers was the Triforce of Wisdom and that the other 2 went towards Ganon and Link. Momo jumped in. The one given to Ganon was called the Triforce of Power, but that leaves the Triforce of Courage to go to Link here. I wonder what it can do. Embodying the essence of Pharaoh, the goddess of courage, the Triforce of Courage is more than just a symbol of Link's astounding courage and resourcefulness. Wiz revealed. While not a powerful sorcerer like the likes of Ganondorf or Zelda, the other two wielders of the Triforce. The Triforce of Courage grants Link mystical powers, such as protection against magics and curses. So while the Triforce of Wisdom enhances Zelda's magical abilities, the Triforce of Courage seems to provide protections against magics. Midnight hummed. Plus, it makes more sense why these two got those specific pieces, given Link is a hero of his world and Zelda is a wise and knowledgeable princess. But what about the last one? The Triforce of Power. Endeavor repeated the name of the last piece. Judging from the name and the powers of the other two, it's logical to conclude that it gives this Ganondorf magical powers to enhance his physical strength and raw magical powers. A perfect weapon for a villain to wield and longing. Fat good it helped him. Boomstick interrupted. He's been turned into all sorts of creatures despite this golden Dorito's help, like being turned into a wolf or a rabbit. The female population of the room, and Coda, all cooed in delight at the sight of Link as a rabbit. Even Miruko smiled at that. The guys of the room chuckled at the transformation while Bakugo, Monoma, and Kamakiri laughed mockingly. Eri had to be held back by Izuku from having the girl run after the hero turned rabbit, drawing the coos from the girls again, and the girls' attention back to their crush and their thoughts of him being Link. He was a rabbit before, in another world, so what's stopping Greenie from being the hero that turned into a rabbit? Setsuna thought. As for the wolf transformation, the guys found the appearance more badass, Zero pointing out that this technically makes Link a werewolf, much to Kirishima claiming that it looked manly. Kuta too looked excited at the transformation, wishing that he could turn into a wolf like that too. And for the girls, Setsuna, Kyuka, and Leiko liked the wolf transformation more, claiming it looked cooler. Midnight cooed in delight that the attractive boy could turn into a werewolf, much like her romance novels that she's read. Momo blushed as well, her fantasies from her similar romance novels coming up and imaging a large werewolf turning into a shirtless, wilder-looking Izuku. The resulting daydreams caused the Yorozo heiress to start drooling and nosebleeding with a delirious smile on her face. Actually, the Triforce, in conjunction with the MSTR sword, could allow Link to transform into his wolf form and back when the Dark Wizard, Zant, intended to curse Link into a wolf permanently. Wiz clarified. This transformation could help Link access Twilight Cursed areas and prevent him from becoming a lost soul when entering the Light Realm. So it helped Link's curse become a useful power to go to places where he couldn't go otherwise. Todoroki said. Quite the ironic turn. Is it some unspoken rule that villain always unintentionally give the heroes exactly the information or power to stop them when they couldn't before? Soto asked. If only, kid. Fat Gum replied. If only. Feats bears the Triforce of Courage puzzle solver has single-handedly beaten armies, fought a huge variety of foes Z targeting, very fast reactions strong enough to throw armored Goron saved Hyrule multiple times. Link is a puzzle solver, analyzing and exploiting his opponent's weaknesses, even when there's only one possible means of winning. Wiz continued. But while Link has the necessary tools to take on any opponent, his over-reliance on inventory over pure skill can leave him vulnerable. Quite resourceful and cunning this Link is. Nezu rubbed his chin. I now have the longing to see how his puzzle-solving skills match up to my intelligence and my own traps. Against you, sir, I would pity the young man. All Might replied honestly, shivering in fear at what Nezu would come up with. But considering he has 10 generations worth of skills and fighting and defeating guys 3 times his size, while wielding a sword twice as large as he is, leaves both a lot of skill and a spot on my list of badasses. Boomstick said. Now that's what I'm talking about. Bakugo yelled in approval. Holy SHT Tetsu yelled. Now that's a man right there. With so many weapon and skills, there are few who can stand a chance against the hero of Hyrule. Boomstick continued. Plus, if he dies, we can always just clap and bring him back to life. He's not a fairy. Wiz yelled. Link pulls out the MSTR sword from the stone pedestal with a grunt, the symbol of the Triforce below him glowing and blue lights shine down around him. The thoughts over the hero of Hyrule were very positive, with only a few frowning in. Worry that his exploratory-centered weaponry could be a problem. Izuku noted that Link hookshot and hover boots seemed similar to Banjo's black WHP and Shimura's float quirks, which had the green-haired teen both smiling and suspicious of who his counterpart might be. All Might picked up on Izuku's train of thought, adding to his analysis that if Link's bombs were powerful enough, or if he had a set of smoke bombs, then it could be like the sixth user of OFAs, a man-en quirk of smokescreen. The symbol of peace smiled, already sure of himself of who Link's counterpart might be. The second fighter was a young, handsome-looking man with spiky blonde hair that made the group do a double-take as it looked strikingly similar towards a certain explosive student, the only exception being that it looked longer and more lighter than Bakugo's ash-blonde hair. He also had dazzling emerald green eyes and his face possessed a few feminine features that the girls found pretty. The young man was wearing a pair of black baggy briefs, a sleeveless, tight black shirt, exposing his muscular arms, one of which had a red ribbon wrapped around his biceps, leather belts around his belt and below a metal armored belt around his stomach attached by a leather strap to a large metal pauldron over his left shoulder, and his hands and wrist covered by leather, metal finger gloves and a metal wrist guard. What truly astounded the group was the massive sword that the blonde held over his shoulder. Its design was similar to a broadsword, though the sword was approximately 5-6 feet long, easily matching most of the man's height. 2 circular holes were on the sword, near the guard of the sword, while the long handle was made of brown leather. The young man's appearance had quite the reaction from the female side of the room, many finding the feminine male quite attractive. Even the girls of Deku's unofficial aim could not deny the man's attractiveness. Even the pro-heroines were impacted, with Mount Lady, Pixie Bob, and Midnight practically ogling the young man. The guys, however, focused more on the large weapon on the man's back and leaned in their seats in excited interest at the weapon, especially the likes of Kamakiri and Bakugo. Miruko nodded and smiled in approval of the sword's size, while Endeavor narrowed his eyes, wondering if the young man could effectively use that sword well given its size. Mai and Melissa also were interested in the large sword, Mai especially as she was hounding Deku to write down the schematics, the green-haired teen and power loader, but already dreading what Mai's intentions were. She's already going to possibly make lightsabers, and now this. Power loader thought. Oh boy, I might actually have to quarantine the workshop or keep Mai away before she destroys the school. Cloud Strife, guardian of the lifestream, is no ordinary swordsman. Wiz began. If he can wield a sword like that, then that's an understatement. Kamakiri said. Now that's an understatement. Boomstick agreed. He's a Fing super soldier. But DMN, he's in desperate need of a haircut. Oh, trust me, I know plenty of people here that deserve a haircut more than him. Mina said, ruffling Deku's hair. Like this fluffy cinnamon roll here. Hey Ashido. Deku yelled in surprise and embarrassment, blushing hard. Mina. Mina corrected playfully. No, don't cut your hair, Papa. Eri protested as she reached up to ruffle it as well. It's really fluffy and soft. The group roared in laughter, Izuku's blush only growing harder and brighter, especially from the girls and their giggles. Background age, 24 height, 5 feet 7 inches superhuman strength and speed retains Zack's memories and skills fist class soldier training impulsive and moody inferiority complex impulsive and moody, yet strangely silent later, Cloud strove to join the soldiers of the Shinra organization, the mega corporation that spanned and run the entire globe. Wiz explained. Wait, how does a company end running the world? Zero asked. No idea. Honinuki replied. Maybe it's a post-apocalypse world where the previous governments died off and only that Shinra company remained to take control. Unfortunately, he ended up failing the program and was instead forcefully exposed and experimented to Mako poisoning, a raw energy drained from the planet itself. Wiz revealed. So nature magic. Uraraka said. Other than making his eyes a cool green, this somehow gave him all the memories and skills of his friend and soldier member, Zack Fair. Boomstick said, showing an image of a black spiked-haired young man carrying the large sword that Cloud held. This gave Cloud all of Zack's first-class soldier training and ended screwing with his memories to the point that he believed that Zack's soldier past was his own. Thanks strangely convenient planet poison. So he failed the program, yet that experiment gave him the soldier training anyway. Kaminari repeated confused. He's right, that is convenient. But why does this Zack guy got the same sword that Cloud has? Soto asked. Did he retire and gave it to him, or is 𝐼 a replica? Zack would be a comforting friend and partner towards 𝐼 on their journeys. Wiz jumped in. Until it all came to an end. A scene played of Zack, the large sword in hand, fighting off and destroying an entire army of soldiers, only for at the end to show the destroyed remains of the army and rain pouring down onto a bloody, mortally wounded Zack, laying on his back over a cliff, a bloody, mourning 𝐼 on his knees before Zack. "Oh no," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, her eyes saddened. The mood of the room quickly grew grim and silent. Bakugo and Todoroki both nodded in respect, the two acknowledging the young man as a strong warrior to end up defeating such a large army single-handedly. Kirishima and Tetsu found that army of soldiers distasteful and unmanly for backstabbing and killing their own ally, and pounded a fist over their hearts in respect for the fallen, manly warrior. The heroes bowed their heads in respect as well, Endeavor nodding respectfully while All Might sighed sadly, mumbling. Sadly that such a young, courageous man was killed so young, much like the past owner of OFA as well. "You'll be my living legacy," Zack said as he handed to 𝐼 his large sword, before dying with a peaceful smile. The girls sniffled sadly, the emotional Pony and �ヱ𝐻𝐵 both teared up at the sweet and sad scene, Mina and Kinoko and Itsuka, respectively, calming the emotional girls, the same with Nejiya and Tamaki and Mirio. Momo and Kyuka realized sadly why 𝐼 had the large sword and lowered their heads in respect of the young man. Uraraka frowned sadly at the scene though felt something was wrong, like there was more to this man's death than she knew, and it was something that she wouldn't like when she found out. Ibara prayed a prayer to the Lord for the young man to find peace in his arms while Setsuna and her both felt the same as Uraraka. Eri sniffled and whimpered, hugging Deku who gladly kept the little girl's gaze from the sad scene. The green-haired teen thought to what All Might told him about the One for All users, how they all seemed to die rather young thanks to All for One, and wondered grimly what would happen if the same should happen to him, and who he would entrust One for All to if it came to that. "Embrace your dreams." Zack's voice sounded off. "If you want to be a hero, you need to have dreams." Those words struck a chord with the students, but most especially towards the ninth holder of One for All, his mind flashing back to his past. "No matter how many times people told me to give up, no matter how many times I was beaten, mocked, and laughed at, I never gave up on my dream of being a hero." Izuku thought, as he nodded towards the screen. "Never had, never will. And I will embrace my dream, know my goal to be the world's new symbol of peace and hope." Sniffle, "I'm not crying, you're crying." Sniffle, Boomstick sobbed. "Oh." Eri cooed sadly. "I want to give Mr. Boomstick a hug." "Maybe you will one day, eh?" Izuku reassured the white-haired girl, who smiled happily, nodding assuredly. In his dying breaths, Zack's memories and skills weren't the only things that 𝐼 inherited. We said. As a testament to Zack's last will, 𝐼 inherited Zack's famous Buster Sword. Buster Sword length, 6 feet width, 2 feet base power, 19 base accuracy, 96% 2 linked materia slot single-edged broadsword passed down between Angel, Zack, and 𝐼. The Buster Sword is a colossal single-edged blade. Wiz explained. With his strength, 𝐼 can swing this much faster than any normal human, let alone lift it easily. "Oh my God," Kyuka said, watching 𝐼 swing the absurdly large sword easily. Endeavor raised an eyebrow and nodded in appreciation of how strong 𝐼 was, being able to lift and wield the sword very well from the looks of it. "Holy SHD, look at it!" Boomstick yelled. "That's a man's sword right there." Agreed. Kirishima and Tetsu nodded their heads vigorously, awe and excitement in their eyes. "Okay, screw that link dude, I just found my vote, hands down." Kamakiri said. The Buster Sword contains 2 slots or materia, condensed Marco that grants magical abilities. Wiz continued. However, since their creation damages the planet, 𝐼 has limited his materia use. So 𝐼's environmentally conscious. Setsuna said. Cool. Ibara would pray once more, smiling that her now clear-voted fighter cared for the planet enough to limit his use of harmful, yet clearly powerful magic items. Materia Fire Firaga Level Fire, Fira, and Firaga attacks projectile-based pyrokinesis use slightly decreases strength Ice Elemental attacks Freezing Cryokinesis spells High MP cost Lightning Bolt Thundaga Level Thunder, Thundara, and Thundaga attacks can summon lightning from the sky can launch bolts of electric magic, use slightly decreases strength He typically carries the Firaga Materia, which shoots fire at things, or the Ice Materia, that unleashes powerful, freezing ice. Spells. Boomstick listed. So with those two items, he basically has your quirk, Todoroki. Ojiro pointed out. Todoroki nodded, gazing intently onto the screen at the fire and ice spells and wondering if he can replicate them with his quirk. Perhaps, I can ask Midoriya to write them down for me and my father to go over them. Todoroki thought. He looked down to ask Midoriya but was unsurprised and grateful to find Midoriya already writing the info and moves down. However, for this match, we're letting him use fire and his most iconic materia, Thundaga. Boomstick revealed. This materia can shoot electricity and summon lightning bolts. Oh great, so he has Todoroki's quirk and mine too. Kaminari exclaimed. Well, I guess I found who I'm going to vote for. And now I feel like you just jinxed him. Mineta retorted. Cloud has an encyclopedia's worth of anger issues. Whis said. Ranging from his mother being murdered by former soldier and genocidal maniac, Sephiroth, to his best friend Zack's death, to the death of Aerith Gainsborough, Zack's girlfriend and a close friend of Cloud's, by Sephiroth's hands once again. The screen showed a long white-haired, one black angel-winged man, Sephiroth most likely, descending from above and stabbing Aerith through her back with an absurdly long sword. This earned more looks and thoughts of sympathy from the group towards Cloud, as well as the anger and disgust towards the white-haired, sword-wielding villain. Bakugo's glare was even more venomous, his eyes mistaking Aerith for Ibora, given that the girl was praying like Ibora, and seeing the girl stabbed through with another absurdly long sword did not sit well with the explosive teen. The powder keg of Class 1A was not alone in mistaking Aerith for Ibora, as the entire class of Class 1B and Vlad King too recognized the similarity and did not appreciate seeing the likely counterpart to 1B's resident holy girl get impaled, including Ibora. This would result in the venomous glares of the 1B girls, equally shared glares from the guys, and Vlad nearly crushing his armrest in anger. As for sympathy for Cloud, Todoroki likewise blinked in. Surprise at the mention of Cloud's mother being murdered by the one-winged angelic man. His mind took a grim turn, nearly imagining his mother being attacked by a random villain because of her connection to him and his father. The results of that dark train of thought were quickly shaken from Shoto's mind, calming down the flames that sprouted from his left side. However, this anger and pain actually works to Cloud's advantage. Whis pointed out. Limit breaks Braver / paralyzes foes Blade Beam 𝐶𝐻azard finishing touch Meteor launches up to 6 meteors Omni / version 5, he can channel his rage into extremely powerful limit break attacks. Whis revealed. This seems similar to Peach's heart powers. Ida pointed out. They both can apparently channel their anger into more powerful magical attacks and spells. Anger can be a powerful and deadly weapon, just as much as a quirk. Endeavor spoke up. But only when it's tempered by one's mind and restraint. These emo-charged limit breaks range from paralyzing his foes with cross-slash, firing waves of energy with blade beam, to launching meteors from his sword. Boomstick listed. But his deadliest is the Omnislash, a move so fast and powerful, it practically guarantees victory. How does someone fire meteors from a sword? Awase questioned, scratching his head. Magic, Setsuna said, waving her detached, floating hands around. Armor Zydrake offensive strength, 100% magic defensive strength, 98% to 20% power increase halves damage 0 materia slots metal pauldron ribbon grants immunity to status ailments includes burns, ice, poison, etc. As he doesn't carry any other materia, Cloud obviously wears Zydrake armor. Whis further revealed. While this band has 0 materia slots, it grants the wearer an extraordinary amount of defense, and halves damage received from elemental, magical, and physical effects. That definitely sounds like a reasonable alternative. Momo said. It seems to trade any additional magical abilities that this materia can grant in favor of pure defense. Also, Cloud wears a ribbon from 𝐼𝐺, another gift from another dead friend, which makes him immune to all status effects, like burns and stuns. Boomstick added. Well, I guess that makes it worth wearing a freaking chick accessory. It's sweet that he carries that ribbon in memory of her. Uraraka smiled. And how it's protecting him still. Todoroki and Endeavor wondered if perhaps the ribbon's burn immunity abilities could possibly work against the drawbacks against their fire abilities. Endeavor continued his train of thought into a more grim turn, lowering his head as the sad, painful memories of Tuya appeared in his mind. If I had a tool like that, and if it could work for me and Shoto, 𝐶 worked for you, Tuya. Endeavor thought regretfully. I suppose I'll never know, will I? Feats defeated Sephiroth, Genova 3 times killed Bahama and works best as pointman in a team focuses on overpowering foes has survived several long falls shrugged off impalement multiple times. Cloud is rash and aggressive, but not the brightest fighter. Wiz said. He often relies on overpowering opponents through sheer ferocity and brute strength. Powerful magic, fiery explosions and meteors, a huge Fing sword. Yeah, I'm definitely voting for this Cloud guy than the fairy dude. Miruko exclaimed. Like a badass, you don't need to think too hard when you're strong enough to cut through freaking skyscrapers. Boomstick said. Cloud's single-handedly taken down quite a few powerhouses, like the giant Bahamut Sin and the planet-bursting Sephiroth. He's even been completely impaled and shrugged it out like it was nothing. Multiple times. I mean, look at that now that is badass. Kamakiri yelled. Now I definitely want to fight this guy and see who comes out on top. Probably Cloud. Shahai replied. It's impossible to deny Cloud's superhuman abilities makes him one of the deadliest swordsmen in video game history. Wiz agreed. Even if he looks like a girl. Boomstick commented. Rah-rah. Cloud yelled in grief and rage at the death of Zack. As Cloud's analysis finished, the thoughts over the Guardian of the livestream was similarly positive, like Link's. Bakugu, most of the guys were gushing over Cloud's badass skills and powers while the girls spent more time talking over Cloud's sad past and who his 𝐼𝐺 and Zack's counterparts could be. Alright, the combatants are set. Wiz said. And we've ran the data through all possibilities. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick shouted. And while the screen paused and the device scanned for the counterparts to the swordsman, the group voted for their fighters. Among those who voted for Link were Izuku, liking Link's similar abilities and courageous generation-long commitment to being a hero inspiring, Momo, confident in whose counterpart Link was and his history with her own counterpart, Zelda, Uraraka, liking Link's hover boots and courage, Eri, Koda, and Kuta, the former two liking Link's ability to transform into a wolf and a bunny, while the latter was slightly more conflicted, given Cloud's feats and skills, but chose to stand with his choice. In Link, All Might, who likewise voted for Link given his similar history with that of One for All and its holders, Nezu and Ida, who both appreciated Link's puzzle-solving attributes, Kyuka, who still liked Link's musical talent, Midnight, who was still going on, to Aizawa's annoyance, about Link being a cute werewolf teen, Thema, who liked the MSTR sword's light-based powers, and Melissa, who was confident in the MSTR sword and Hylian shield being essential to Link's victory. As for Cloud's votes, these included Todoroki, who he voted out of sympathy over his mother's and friend's death, the large, powerful sword and ice and fire-based magic, Endeavor, for similar reasons to Shoto, mostly the fire powers and skills, Kirishima and Tetsu, who liked Cloud's resilience and superhuman strength in wielding such a manly sword, Kamakiri, who also voted for the sword and its badass wielder, Ibora, reasons. Already thought over, Miruko, another who voted for Cloud's strength and super powerful limit breaks, Kaminari, once more claiming his vote for Cloud's Thundaga materia and spells, Minoma, out of sympathy over Cloud's sad past, Tokoyami and Shahai, both feeling sympathy and kinship over the edgy, gloomy teen by how much rage he had within himself, Gran Torino, who while hesitant, given he also wanted to vote for Link for the same reasons as Toshinori, ultimately voted for Cloud with the boy. Passing on the legacy of deceased friend, something he found eerily similar to Nana and Toshinori, and, finally, Bakugo, who liked the badass swordman's skills, strength, explosive spells, large sword, and overwhelming enemies in a fight like himself. Plus he was still convinced that he was Cloud's counterpart, to which he bragged to the eye rolls of his classmates. Multiversal counterparts detected. The device finished scanning. Link. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. I knew it. The girls yelled in victory, Izuku, himself, blushing in confusion and embarrassment. Yay! Eri cheered. Papa, can you transform into a rabbit or wolf? No, sorry Izuku answered. Although I can't tell what the other quirks of the vestiges are anyway. Bakugo smirked darkly at the news of Izuku being Link, grinning that he will finally get sweet payback for his defeat to Izuku, back in 𝐳 vs Leo, by winning as Cloud Strife. Multiversal counterpart, Shoto Todoroki. Fuge cake. Bakugo roared and cursed. I suppose that makes sense. Momo said. Both Todoroki and Cloud have similar powers over ice and fire with Cloud's materia, and both he and Cloud have a tendency to strike fast and overwhelm his opponents with his ice. Yeah, like at the joint training class and the esports festival. 𝐂𝐿 said, shivering in memory of being trapped in the perpetual glacier that Todoroki encased him in at said sports festival. Todoroki stared at his counterpart, realizing another thing that he and Cloud shared, losing their mothers. While his mother wasn't dead like Cloud's, Shoto still lived most of his life without his and forgot much about her, which he realized that memory problems was perhaps another thing he and his counterpart had in common as well. Additional counterparts detected. 𝐿 Multiversal counterpart, Ibora Shiozaki. The room grew silent as Bakugo and the class member of 1B realized that their mistake of Ibora as 𝐿 was no mistake at all. Bakugo's eyes widened, quickly trying to rid the memory of the sword impaling the now counterpart to Shiozaki out of his head, a sentiment shared by everyone of 1B, except. Oh hey, we found one of you Shio. Oh, I'm so sorry Shiozaki. Pony quickly apologized as she realized. I didn't mean dash, it's okay, Pony. Shiozaki smiled calmly and understandably at Pony. It is nice to see a counterpart of mine, and I understand the excitement may have made you forget about her fate, and while it's sad, it's something that I must accept. The teachers smiled proudly at the holy girl of Class 1B for such a display of maturity and calmness. Vlad King was the most proud among them, the 1B homeroom teacher practically bawling tears of pride. So moving on from that, since 𝐿 is Ibora, then I wonder who's the lucky guy to be counterparts to the Zack guy. Setsuna said, her teasing eyes and smile directed at Ibora. He is your counterpart's boyfriend. Ibora quickly blushed heavily at the reminder while the others simply laughed. Unbeknownst to both Bakugo and Ibora, they were both wondering if he was perhaps Zack's counterpart. Don't you mean that guy who also died? Kaminari asked. The room went silent again, the deadpan stares and glares of the group staring at Chargebolt. Ibora's blush quickly went pale and horrified while Bakugo glared ragefully at Kaminari. What? Kaminari asked, confused and afraid. You really don't know when to shut your mouth and keep things to yourself, 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Kyuka asked dryly. Zack fair. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. The group whirled their gazes towards the screen to show Midoriya's face next to Zack's. The memory of Zack's dead body once more horrified and greatly saddened the girls, all the joy and victory of predicting Izuku as Link fading away. Both Eri and Melissa latched onto their own Izuku once more, an instinctual fear that should he leave their gaze or touch that he would somehow disappear. While Bakugo would have glared at Midoriya for his counterpart's relationship with the girl he is slowly and admittingly crushing on, he paled as he recalled Zack's bloody body and death. Add on the final words of Zack and his final smile, made the explosive teen want to either blow up something, or vomit his lunch out, or both. All Might and Gran Torino widened their eyes at the revelation, the former symbol of peace becoming all the more saddened at the fate of another Midoriya out there in the multiverse, the third so far, and increasingly worried and terrified if this pattern would repeat in their own world. Amidst the terror, he also remembered how Zack gave the Buster Sword to Cloud and his final words to him, wondering if this symbolized a way of Izuku passing on one for all onto Todoroki. The eighth wielder of OFA frowned as he recalled his research into the vestiges, recalling the information on the fourth and his black scar over his eyes, hoping that such an outcome doesn't occur in their world, for both Midoriya and Todoroki's sake. Izuku quickly squeezed back Melissa's hand and comforted the whimpering Eri and Kuta afterwards, all the while his mind worked on what this meant. Does this mean that, should anything happen to me, that I would pass on one for all to Todoroki? Izuku thought. Admittingly, he is one of the only people I would consider giving it to, same with Kaken, Ida, Uraraka, and Mirio. All Might admitted too that if he hadn't met me that Todoroki with one for all would have been a good choice. But would I want to give such a burden to any of them? Todoroki likewise widened his eyes in horrified realization, his mind practically replacing Cloud with himself and Izuku with Midoriya. The result once more made the half-hot, half-cold user sprout out fired off his left side in anger and icy mist from his right. His glare was downright furious, wishing to go to their world and burn or freeze this Shinra organization to the ground. Suddenly, his flames and ice mist disappeared, Todoroki snapping out of his rage to look at the red eyes of Aizawa staring and deactivating his quirk. He then would quickly feel a hand on his knee and look down to see Midoriya looking at him with a sad, yet calm and understanding smile, his eyes full of kindness staring at him, quickly calming his raging soul. The bi-colored-haired teen took a deep breath and exhaled, opening his eyes, smiling and nodding to Izuku, who nodded back. No fair. Mina whined, her eyes a bit tearful. This isn't fair. This is like the third time we've seen Izuku die in another world. Why is it always him? Mina, 𝐒𝐻𝐵 said, trying to comfort the pink-haired girl. It's all right, Mina. Mina turned to see Izuku staring at her with another calm and caring smile. I know that it may be, or really is, difficult to see a friend, which is what I hope we are, die so many times, but, like Shiozaki said about her counterpart's death, we just have to accept it. We can't control what happens in one world or another, the only one that we can change is our own. And if anything, I'm grateful for seeing what happens to my other selves, because it reminds me more and more of the risks of being a hero and what I have to train to never let happen, to me or another. Izuku's smile widened and his eyes closed. And it reminds me of the sad looks that I never want any of you to have because of me. The words struck a chord with his classmates, of both 1A and even 1B, touched smiles and slight tears in their eyes. The teacher sent proud smiles once more, this time to the 1A problem child. Aizawa smiled underneath his scarf and nodded pleased. All Might wiped away a tear from his eye and smiled proudly at his successor, once more reaffirming himself that his choice was clearly the best he could have ever chosen. The pros too smiled, pleased to see the young man before them so full of compassion and care for others and understanding of the risks of their profession. Mina stared at Midoriya with comically watery eyes before she let loose the waterworks. Izuku. Midoriya was quickly tackled into a hug by the comically crying Mina, the green-haired teen blushing like a tomato at Mina's use of his first name and closeness, especially the pair of large breasts pressed against his face. The group laughed while the girls tried to pry Mina from Izuku. Eri looked at how Mina hugged Deku and how the other girls looked mad that she did, a jealous kind of mad, like when Deku paid more attention to Kuta than her. Does that mean that they all like Papa? Eri thought. Like a mema likes a papa. It took a while to pry Mina off of Izuku and for Izuku to wake up after he passed out from loss of breath. After his regained consciousness, Izuku gained a confused look and asked, hang on, Mina said that Zack was my third counterpart that was dead, and the other is Liu Kang, so what was the third? Melissa looked at Eri concerned before she reached over and whispered the answer of Daisy the rabbit from Doom into Deku's ear. The realization that he was both a pet rabbit to Bakugo's counterpart and dead was a shocking, yet weird one, but Izuku just accepted it, remembering that Bakugo was a shape-shifting toad and a super-fast, winged pony, Koda was an egg-throwing magical dinosaur, and that Bakugo, Ida, Kaminari, and himself were Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With that settled, they continued on with the video as it begun the fight. The video began again with both Link and Cloud walking into an enormous room full of colossal pillars with pathways and platforms connected above them. The two stared down at each other, Link drawing the Hylian shield off his back and unsheathing the MSTR sword and bringing them at the ready. Cloud lifted his Buster sword off his back easily and brought it up in front of him. Fight! Cloud quickly rushed towards Link's super fast speeds. Cloud's rushing quickly to try and overwhelm Link, just like Wizard said. Ida said. As Cloud reached Link, he slashed at the hero of Hyrule with an upward slash, Link blocking the large sword with a horizontal slash. The two blades rang as they collided and sang a song of clashing metal as the two swordsmen pushed against the other. Wow, props to Link for blocking that sword with his tinier one. Zero said. I think it's those golden gauntlets he has. Kaminari said. Don't they give him like the strength to withstand 1,000 tons of pressure? They do. Tokoyami said. Which means he can easily parry and block attacks from both the Buster Sword and the superhuman strength of Cloud. Link quickly backflipped away, twisting his body in midair to face Cloud. In midair, Link slashed the MSTR sword forwards, blades of blue light shooting outwards towards Cloud. Oh yeah, since Link hasn't sustained any damage, he can shoot out lasers at Cloud from his sword. Melissa pointed out. Cloud blocked the attacks, slashing through the waves of light with the Buster Sword before front flipping and slashing his sword downwards, sending a large wave of green light himself. Wait, he can do that too? Pony asked in surprise. Yeah. Izuku said as he looked up at his notes for Cloud he written down. Given its appearance, this could be one of his limit break attacks known as Blade Beam. Link brought up the Hylian shield to defend. As the wave of light collided, Link was blown back by the force of it, flipping his body in midair and landing on the ground with a slide. He got blasted away. Kyuka said, eyes wide in surprise. But didn't he block it with that indestructible shield he has? He did. Todoroki said. But while he blocked the attacks, it could still deliver enough force to send him flying. A shield can block most of the attack, but it can still knock him away if the attack is strong enough. Ha! Bakugo laughed. Eat that, shitty Deku. Icy Hot blocked all your waves but you get blasted away by just one. Ha! Either way, that seemed to have caused a bit of damage to Link, so he likely can't use those laser blasts anymore. Momo said. Link looked up to see Cloud rushing towards him, Link flipping over to close the gap and fight. The two parried horizontal slashes from the both of them, before Cloud raised his sword high and slashed down, Link blocking the attack with the Hylian shield, the Buster Sword bouncing off easily. Cloud brought the Buster Sword back from the bounce and slashed, Link's and Cloud's swords parrying against each other. Now this is an awesome sword battle. Kamakiri exclaimed pleased and excited. I know, it's so awesome. Tetsu cheered. Link readied himself as Link brought his sword up, a blue text square popping up above them with the words cross/ on it. Link blocked the first slash, the Buster Sword leaving a trail of orange as a beginning of a symbol appeared next to them. Cloud struck again, the Hylian shield blocking the attack again as another part of the symbol appeared. Link quickly dodge rolled away as Cloud slashed one last time, an X now in between the two fiery lines and a bottom one. Whoa, what was that? Sen asked. That was Cloud's cross/. Izuku said. It's another one of Cloud's limit breaks. I believe this is the one where he stuns his opponents for a devastating attack, but because Link blocked the first moves with the shield, it didn't stun him and he got away. What about that X that Cloud made? Hagekyu asked. That is the kanji meaning curse or misfortune. Ida said. Likely the reason for its use is to curse the opponent to freeze or paralyze them. As Link rolled behind Cloud, he rose up with and slashed at Cloud with a rising spin attack, sending the spiky blonde swordsman flying back. That counterattack was sensational. Irma praised. Cloud landed in a slid as well, before bringing the Buster Sword up, the sword sparking as it was charging till it fired a ball of lightning at Link. Alright, he's using his Thundaga powers. Kaminari said. I just love that name, it sounds like a cool ultimate move. Thundaga. Link ran around Cloud as the Guardian of the Lifestream fired ball of lightning at him, Link slashing and knocking them away with the MSTR sword. Wait, he can parry ball of lightning too? Kaminari asked shocked. I guess so. Soto said. Link knocked another one away, Cloud bouncing it back to Link with his own sword. This semi-ping-pong match between the two and a ball of lightning continued and grew faster and faster that some of the audience could barely keep track. Suddenly, Link seemingly was struck only for him to flip himself mid-air, land on the ground, and jump up with a spin attack, scattering the electrical energy away. So cool! 𝐒𝐿 exclaimed excited. Link and Cloud ran side by side before Cloud jumped up high into the air while Link continued running. High into the air, Cloud slashed downwards another ball of lightning towards Link. Link stopped in his tracks and held his sword high, the ball of lightning landing and stopping onto the sword. Now that looks badass. Kaminari exclaimed. I wonder how I would look like doing that. Kaminari thought up an image of himself, shirtless, his muscles exaggerated to look like a Herculean figure, with a sword in hand creating a ball of lightning on the tip of the raised sword while the girls and women were awing at him with hearts. I bet you would try and end up just overloading your brain again. Minatta's words interrupted his fantasy, Kaminari's daydream self shrinking back to regular Kaminari with a dunce face. Oh, shut up. Kaminari retorted. Link suddenly slashed forward, sending the ball flying forwards, just in time to strike at a descending Cloud in midair, sending him flying backwards. Impressive. Nezu said. He calculated the speed in which the ball of lightning would go once sent and how fast Cloud would descend and fired it at the precise spot Cloud would have been in only a matter of seconds. Well done. Link placed the shield and sword back behind him and suddenly pulled out the hero's bow and took aim at Cloud, firing off arrow after arrow. Cloud recovered midair and righted himself, quickly blocking and knocking away a few arrows before flipping into a solid landing. This is so intense. Uraraka said. It's almost like when Deku and Todoroki fought for real in the sport festival, them going back and forth with their skills and such. Todoroki nodded in agreement, noticing that most of the fight was Link parrying and blocking Cloud's attacks before landing a counterattack of his own. A rather similar fight compared to his own against Midoriya, sending waves of ice one after another while Midoriya blocked them with his Delaware finger smashes. As Cloud rushed over towards Midoriya's counterpart again, Link pulled back another arrow, this one glowing blue. Just as Cloud was about to reach him, Link let loose the arrow, hitting point blank at Cloud and froze him in ice. Well, this is an ironic turn of events. Midnight said. If Cloud is Todoroki, then that means that Todoroki was just frozen ice, not the other way around. The students chuckled as they realized that, Todoroki blinking in surprise. So this is how it feels to be frozen in place. Todoroki thought. Heh, rather annoying. The ice around Cloud started to glow, Link responding by pulling out his sword and shield, just in time as Cloud burst through the ice. He got out just like that. Rin said confused. It was thanks to the ribbon from Aerith. Jirota pointed out. It's supposed to make Cloud immune to status effects like burns and poison, including being frozen in ice. Cloud rushed to Link and slashed at him, Link blocking with the shield, who then followed that up by flipping away from Cloud's next attack. Link then pulled out a boomerang and tossed it forward, Cloud sidestepping away as it flew past him. Cloud punished Link by unleashing a flurry of attacks with the Buster Sword. At Link's unprotected chest. Ha ha! Take that shitty Deku! Bakugo cheered vindictively. Shouldn't Link be cut into pieces because of that? Kamakiri asked. He's getting slashed by a 6-foot sword to the chest. He's got that chain mail armor on him, remember? Itsuka pointed out. It's likely what's keeping those attacks from slashing him to pieces. Link jumped back as Cloud brought his sword up as another blue text square appeared above them, this one saying 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Just as Link brought his sword and shield out to defend himself, Cloud rushed swiftly and stabbed his sword forward, the forward side of the blade, right underneath the MSTR sword as it was held horizontally. In a swift motion, Cloud slashed upwards in flash while the MSTR sword flew out of Link's hands, landing meters away from him. Smart! Aizawa said. Struck while Link was recovering and before he could bring out his weapon fully. He then proceeded to take advantage of the situation and disarmed Link of his most powerful weapon. Cloud slammed back down onto Link, crashing his sword onto Link's Hylian shield. Cloud would continue to slash wildly at Link as he blocked with the shield, all the while unaware of the returning boomerang until it was too late and struck the young man in the back of the head. However, one must always stay on guard for any possible counter moves. Aizawa continued. Cloud's mistake was disregarding the boomerang and attacked at Link relentlessly with no clear strategy, and now he's stunned and open. True to Aizawa's words, Cloud was stunned and still for a short moment, but long enough for Link to bring out his hookshot and fired it towards the MSTR sword, the claw grabbing the legendary blade and sent it back into Link's hands, who quickly took the opportunity to attack and slash the Lifestream Guardian away. Looks like the hookshot came in handy after all. Zero said. Cloud flipped in midair and unleashed a volley of fireballs at Link, who jumped up and equipped his feather boots on. Immediately, Link took off towards Cloud at super fast speeds, running past and avoiding the fireballs as they crashed behind him. Link slid to a stop before running towards a pillar and began running up the side of it. Whoa, look Ida. He's running so fast that he's running up the wall. Uraraka pointed out. Indeed. Ida nodded, rubbing his chin as he analyzed the Hyrule hero's movements to see if he could run up walls himself with his current speed. The hero of Hyrule jumped off the pillar and sailed towards Cloud, the two slashing and trading blades in midair, with Link landing to a slide down onto the platform while Cloud landed on the platform by a pillar. Okay, that was sick. Tetsu exclaimed. These two are so manly. The manliest. Kirishima agreed. Stars. Rain down. Cloud yelled as his sword glowed reddish-orange and spun it above him, large fireballs shooting outwards and upwards while another blue text square read off Metean. Link brought up the Hylian shield to block the meteors while Cloud jumped and sailed towards him. Reaching him, Cloud slashed upwards and sent the Hylian hero into the air. He pressured Link to go defensive by blocking his Meteorane and capitalize on it by catching him off guard. Endeavor said. A final text square appeared reading Omnislash version, this ends here. Cloud yelled. The Omnislash. Pony pointed out. They said it was his strongest move. Come on you half and half yesterday. Bakugu roared. Get in there and slash shitty Deku into pieces. Seeing Bakugu cheering for Todoroki just seems wrong somehow. Kaminari cringed. Agreed, it's unnatural. Mineta agreed. Cloud zoomed through the air while glowing orange and slashed at Link as he flew by. Link spun around the air as he blocked and parried the attacks from the zooming Cloud, again, and again, and again, till Cloud zoomed way above Link and zoomed down towards him. In slow motion, Link dodged Cloud's attack and slashed the MSTR sword through Cloud's side, drawing BLDS. No. The students yelled in unison. Cloud continued soaring, crashing to the ground so hard he bounced off the ground. Link spun around and tossed down a few bombs to the breathing Cloud. They landed and exploded around Cloud, sending him flying into the air before being met by Link. Link yelled as, in a nanosecond, Link flew past Cloud with a sickening slash. The screen grew white till it regained its color to show Link kneeling on the ground, the MSTR sword stabbed into the ground, while behind him, Cloud's motionless body, all too part of him landed. Link got up and walked away. KO. The Link voters cheered in victory, Cloud voters groaned in defeat, all felt slightly nauseous at the death, and Bakugu roared in anger. Damn it. Icy hot, you had one job. Bakugu roared in anger. Says the guy who lost 2 times to Midoriya. Todoroki fired back, Bakugu having to be held back by Kirishima and Kaminari. Whoa. Chalk one up for the fairy guy. Boomstick said. That was awesome. Yeah, even if my guy lost, it still was an awesome fight. Kamakiri shrugged. The best sword fight won too. Yeah, the only other ones that had swords were that TMNT Battle Royal and then the next one, and only one of them had a sword, and the other was the Luke Skywalker vs. Harry Potter one, but again only one of them had a sword. Sen said. This time, both of them have sword, awesome ones too. What's actually a weird coincidence is that all 3 fights had Midoriya as the sword wielder. Awase said. Oh yeah. Setsuna hummed in agreement. Green Bean was Leo in both of them and Luke Skywalker in the other. Have you ever actually swung a sword, Greenie? And no, I haven't, Suna. Izuku said. Well, Who knows, so many of your alternate selves are good with a sword, maybe you could be too. Setsuna replied, smiling and blushing at the use of her nickname. Suna. The girls and Monoma thought in surprise, the former all glaring jealousy at the 1B girl for her sudden familiarity with Izuku by way of a nickname, and the latter too for the same reasons, excluding the jealousy part. Link 10. Generations of experience. Shield means better defense, less predictable fighting style. Expert at finding weaknesses, can fight up close or at a distance. Smarter fighter. Support items match Cloud's superhuman abilities, in what might be the closest duel in death battle history. Link's combination of arsenal and strategy were just enough to defeat Cloud's brute force. Wiz explained. He has over 10 generations worth of experience to pull from and is an expert at figuring out an opponent's weaknesses mid-combat. Yeah, 10 different lives fighting God knows what definitely seemed to give him the edge in experience. Kyuka said. Cloud Strife Genova cells extremely vulnerable to MSTR swords. Magic naturally faster and stronger. Building limit breaks takes time. More predictable fighting style. Ribbon nullified arrow magic. Straightforward and predictable combat failed against Link's analytical style. In contrast, Cloud may have been fast and strong to keep up and drive Link into a corner, but his rash and predictable combat ultimately allowed Link to figure him out easier and figure out a way to strike a deadly blow. Wiz further explained. Additionally, his powerful spells could be blocked and matched by Link, and Cloud's limit breaks take longer to build up. Cloud's fighting style was sloppy and easy to read. Aizawa agreed. This is why we train to think of new and ever-growing ways to use our quirks and individual strengths, so that villains have it harder to figure out and confuse them. The students nodded, with some of the students reflecting on improving in that regard, especially Todoroki, remembering the joint training battle where his ice became a detriment for his team thanks to Honinuki. Not to mention that Link's items helped him match Cloud's superhuman abilities. Boomstick pointed out. His shield also helped protect Link better, while Cloud only could block with the Buster Sword and his own armor, and Cloud's Thundaga spells could be repelled by the MSTR sword. Link's fire and ice arrows could replicate some of Cloud's fire and ice spells, and the MSTR sword's lasers could have worked as an alternate to Cloud's Blade Beam and Thundaga abilities. Izuku listed. Plus, Link also had a better reach with the hookshot, and the boomerang helped catch Cloud off guard. The Pegasus boots helped Link keep up with Cloud's speed, and while Cloud is naturally stronger than Link, the hero Hyrule golden gauntlets gave Link the edge. Wiz jumped back in, showing Link using the golden gloves and numbers and equations afterwards. In Ocarina of Time, Link used them to lift and throw an enormous column of granite. As granite weighs 166 pounds per square foot, this means Link can withstand over 1,000 tons of pressure, surviving any of Cloud's assaults, with his Hylian shield, red ring, and chain mail armor to help as well. Kind of stating the obvious there, but true enough. Melissa said. Cloud should have had his mind on more than just Link's sword. Guess he had his head stuck in the clouds. Boomstick joked. Cue groans and facepalms from the SXL joke and the other bad one. The winner is Link. Wiz declared. Claps of respect were given by the crowd, with Izuku and Todoroki shaking hands in respect of their respective counterpart skills and for making such a close match. Meanwhile, Izuku was being glared at by both Monoma and Bakugo. The former believing that Izuku was getting too chummy with 𝐒𝐭𝐻 for the purpose of spying on and convincing 𝐒𝐭𝐻 to spill their class's secrets to him and his class. The latter glared at his green-haired rival, the battle ending giving Bakugo a chance to remind himself that in Cloud's universe that Deku and Ibora's counterparts were dating, and how Icy Hot's counterpart also seemed suspiciously chummy with Ibora's alternate self as well. And with Bakugo noticing the obvious signs of Deku somehow getting his own little fan club of girls drooling over him, and, with great reluctance, admitting that Icy Hot was objectively attractive enough, it left Bakugo's insides churning negatively, even jealously, at the thought of Ibora getting anywhere near the two. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick announced. Ominous played as lightning flashed above the dark skies of a large city, the light from the bolt of lightning revealing a man dressed in a cap and suit, features of the suit resembling a bat, and black insignia resembling a bat also on his chest. The man dropped down in front of a group of criminals glaring at them menacingly as the thugs froze, the glare so intense and intimidating It likewise froze the members of the audience still. The bat. Different music, more uplifting this time, played, as a white web stuck onto the side of a building. Versus. The screen showed another man, this one dressed in a red and blue, black web-designed, suit with a spider insignia on his chest, jumping and flipping off a tall building, and falling down before sticking his hand out and shooting a web line towards another building and swinging above the streets below and into the air. The spider. Both musics played in unison as the two masked-wearing men stared at the screen. Batman vs. Spider-Man. Wow. Kota gazed in awe. They look so cool. Are they heroes? I think so, Kota. Izuku answered, his own eyes alit in fanboy-like glee. They did look so cool. Batman. Momo questioned. Didn't Boomstick say that Link using his hookshot was like Batman? You think this is the very same Batman? Kyuka asked. Maybe. I'm actually really excited. Those two guys actually looked badass. Well, let's not waste any time. Mina exclaimed excitingly. Play it. Play it. Getting a nod from Nezu, Mai wasted no time and pressed the play button.